alongside me is Lancashire Thunder captain Rachael. Can you tell us what happened at the toss and what you're going to do?
Yeah, so we won the toss, so we're going to have a bowl today.
And why have you decided to bowl first?
I think the conditions are pretty suited to having a little bowl first. Hopefully, if it does anything today, it'll be early on. Pitch looks good, but there's a bit of live grass on it, so hopefully we can make use of the conditions and get a few early wickets.
And what's the message to the team ahead of the game today?
I think we've had a bit of a mixed competition, so yeah, trying to do all the stuff we've done really well in parts throughout the game today, and obviously it's unlikely we're going to qualify now, but there's still a little chance. But yeah, it's about doing the good stuff we've done for longer.
Perfect, thank you. Lancashire Thunder versus the Blaze to come up shortly in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the thing that was talked over last year. Some of you say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's taken what a moment.
Well, a real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother.
Fine shot, it's 2 runs, it's a winning hit, on come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket. What a catch that to hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. Seems to...
Good morning and welcome to the live stream for Lancashire Thunder versus the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. We are here at Sale Cricket Club in Manchester, and myself, Polly Starkey, and Faith Lawrence alongside me will take you through the game today. The teams are neighbours in the table, the Blaze on 27 points and the Lancashire Thunder on 21 points. And Tara Norris will be opening the bowling here for the Lancashire Thunder as Norris is in, and that's left alone by Sarah Bryce. As mentioned, Thunder won the toss and will bowl first. Your teams for today with Eve Jones and Alice Clark at the top of the order, Danny Collins, Seren Smell, Fee Morris, the captain Ellie Threlkeld, debutant Darcy Carter, Grace Johnson, Tara Norris, Hannah Jones and Phoebe Graham. Then for the Blaze, Sarah Bryce, Michaela Kirk at the top of the order, Catherine Bryce follows with Marie Kelly as Norris is in again. And that's been a big appeal by Tara Norris there, but the umpire's not interested and they'll get off the mark for the single. And Ireland International, Orla Prendergast in that side, Ella Claridge, Lucy Hyam, the skipper Kirsty Gordon with Josie Groves in next, Cassidy McCarthy and Grace Ballinger completing their 11. Alongside me, Faith Lawrence. Any thoughts from you as the play starts?
Good morning, Polly Starkey. Good morning, everybody. It's just great to be here. I love coming to Sale. And a little something on the line for both sides.
As Norris is in again, and that's defended down the pitch. Going to be a dot ball.
Chilly morning here at Sale today, though there is a bit of blue in the sky and conditions promise to be a little bit brighter throughout the day.
Yeah, I did arrive and it was quite overcast, but optimistic about the weather and crucially no rain in the next few hours, which for Manchester is a rare sight.
Famous last words.
Precisely. As Norris ploughs in again past the umpire, and Michaela Kirk just nudges that into the leg side for a single. A lot on the line for both teams today. Thunder with a 1% chance of qualification for the semi-finals in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. However, the Blaze a 34% chance. Both teams reliant on other results helping them to qualify, so they'll be hoping those top 4 teams lose their respective matches today. Sarah Bryce poised to face her next ball as Norris is in, and that's been nudged down. It's going to race away to the boundary, but there's a fielder out there in the deep, and they'll just get the 1 in the end. The score 3 without loss.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Polly, to me just before play started, Blaze need to win, and they need to win big to have any chance of other results going their way and making it to finals day.
Tara Norris, the USA international, running in, and Kirk has just defended that 1 back down the pitch. There's plenty of encouragement in the field. As we mentioned, a big game for Thunder, and it's their last chance at silverware this season. And very excitingly, a debut for Darcy Carter, who's joined the side on loan from the South East Stars. And it's been a big week for her. She's been picked for Scotland for their first ever World Cup team. There's a strong Scottish contingent here today for both sides. I think there was the potential for 5 Scottish players to be playing today.
Wow.
As Norris charges in, and that's been pushed into the leg side to deep backward square leg by Michaela Kirk.
It was really nice to see Darcy Carter getting her cap, and we talked a bit about Scotland and the World Cup and all of that coming up. So, you know, there are lots of little things, not just the 1% chance is obviously tiny, but there's also a lot else on the game, and it's always a home fixture. There's always plenty to play for. But pride, and, you know, you've got supporters out here, still a growing number.
Mornington Road End, number 17, Phoebe Graham.
But they'll all be wishing for a win for Thunder for their last home game of the season.
So the end of the first over, 5 without loss for the Blaze. That'll be Phoebe Graham to be bowling from the far end.
Michaela Kirk on strike. Phoebe Graham, who bowled well in the fixture at Southport over the weekend. In she comes, and now there's a big appeal that has struck her on the pad, and it's gone behind to. So there'll be no run, but very excited Thunder crew going up for the appeal there. Umpire not interested at all. Getting first use of this wicket, and clearly hoping to knock over these opening bats cheaply. So lots of good positive energy. And in comes Phoebe Graham. This time Michaela Kirk just hits that to the fielder on the offside. No run.
Yeah, played that to Eve Jones, who is the latest signing for the Lancashire Thunder. Joined on loan and then very quickly made it permanent. Who is, of course, the former Central Sparks captain. But
right,
spent a bit of time
exciting
up here.
signing.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Spent a bit of time up in the northwest during the KSL days. But it's been at the Midlands side for the past 5 seasons.
Michaela Kirk poised to face again. In comes Phoebe Graham. And again she cuts that square, but there's no run. So keeping it nice and tight, Phoebe Graham.
It's a good start by Graham here. As you say, we'll see a lot of signing announcements, I suspect, over the next couple of months as the new county system starts.
In comes Graham. And that's a wide signal by the umpire. Stopped by... To bowl that one again.
Yeah, the first loose delivery of the day. Other than that, she's had a good spell so far.
Yeah, 3 dots, and so, you always want to build pressure at the beginning of innings, any time during an innings, but certainly now is the best time to get one of these openers out. In comes Graham. She shapes to cut that again. Excitable appeal again from the bowler, but I don't think she's got any bat on that. But she's still there at the crease, not managed to score a run yet this over, apart from that wide. So pressure building nicely here. Phoebe Graham, she seems to have continued her form from the weekend.
Yeah, that's a very, very enthused appeal. But umpire not interested at all.
In comes Graham again. Michaela Kirk. Now, that's struck her on the pad again. So really good length and line here from Phoebe Graham at the moment. Pressure really mounting there on Michaela Kirk. Obviously being a 50 over game, she's not in any hurry to take any rash shots, but I think she's just causing a bit of unsettlement maybe for Michaela Kirk, not allowing her to settle down there at the crease. So really good bowling from Phoebe Graham. And she comes and she cuts again, and this time they do manage to get away for a run. And so off the mark there. Well, she was already off the mark for 1 run, but just a little bit pressure release there, but very good opening over from Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, really good start by Graham. Just the score 7 without loss. And Phoebe Graham, of course, made the move to Thunder a couple of seasons ago. Was at Northern Diamonds for a while, and it's kind of given her a new leaf playing for the Lancashire Thunder. It'll be Tara Norris, but bowling again. Norris and Graham opening the bowling for the Lancashire Thunder. Michaela Kirk waiting to face the bowling of Norris as the left armour comes in, and that's been pushed behind her. It's going to run away to fine leg, but the fielding will be done out there by Hannah Jones. Now managed to run through for 1. Sarah Bryce just sorting out the pitch there. Bit of gardening.
Yeah, quite a watchful start for the Blaze so far, hey?
Tara Norris to Bryce, who defends that down the pitch. There'll be no run. Of course, Sarah Bryce has been named in Scotland's World Cup squad alongside sister and Blaze teammate Catherine Bryce, who will lead the side. A very, very exciting time for Scottish women's cricket, of course. A lot of the Scotland players play down here in the domestic system. A lot of them actually at the Lancashire Thunder and the Blaze. But you've also got Abtar Maqsood down at the Sunrisers. As Norris comes in again. And Bryce just nudges that behind to fine leg. Hannah Jones will have to run in from the boundary and they'll take the single. The score moving to 8 without loss. 9 without loss, apologies. We've got a slightly delayed score here. Norris again in her second over to Kirk. There's a big appeal. There's a lot of appeal in the field as well, but the umpire remains still, isn't interested. I think that's the third appeal for Michaela Kirk and the fourth of the entire game. There's been a lot of shouts from Phoebe Graham and Tara Norris already.
Yeah, she's definitely getting whacked about the pads a bit. That one seemed a little bit high, but it's definitely not ball on bat.
Norris making her way through the crease, and that's been driven nicely into the offside. They'll just reach cover, but they'll get the crucial single. Michaela Kirk, who she grew up in South Africa, but I think her grandparents are from Edinburgh, and she had a desire to play for England and came over here, having spent a lot of time, I think, in her summers over here. But she suffered an ACL injury. I think she sustained the injury at Lord's actually during the 100 a couple of years back, and it kind of put a hold on everything as Norris is in to Bryce, and Bryce lovely drive into the offside. It will race away to the boundary, and that's the first 4 of the day. Sarah Bryce with a lovely stroke down to deep extra cover.
Really good bowling by the opening bowlers, Graham and Tara Norris. So that'll just be the first sign that the Blaze are starting to get, I suppose, some measure of the surface and how it's playing. And we'll be really happy to finally get that boundary going.
Yeah, 14 without loss for the Blaze after 3 overs.
Michaela Kirk on strike facing Phoebe Graham. Graham over the wicket. Now that struck the pads, another very excited appeal. They will run through for 1 run as the ball goes behind. So Phoebe Graham be the one at any moment now. So Michaela Kirk will be happy to get off strike there. Sarah Bryce will be facing next.
The umpire has had to make a lot of decisions so far today. Been kept very busy, but none of them have been given out.
Phoebe Graham in again to Bryce. Bryce drives that through the cover. Now there's going to be a chase on. It's not going to make it all the way to the boundary, or is it? There's a little bit of dew on the ground. It does just trickle over the rope as Hannah Jones chased the ball all the way to the boundary, but that's a... in the replay. So they'll be relieved, the Blaze, and might be thinking they got away with one there. Sarah Bryce certainly now up in the scoring. Graham in again to Bryce, and this time just defended. Score is on 15, a loss of no wicket. Sarah Bryce on 5 and Michaela Kirk on 6 from her 14 deliveries faced. Sarah Bryce maybe looking the more comfortable at the moment on the wicket, facing Graham now. He's in over the wicket. Now she'll scamper through for one. She's just nudged that to the leg side. I wondered if that had come off the bat or pad, maybe a little bit of both. So Phoebe Graham still bowling really well, really good start to her spell here. Making life a little bit uncomfortable for the Blaze batters, but they're both still in. And just moving the scoreboard along nicely, but it does bring Michaela Kirk back on strike, who hasn't quite got the measure of Phoebe Graham this morning as yet, so the fielders will be buzzing for this one. Graham in, and she flashes that, cuts that wide. There's going to be a chase off to the boundary. Eve Jones after the ball, they'll come back for 2 runs. She does manage to connect with that one nicely, Michaela Kirk, so she'll feel mighty relieved about that.
Yeah, beat the diving Alice Clark at backward point, and I think there might be a bit of a slow outfield here at Sale, which will be to the advantage of the fielding side, certainly to start with.
Yeah, there was a bit of sort of dew and cut grass under our feet as we walked around the boundary earlier. So not the quickest of outfields yet. In comes Graham to Michaela Kirk, who again cuts that, but straight to Eve Jones at point there. So another tight over for Graham. There was a boundary in there, but also still not 100% comfortable there. I think Michaela Kirk facing Graham, so really good, good probing bowling.
Yeah, 22 without loss at the end of the over. There'll be there were 8 runs conceded from that over in the end. Of course, the boundary helping, and some good running between the wickets. I think always a good measure, particularly for women's cricket, is it's really good when they can run 2s and 3s, where it's not just boundaries, but the running really counts. As Tara Norris will be preparing to bowl her 3rd over of the day. She's gone for 10 runs so far. Norris to Bryce, and that's pushed into the leg side. It'll be the single, moving the score 23 without loss. The Blaze will be keen to put on a big total. A big win over the Lancashire Thunder today could boost their hopes of semi-finals. Of course, for the Lancashire Thunder, qualification it's looking slim, a 1% chance, but of course there is still that 1% chance, so stranger things have happened as Norris starts her run up, is into the crease, and that's driven down the ground. Fee Morris with the fielding.
So you're saying there's a chance, Polisaki?
There's always a chance. Those stats, of course, by the Cricket Her Weekly, Sid Egan and Raf Nicholson, with their magic machine that produces these amazing statistics. And of course, this year in the Rachael A. Flint Trophy, it's a little bit different, with 2 semi-finals rather than the top of the table team progressing straight to the final and having an eliminator, which I think is an exciting way to do it, as Norris is in again to Michaela Kirk, who signalled a wide by the umpire. So that'll be bowled again. But yeah, I think it's good having the 2 semi-finals. It means 4 teams can qualify, so that's half of the teams. So I think it brings a little bit more jeopardy, a bit more excitement. And of course, even if you finish top of the table, there's no guarantee that you'll be in that final, which I think is quite exciting as well.
Completely agree.
Norris again, number 24 on her shirt, and the left armour comes in, and there's a big appeal that's been hit on the pads. Once again, the umpire is unmoved.
Now, what are the... I mean, well,
I think if Norris or Gray don't take a wicket LBW today, it'll be it'll be a bit of a shock. The umpires, though, however, have not seemed interested in any of these at all. But there has been big interest in the field from the Lancashire Thunder players who know they need a win today. That's signalled a wide again. Tara Norris just needs to find her line a little bit more, get back in that groove.
Yeah, straying a little bit on that leg side there, but it's good to hear the fielders being really up and about and keep encouraging, because one of these appeals has got to hit at some point.
25 without loss. Norris to Kirk. And that's driven down the ground. There'll be no run. Just held the pose. As we can see, Darcy Carter to the right of us, the debutant today. As I mentioned, it's been a big week for her, with the announcement that she is on the plane to the UAE to play for Scotland at their first ever World Cup, which is huge for the 19-year-old. Of course, Sarah Bryce and Catherine Bryce also in that squad, and Liv Bell, the Thunder bowler, who's in the wider squad today, as Norris is in, and that's been sliced by Kirk into the offside. A fielder at cover will do the job, but they'll take the single. The score 26 without loss for the Blaze.
It's so exciting for Scottish cricket that and seeing so many players in this competition and playing in the T20 competition as well from Scotland.
Tara Norris, who of course plays cricket for the USA, one of many internationals playing to date, as Sarah Bryce has got hold of that and sends that down to deep square leg. It was a good shot, but was stopped there in the deep by Danny Collins, and that's the end of the over. 27 without loss. A better over from Tara Norris.
Yeah, and a good steady start for the Blaze as well. I think, Thunder will feel a little bit unlucky not to have maybe one of those decisions gone their way with very close, LBW shouts. So if they can just keep up this quite accurate bowling, then and the fielders continue to just sort of be lively and really get around as a team, there's no reason why they couldn't prize open one of these opening batters who are looking sort of increasingly steady and increasingly relaxed. Phoebe Graham now into Bryce, who's hit that to the leg side through the gap. They're going to come back for two. There's a chase on for Seren Smale up to the boundary. So some good running and a good stroke for Sarah Bryce, who's looking increasingly comfortable there. Really just getting into her work. And starting to look like, she's not going anywhere. She doesn't want to go anywhere. They're going to need their opening batters to stay in for a while if they're going to get the kind of big score that could really help them get into the final stage. Graham into Bryce, who just hits that to the offside for no run.
Yeah, you mentioned about a lot of Scottish players. Of course, they can qualify as quote-unquote local players because Scotland don't play Test cricket. However, Orla Prendergast, who's in the Blaze side, who plays for Ireland, cannot, because although the women don't play Test, the men do, which automatically makes her have to be one of these overseas players.
Graham into Bryce. Now, stop that's gone behind and stopped by the brilliant keeping of Ellie Threlkeld. A little bit of excited shout, I think. Perhaps they thought she got some bat on that. But that's just stopped by the keeper for no runs. Landed a little bit short as well. Didn't quite carry to Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. But still lots of excitement out there in the field. Lots of chatter and clapping. Phoebe Graham bowling really well. And Thunder looking to get that first wicket. Graham into Bryce, just taps that leg side. No run.
And so, yeah, with the whole thing about local players, overseas players, it means Orla Prendergast has to compete with top internationals to get a spot as an overseas player in these sides. Each team allowed one at a time. And, for example, Lancashire Thunder have had Mahika Gore, who, of course, now is an England player, but was UAE player. And she could play as a quote-unquote local player as well.
Graham into Bryce. and just hit the offside, no run.
So the overriding point is Orla Prendergast is very talented to get picked up by the Blaze. She's a very exciting player. Of course, we'll head off back to Ireland briefly for the next 2 Blaze games as Ireland face England, which I'm sure is something we'll talk about, because a lot of players on the pitch today, or even who are absent, will be playing in that series.
Graham into Bryce, she cuts that, and that's stopped at point. No run, really good bowling by Phoebe Graham here, bowling a really tight line and length. And only 2 runs from that over, so keeping it just a little bit of pressure from her end on the Blaze, the opening batters for the Blaze, who don't look particularly panicked or ruffled. But if the Thunder opening bowlers can continue to just really challenge those pads, they could get the results they're looking for.
Yeah, it's good bowling by Phoebe Graham from her 3 overs so far, conceding 12 runs. Tara Norris, who she's bowled 3 overs as well, conceded 15 runs. She'll be continuing here as she runs into the on-strike batter Kirk, who drives that down the ground. It'll beat the fielders and it looks like it's going to go for 4. It slows in the outfield but races across that rope, and that'll be another boundary for the Blaze. A start to the over they would have wanted, and beat the 2 fielders there at mid-on or mid-off, just inside the ring. Norris to Kirk, and there's again hits on the pads. Seems to Michaela Kirk is struggling with that aspect, just kind of needs to get bat on ball, because she's currently 13 from 22, and yeah, she looks in a slight in the danger zone really, and especially with all those appeals, she'll want to plough on with her innings. 33 without loss for the Blades here at Sale Cricket Club. A reminder, this is the Lancashire stream for Lancs Thunder against the Blaze in the Rachael Flint Trophy. Norris to Kirk, who just defends that in the ground, and you're with myself, Polly Starkey, and Faye Florence alongside me, and we'll be taking you through today's proceedings. An exciting game between the Blaze and the Lancashire Thunder, with both teams just about able to qualify for semi-finals. The Blaze with a 34% chance and Lancs Thunder with a 1% chance. So this could be the miracle story.
That 1% just keeps making me laugh.
As Tara Norris is in, and Kirk just pushes that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, that 1% is... It's one of those where you just think there's a tiny possibility, but it's very unlikely. A couple of, I think, last round, Western Storm were also 1%, and now they're out of the competition. So it is unlikely, but as with cricket, all things are possible.
Indeed.
Norris starting her run up again to Kirk. He flicks that past the fielder at mid-wicket. But
oh, did she get her hand on that?
I'm not quite sure. She's lying on the ground, so that might suggest some impact with the ball.
I don't know whether it was a drop catch, a mischance, or a near half chance. But
it's Fee Morris there. She's the sort of player that I would expect to get to the ball, so it could potentially be hurt. 34 without loss. Tara Norris running past the umpire to face, and Bryce drives that down the ground. Norris gets something on and it stops just past our bowling run up. There'll be no run. And yeah, so a reminder of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Northern Diamonds sit top on 37, Vipers in 34, South East Stars on 31, the Sunrisers on 30, Blaze on 27, Thunder on 21, Central Sparks on 21 as well, and Western Storm unable to qualify on 14. At the end of the over, the score 34 without loss. And there are a number of other games taking place today, which we will run you through in a minute.
Yeah, it looks like the sawdust bucket has come out.
Yeah.
For the bowlers in there.
Probably just a bit of dew around. So we've got Western Storm versus Sunrisers at Radler. And Western Storm are 27 without loss after 8 overs. Seren Smell and Emma Corney out there in the middle. So it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling with Grace Johnson coming on.
It's a little bit greyer overhead than when we started. Thunder continue with a seam. Grace Johnson, now that's hit aerially, but it stopped there for no run.
Grace Johnson, who's been in the Lancashire Thunder Academy for a number of years, but finally made her debut just last June and played in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, 19 years old.
It's really great to see these youngsters developing at Thunder and bowling so well, and just so maturely and capably fitting right into the side. Grace Johnson into Michaela Kirk. And struck on the pads again. The surface is quite green, isn't it? And a few times, she's indicated maybe a bit of movement on the surface and not quite tracking the ball, Michaela Kirk. So Thunder keeping up this pressure really well with their seamers, and will definitely feel that they've got to be close to getting one of these batters out. Like I said, quite grey and overhead, and overcast overhead. That's Johnson in, and that's defended by Michaela Kirk.
One of the other games going on at the moment is the Southern Vipers against the Northern Diamonds at Headingley. The Vipers won the toss and are batting, and they're currently 31 without loss after 9 overs. And
as Grace Johnson walks back to her mark. She's bowling over the wicket to Michaela Kirk, who just kind of not very assuredly hits that to the leg side. Still not quite getting the pace and measure of the pitch, I think. And a really sort of good bowling from the Thunder Seamers.
And the final game we've got going on is South East Stars against the Central Sparks in Moseley. And South East Stars are 33 for 1.
And she's in again, and that this time is cut square for no run again. So really keeping up the pressure, really good disciplined start to the bowling by the Thunder, and you hope they can keep this up throughout the innings, of course. I haven't had the success of a wicket thus far. And Blaze have just been able to just keep the scoreboard moving, trickling along. But a lot of appeals, and as she comes in again, she flashes her bat, and this one goes back to 45. No run again, well fielded.
Yeah, that was a nice piece of fielding by Alice Clark.
Really good opening over for Grace Johnson's spell there, keeping the pressure up on the Blaze opening pair.
Yeah, 34 without loss at the end of the over. So that was a maiden over for Grace Johnson to start the game today.
Perfect start there for Grace Johnson.
Fantastic, precisely what you want. And you mentioned about those youngsters coming through. There was such depth and talent within all these regional academies, and I think Lancashire Thunder have been very good at bringing those academy graduates through to the senior side. The likes of Liberty Heap, who played a big role last season, Grace Johnson, of course, today, Liv Bell, as Tara Norris is in again, and that's been driven by Sarah Bryce, but we'll just make it to extra cover, and there'll be no run. Yeah, there've been a wealth of those players. Then, of course, a lot of players who have come through the Lancashire county system. Think about players like Seren Smale, who've become mainstays for the Lancashire Thunder side in this regional setup. As Norris is in again, and it goes behind to Ellie Rachael, who just holds the ball behind the stumps, and this is a good start by Tara Norris, a good recovery after previous expensive over.
Obviously, this being the sort of last year of the regional setup as we know it, but it feels like Lancashire, the Thunder, can still have this continuity with the Lancashire team.
Yeah, precisely. With the identity being very strong already as Norris is into Bryce, and that's hoiked in the air. It looks like there was almost a catch. That was so close, it just popped out the hands. I think that's Danny Collins there on the boundary at deep square leg. And it looked like it could go for 4 or 6, and she got both hands to it, I think, and it just kind of
popped out.
It popped out.
Right.
And
she looks very disappointed.
Yeah.
Head hanging back, hands under her jumper. That really was the chance that, for all the pressure that's been built.
It will go down as a drop.
Disappointing moment. Have to get it together again. Should be another chance soon.
Norris to Kirk. And that's been flicked off the pads down to deep back with square leg. They'll take the single. Yeah, frustrating moment for the Thunder. I've had quite a few of those almost moments, all those appeals, and then of course
that was the most clear-cut chance.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like the most difficult chance. She only had to take a few steps to the side. It is a bit gloomy, as we mentioned, but well, no excuse really.
As Norris is running in again. And that's been flicked behind down to fine leg by Sarah Bryce, and they'll get the one run. And that,
I mean, it really illustrates how you've got to have, when you're putting pressure in with the bowling, then you can't let the fielding go at the same time. You've got to keep all the standard, the discipline up all around every discipline.
Tara Norris preparing to run in again. Michaela Kirk waiting at the striker's end. Norris in for the final ball of the over. There's a big appeal. All the fielders have gone up, and the umpire just stands there once again. Surely.
She had it.
Oh, it's hard to see. The umpire was
come off the bat, I think.
Yeah, potentially.
Well, the pressure continues.
Precisely, it's
Thunder,
building
right?
pressure. There's a lot of enthusiasm from the Thunder fielders, and that'll only put them in good stead. But
now, I think I remember you saying, Polly, that it was going to stay dry today.
Yeah, I said nothing.
Okay.
Oh, I just felt a
imagining.
drop of rain on my forehead.
Definitely, I can feel
Marvellous.
as Grace Johnson comes in to Sarah Bryce, who cuts that, and that's beaten the fielder square, and it's going to trickle over the boundary for 4 runs to Sarah Bryce, who has looked pretty relaxed throughout the whole proceedings this morning, and just hit the first runs off the bowling of Grace Johnson. She had a maiden for her first over as just a few drops of rain start to fall.
Oh dear. I've never claimed to be a weather woman, but,
I don't think it will last, and
it's just a few drops.
Right, it doesn't look like coming off or anything like that.
A normal day in Manchester.
As Grace Johnson prepares to bowl to Sarah Bryce, a bat raised. Again, she cuts that square to point. No run. Stopped this time. She didn't make a very good connection on that, so the ball just trickled off to the offside. Perhaps Grace Johnson finding her line again. She walks back to her mark. A longish run up. She's bowling over the wicket into Bryce, who drives that for no run, as the wind is just starting to pick up a little bit as well around us, Polly. So conditions look like it'll be a bit changeable, maybe something similar to what they saw at Southport. Perhaps not so dreary as yet.
It looked like a gazebo next to us was about to take flight.
Yeah, I've got my eye on that. As Grace Johnson comes in, Sarah Bryce, who cuts again, and it is stopped this time at point, but they managed to scamper through for 1 run, added to the total. That's 42 now for no loss. Michaela Kirk to take strike now. Grace Johnson makes her way back to her mark. So they are rotating the strike, scampering through for the 1 run where they can get it off some quite disciplined bowling. Just as the wind picks up a little bit in Johnson. That's hit straight back to the bowler. Thunderfield is still lively. I mean, they're going to have to keep warm up there. It's definitely not the warmest day. I'm sure it's a little bit chillier than it was this morning. You've got your hoodie. I might have to put my jacket back on in a minute. But the bowlers, will need to keep their muscles warm, keep their hands warm. Might be more catches coming their way. As Johnson is in, and that's driven straight to the fielder. No run. So after conceding that boundary off the first ball, Grace Johnson has bowled a really good tight over for the remaining 5 deliveries. As the score has moved remains on 42 after 10 overs.
Yeah, that was a better over by Grace Johnson, showing some very positive signs. Of course, the boundary in there, but other than that, just conceding the 1 run. And it just feel like a game in April, when you feel like you need a sleeping bag to stay cosy. But
it's a bit like that, and I mean it should favour the bowlers maybe at this stage. I don't know if that's strictly accurate, but with the pitch looking as green as it is, Michaela Kirk doing a little bit of gardening there, just patting down any little bits of grass or tiny divots that might have been disturbed there. It seems a little bit damp, which obviously is never good for the ball, but movement on offer potentially.
The Thunder are bringing the debutant on. We've got Darcy Carter bowling right arm off spin. There's Carter to Bryce, who nudges that into the offside for the single. Of course, Bryce very familiar with Darcy Carter, both being on that Scotland side heading to the World Cup. Darcy Carter, 22 international wickets, which isn't too bad at all. Of course, it's probably no more for her batting, which we'll get on to, I imagine, in the second innings, but she's 3 for 20 against Papua New Guinea recently, as that's just placed back to her for another dot ball. It's a really good start by the 19-year-old.
Don't imagine there'll be too many days like this in the UAE.
No, I imagine this is probably not the best acclimatisation, as there's a big appeal. Ellie Threlkeld is convinced that
a little inside edge.
A little bit of bat on that. But again, the umpire. For the reverse sweep, I don't think there's anything on that.
From my eyes, it looked like there was quite a gap between ball and bat.
Carter again, and that's been struck down the ground. Phoebe Graham doing the fielding at mid-off. Yeah, I'm very not convinced by that appeal at all. I think there was a big gap, but on
third viewing, nothing there.
Fair enough, as that's struck in the air. It's lofted by Michaela Kirk, but will fall short of the boundary and also fall safe.
It landed between the 2 fielders, not close enough to catch, but they weren't a million miles away, so that's encouraging signs for Darcy Carter.
A good start to her Lancashire Thunder senior debut. Carter to Bryce, who gets hold of that and sends it down to the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. That would be another boundary for Sarah Bryce, who's flying here. She's 26 from 27 delivery.
but maybe she thought she was in with a chance for a second there. So if she can keep getting the batters to keep the ball aerial like that, we might have another chance of a catch. But really good opening over from Darcy Carter there.
Yeah, a very good start by the young Scotland international. The score 48 without loss.
Grace Johnson with ball in hand again, and the two opening batters are still there at the crease. I mean, they've faced quite a few different challenges from Thunder and their bowlers and the conditions. Johnson in to Michaela Kirk, who drives that low. That goes behind square. She'll scamper through for 1 run. Yeah, they faced a few different challenges and threats and chances, but they are staying defiant and just scoring slowly and steadily and seeming to, take a measure of what the surface is doing. Got a few boundaries in there. They don't need to go so hard at this stage, so I think both sides are kind of even at the moment. As Johnson in to Sarah Bryce, who hits that straight down the wicket for no run. They just need to keep probing the Thunder bowlers. That moisture in the air, it's still there, but it's just really the kind of gentlest little intermittent drops of, I don't even know if they're reaching the ground, to be honest. As Grace Johnson in to Sarah Bryce again. This time she hits that leg side. They'll get through for 1 run. Just rotating the strike, playing each ball on its merit, really. Getting the odd boundary. So I think, if you're the Blaze, probably quite relaxed about things at the moment, responding to conditions. And if you're Thunder, it's important to keep that energy up. Chances have been created, maybe not taken. It's Johnson in to Kirk. He cuts that square and they rotate the strike once more. Very athletic fielding from that Fee Morris there, mid-wicket. A bit of a roll, which you love to see it, like I was saying, they've got to keep warm and, stay positive, and important not to sort of let the shoulders drop or anything as the opening bats seem to be settling nicely into their work.
That's 51 on the board for the Blaze.
Johnson into Sarah Bryce. Drives that straight. There'll be no run. Yeah, you can hear the Thunder players kind of really geeing each other up there in the field. Towels having to come out to dry that ball a little bit from just that moisture in the air. But I see a band of blue sky over the horizon. So if that can stick around, that would be nice. Grace Johnson into Sarah Bryce, drives that straight, bowling a really good length there. Johnson not troubling the batters too much, but at the same time not allowing them to score so quickly that things get away. But Thunder, I think, really want a wicket sometime soon. We're in the 12th over, 13th over now.
Yeah, it's 51 without loss, and they'll be really desperate for that wicket. They've had a couple of chances, of course. There was that drop catch in the deep. Could have dismissed Sarah Bryce, but yeah, a little bit frustrating from a Lancashire Thunder perspective.
1 or 2 unlucky calls right at the start of the game. Important they don't get frustrated and just keep being disciplined.
Carter back into bowl, and that's an attempted reverse sweep by Michaela Kirk, and there'll be no run from it.
I'm looking forward to all the sweeping that's going to happen at the World Cup.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of sweeping.
It's going to be chaos.
As Carter's in again, the number 76 shirt, and that's been pushed into the offside by Kirk.
Good time to sort of practice against the spinners, especially anyone who's going to be at the World Cup.
Carter to Kirk, who hoiks that in the air, and it will head towards the boundary, but again, slow outfield. The run's prevented out there by Fee Morris, so they'll run through for 2, but not get the fruitful boundary they would have wanted. As Darcy Carter's part of that South East Stars senior squad, but has come up here on loan to the Northwest for the remainder of the season. Carter to Kirk, who slices that down the ground, and it goes past Morris. Luckily, again, that slow outfield prevents it getting to the boundary, but that could have been very costly for the Lancashire Thunder.
Absolutely not the best misfield. You know, I was just saying earlier, got to keep discipline. I know it's cold and the pressure hasn't resulted in a wicket, but we don't want to see the fielding fall off.
Carter to Kirk, who just plays that just into the leg side, but they'll take a quick single. Be also frustrating from a bowling perspective. You don't want your figures to be tainted by any misfields or overthrows, etc.
One of the best fielders out there, Fee Morris, so it's rare to see that kind of slip from her.
56 without loss as Carter's in, and that's driven down the ground by Bryce, is racing away to the boundary, and that'll be another 4. That's a really nice stroke, similar to one we saw in early on in the game, our first boundary.
Yeah, Eve Jones just diving over that one. It was struck very firm, and good attempt to try and stop it, but it just sort of fizzed along the ground. Yeah, the Blaze getting braver, getting more confident with their shots and starting to get some results from it.
Yes, end of the over, 60 without loss for the Blaze. Taking along nicely, but of course for the Lancashire Thunder, needing a wicket, crucially.
Yeah, there comes a point where that wicket column, it can, you can get a bit down about it after so many overs and lots of different chances, and you've done all this good bowling and not got a result from it, but you've got to keep your head up in the field. Johnson into Michaela Kirk. That's cut leg side, and that's stopped square, so there'll be no run. Michaela Kirk will face Johnson again, who's bowled really well actually in her spell so far, so the fielders really need to back that up when there is a chance, and if Johnson can keep this pressure up, you've just got to, the way cricket works, that something has to come from that, right? Now that's hit aerially by Kirk. There isn't a fielder there square to catch, so she'll get through for 1 run. Just sort of square, short mid-wicket was up in the air. I mean, there might have been a fielder there at one point, but there wasn't this time. So Michaela Kirk is safe off the mark, and Sarah Bryce to face Grace Johnson. Johnson into Bryce. She drives that straight for no run. Score is on 61 after 13 overs.
The Lancashire Thunder need to break this partnership sooner rather than later, because if these two stick around, they could put on a big total.
For sure, and it's just like party time for any batters below as she's in, and there was a bit of a hesitation, but they'll get through for 1 run. There was a shy at the stumps, and she missed the stumps. Had she hit, I'd have to see the replay to see how close that was, but there was a hesitation in running from the batters there, which we haven't seen yet actually all game, but perhaps suggests that they are sort of getting more confident with what, they're not so as cautious as they were in the beginning, and feel that they can take those sort of chances on, which is why the fielding's got to stay tight as Grace Johnson into Michaela Kirk, who just checks that for no run. But it was interesting to see the hesitation with the batters, crossing over for that 1 run. They've been taking those 1s and 2s quite happily.
Yeah, there's been good communication so far, considering Michaela Kirk hasn't played that many games for the Blaze over the last few years. But the experience of Sarah Bryce, it's worked well.
Johnson into Kirk. She cuts that to the leg side. That's beaten the fielder in the ring, so they're going to run through for 2. Michaela Kirk still not looking 100% comfortable, but probably won't mind too much because they've navigated everything that Thunder have been throwing at them so far. They're both still there. Not a chanceless innings so far, but as you see the batters there in the middle just kind of going over what they're seeing from the surface and how they're approaching their shots. Little fist bump. They look really relaxed and ready to take this deep and have a chance to really swing later. So Thunder need to come up with some plans here for how they're going to prize open this partnership and put some pressure back on the Blaze. Two runs off Darcy Carter's return to her spell. Score moves on to 66.
Carter in again to Bryce. And Bryce just nudges that into the offside. And there'll be no run. The Lancashire Thunder looking for a crucial breakthrough. Carter again, and that's been hit airily by Bryce. There's a fielder under it, and she'll have to go. Phoebe Graham with the catch, and that brings Sarah Bryce's innings to an end. The much needed breakthrough, and a debut wicket for Darcy Carter. 66 for 1, and Sarah.
Just as you know, we were saying they're looking a bit more relaxed, taking a few more chances, I suppose, more risks. The Blaze batters, they started to hit a few shots aerially. So yeah, something had to give, and that catch was well held by Phoebe Graham. It was hanging in the air for a long time, but she never looked like dropping that.
No, it was a regulation catch, and as one Bryce leaves, another one enters the field. So Catherine Bryce, Scotland captain and former Blaze captain, is going to come to the crease, and a nice little platform built for Catherine to build off.
100%. I think Catherine Bryce hasn't left the crease for I don't know how many games. I'm pretty sure she carried her bat the last game I watched with the Blaze. So, you know, I think she's going to love this platform to take this on from her sister and continue and go on and get that big score. There's still time to build. There doesn't need to be any rush, so she can take her time and get into the conditions, into the surface, and I'm sure she'll get some good advice from Michaela Kirk about how things have been playing. And this the sheer class and quality of batter that she is, Catherine Bryce. What a great platform for her to launch from.
Carter, and that's reverse swept. There's a big appeal. The umpire again. Darcy Carter holds the pose, her hands in the air.
Catherine Bryce with the reverse sweep. I mean, now there is the confidence of a
It's
batter.
a bold move.
Who hasn't been got out for a while.
And Carter to Bryce, who plays that down the ground. Safer shot this time, but there'll be no run.
I love that from Catherine Bryce. Like, yeah, here I am. Reverse sweep, first ball. Okay, didn't connect with it, but she means business right from the get-go.
And that's Carter in, and that goes through to Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps for no run. That's the end of the over. 66 for 1. That crucial wicket of Sarah Bryce within that over. And that's a good start to Darcy Carter's spell with Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, she bowled very well. Well, 66 for 1. Finally that partnership broken. Catherine Bryce comes to the crease, who's, you know, not the batter that you think you're going to knock over quickly, but every batter has to start from naught, and that's always the best time to put the pressure on and try to get them out away from home, an unfamiliar place, different surface, changeable weather. As Graham comes in to Kirk, who just checks that for no run. Graham fielding off her own bowling. Beg your pardon, Johnson. Grace Johnson bowling to Michaela Kirk on strike for the Blaze. Bowled so well, Grace Johnson. I've been really impressed with her start here. And a lot of the pressure that she's put on has led to just a, you know, not the fastest scoring rate for the Blaze. Just keeping a measure of containment there, even though they had been rotating the strike quite well. There hadn't been very many boundaries off the opening pair, and you know, you've got more of a license when you're sort of 66 for naught, but 66 for one, perhaps more caution, as that just comes off the edge of Michaela Kirk's bat to go behind. She'll get through for one run. So still not, you know, at her most sort of like confident and freewheeling best yet, Michaela Kirk. She's been at the crease for a long time, but we're in the 16th over now. So Thunder will feel like, especially the way that Johnson's been bowling so well, they feel like, yeah, they could still get her out before she gets anywhere near sort of half century, 26 or 51 so far. It's been a slow innings, but they almost want her to eat up those deliveries. Johnson in, and that's just hit behind to third man. They get through, rotate the strike again, bringing Michaela Kirk back on strike. Yeah, slow and steady for Blaze at the moment. They're hoping we'll win the race. The key is keeping Catherine Bryce even at that non-striker's end, letting Michaela Kirk eat up those deliveries. That massively slows the run rate, and will be key for Johnson into Kirk. And she swings about at that. That goes behind square. They'll get through for one run. 68 for one wicket. Yeah, Catherine Bryce, as you say, will be hungry for the strike, and keen to build on that platform set by her sister and opening batting partner Michaela Kirk. So, as you say, you know, the Thunder bowlers having a bit of consultation there in the field. They'll need some new plans for how they're going to get Catherine Bryce out. Yeah, it's good to see Tara Norris having a chat with Grace Johnson. Of course, Norris having a bit more experience. Oh, here comes the sawdust bucket. So, oh yeah, I wondered what the hold-up was there. They didn't look like they were having a big bowling discussion. It was more waiting around. But yeah, a bit of sawdust needed. As we mentioned, it was a bit overcast when we arrived, and I imagine there was probably quite a lot of dew in the ground. Indeed, so it seems to be causing a bit of trouble with the foothold for the bowlers there at the crease, you know, where the bowler lands as they release the ball. It's the second time they've had to bring some sawdust out, so perhaps the conditions just causing a little bit of disruption there on the surface, and the bowlers will want to make sure that their run-up is completely clear and the way that they want it. Grace Johnson bowling so well in her opening spell that, yeah, it's definitely worth taking the time to get that run up right, get the track right how you want it. Maybe, yeah, distract the Blaze batters a little bit. Catherine Bryce new to the crease. She's on one of her four balls faced. Grace Johnson into Bryce, who cuts that behind again. She'll get through for one run. A little bit of an attempt to go through for the second, but it was never really on. That looking busy as she always does. Good over from Grace Johnson again. 3 runs off it. Keep the pressure up, Thunder. tried to get that second wicket. You know, it was so long to get a wicket, few chances missed. Now is the time to strike again, right, and get another player out.
Yeah, 70 for 1 here in Sale, and I'll keep you updated on the scores around the country. So 70 for 1 also in Moseley with the South East Stars playing the Central Sparks. Stars are 70 for 1, and Sunrisers Western Storm are 64 for 2, and the Vipers are 69 for 2 against the Diamonds in Headingley. As there's a reverse swept, there's an appeal again. It's similar to the one that was Catherine Bryce's first delivery of the day.
Ellie Threlkeld is convinced, isn't she?
She is 100% sure. We'll see on the replay,
now.
I'm sure. Because the umpire, he was not given anything out other than the catch. It's delivered again, and it's tidy behind the stumps for a dot ball. That's
good bowling by Carter there.
Yeah, really good bowling by Carter. 2 identical deliveries, and Bryce was brave to play the reverse sweep again, as that's pushed into the offside. The fielding done out there, and so they'll run through for a single.
When a batter opens every over with the reverse sweep attempt, you can tell how confident they're feeling. Eh?
Precisely, it's bold, but the talent of Bryce, it makes sense, as that one's just pushed into the offside by Bryce. It'll be a dot ball for Carter. So only conceding 1 from the over so far. Carter in again, he picked up the first wicket, and that's hit down into the leg side by Michaela Kirk in the deep square leg boundary. Now swap over, rotate the strike. Catherine Bryce to face again.
72 for 1.
Can Carter get both the Bryces, as this one gets slightly caught between her feet and just drops short. And that's the end of the over. A very good over from Darcy Carter. 72 for 1. And a real impact with the ball today so far.
Indeed, Thunder bowlers bowling really well, and Catherine Bryce, not quite picking the length of Carter in that last over. So that's really encouraging signs. While she's still early in her time at the crease. Oh well, now time for Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones, that very economical bowler. Unfortunately, spent a lot of last season injured, but has had a decent one this season so far. And she's the 3rd leading wicket taker in the competition with 20 wickets, so I imagine she'll play a big part today, as well as she has done throughout the tournament.
Yeah, she's been a brilliant bowler for Thunder over the years, with her left arm off spin. Of course, we know another very famous left arm spinner for Thunder, as she's in to Michaela Kirk, who just digs that out for no run. Hannah Jones rushes to field off her own bowling, so yeah, you can see that she's really keen to, champing at the bit to get stuck into these bowlers, which is good to see, and she really has a knack for taking wickets for Thunder over the years. She's into Michaela Kirk. Oh, and she's out! Bowled by Hannah Jones. There's that wicket-taking knack. Oh man, so low-key, and always just such chill celebrations from Hannah Jones, but she really is one of my favourite bowlers to watch.
Yeah, instant impact.
Wild swing by Michaela Kirk, and completely deceived there with the flight of the ball.
Michaela Kirk bowled by Hannah Jones.
Hannah Jones is taking the bails off
for 2, and their incoming batter.
The top of the stumps there, and Michaela Kirk, who did well to get to 29, but never looked 100% comfortable. Did well to stay in and really try and dig in and get the measure of the bowlers. Thunder have bowled very well. There were a couple of chances where Michaela Kirk could have walked before, so Thunder will be really pleased to get her out and get bowling at another fresh batter. Marie Kelly, again a very prolific run scorer for the Blaze, comes to the crease. Her and Catherine Bryce could be a formidable partnership, so Thunder will be really keen to take another one here and not let this partnership settle in. Wicket with her second ball, Hannah Jones.
72 for 2.
And that's just checked leg side. Marie Kelly off the mark very casually. 1 run added to the total. 73 for 2.
Now this are a pair you do not want to build a partnership from a Lancashire Thunder perspective. They are two very good batters.
100% agree. As Hannah Jones is into Bryce, hits that leg side. Bit of poor fielding attempt, misfield out there at extra cover. So they'll scamper through for a couple of runs. And gets Eve Jones there at extra cover, who just again tilts her head back. Yeah, a little bit of frustration. She's a really good fielder and very experienced cricketer. You don't want to let any cheap runs through with 2 new batters to the crease. Got to keep the fielding tight from the Thunder perspective. And back your bowl as Hannah Jones is in. Oh, that's hit. Oh, that's hit straight down the ground, and I think it's just hit Marie Kelly just in the shins there. She's got her pads on, of course, so she's up very quickly, but just the Blaze fielding the ball there for Thunder. Stopping any runs going through, but she's all right on her feet. Jones in. That's just checked by Marie Kelly leg side. They'll go through for a very nonchalant 1 run. As the partnership I expect will be expecting to stay at the crease and stay together for many overs still to come. But a really good and successful opening over of her spell for Hannah Jones. Amazing bowler for Thunder. Something always happens when she gets the ball in hand. So time for Thunder to keep that pressure up and put the foot down, eh?
Precisely. And it's been an instant impact by Hannah Jones, and I think Carter will continue here with the ball. I've just had word from reporters live on the scene in Moseley that the ball has been sent into the nettles, and the players have had to head into the nettles to retrieve the ball. As Carter is in to Bryce, who slices that into the leg side. It's going to race away to the boundary. The diving fielder there, Danny Collins, attempting to stop that, but it will go for 4. And that's a good bit of momentum by Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, despairing dive there on the boundary, but a very welcome boundary for the Blaze. It's been a while. I hope those nettle fielders in Moseley have got their long sleeves on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. It's 76 for 2 down there in Birmingham. As Carter's in again to Bryce, who plays a similar shot, slightly less power, just into that offside region. And they'll rotate the strike to bring Marie Kelly back on, having only faced 1 ball so far today. Marie Kelly, we mentioned Birmingham, who was from Solihull. Played a lot of cricket in the West Midlands, captaining Warwickshire and also playing with the Central Sparks in the first year as Carter's in, and that's been played into the offside. Eve Jones doing the fielding. Of course, Marie Kelly and Eve Jones, former teammates for both Warwickshire and Central Sparks.
They know a little something about building partnership and scoring runs, these two.
Precisely, as Carter's in again to Kelly, who defends that down the pitch. Yeah, Marie Kelly and Catherine Bryce are perhaps two of, I'd say Catherine Bryce in particular, and just scores runs for fun. And Marie Kelly, she's definitely more of a T20 batter with her explosive style, but she can play a good 50 over innings, and that's been defended back down the pitch once again. Catherine Bryce with 208 runs so far in this competition. Once again, Carter, she gets her hand on it and is put down. That brings about the end of the over. 80 for 2. 81 for 2 even. The score not quite ticking over yet. But a really interesting point actually about the Bryces, which I'd slightly forgotten about, but the Blaze had an awful run of form at the start of the season. They just could not win a game. And of course they had a fantastic season last season in their, kind of first season as this new Blaze identity. And suddenly it was all going wrong. But I think a big part of that was the Bryces were absent because they were on Scotland duty with World Cup qualifiers.
I remember now, yeah.
And as soon as they came back, the Blaze started winning. So
Hannah Jones that's really struck firmly by Catherine Bryce, but that's just stopped behind the bowler. Yeah, I remember that actually, now that you've reminded me of the absence of the Bryce at the start of the season. Yeah, of course. And as you say, as soon as they came back, things turned around for the Blaze. And it's completely understandable why quality batters that they are. Hannah Jones into Bryce again, who hits straight down the ground. That's well covered, so there'll be no run.
Yeah, when you lose two of your top order batters, it is going to make a significant difference, especially when they are the calibre of the likes of the Bryces.
Jones into Bryce. She shuffles her feet down and hits that airily over the bowler's head, over the fielders behind the bowler. That's going to go for 4 runs. Very confident lofted shot there by Catherine Bryce, who has now spent 16-17 deliveries at the crease and is really getting stuck into her work. This is a dangerous time for Thunder, the time when any batter is most vulnerable, of course, at the start of their time at the crease. And Catherine Bryce, being the really smart cricketer and talented cricketer that she is, doesn't need too long to really understand what needs to be done against the Thunder bowlers. So Hannah Jones into Bryce again. Bryce wasn't afraid to use her feet before. This time she just cuts the ball square, opens her stance and gets off strike, putting Marie Kelly back on to face the last couple of deliveries from Hannah Jones is over. Jones into Kelly, who just checks that leg side, and they think about a run, but think better of it. It's well fielded by Thunder.
86 for 2 here in Sale. Reminder, this is the Lancashire TV stream for Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze in the Rachael Flint Trophy.
Jones into Kelly, and again just defended forward, straight into the hands of Hannah Jones for no run. So there was a boundary of the third ball of that over from Hannah Jones. Otherwise, again, a very good disciplined over from Hannah Jones. And the score now on 86 for 2 after 20 overs.
Made it to that 20 over mark, and Lancashire Thunder, although they've had good impact with those 2 wickets, will want a couple more wickets in that tally. A reminder that on commentary is myself, Polly Starkey, and Faye Florence, the other voice alongside me, as Carter back into the attack, and there are sighs as that one just goes past the wickets. It was pretty close, with Catherine Bryce there at the strike's end.
Yeah, it's not been easy to get Darcy Carter away. Really good spell from her.
I think it's a good point as well, and it's, she's hard to get away, and Bryce is a player who knows her quite well, and has been driven down the ground on the offside, but there'll be no run. So it's not like she's got that kind of, I think sometimes with debutants, particularly bowlers, they do quite well because their opponents don't know them yet, they haven't figured them out, but I imagine there will have been a bit of netting between these two at international camps, as that's been nudged into the offside. They'll gently jog through for the single. So I think Carter's just a hard bowler to figure out. And she is an all-rounder, but I think her batting is what she's more known for. So the fact that she's doing so well with the ball today is positive for the Lancashire Thunder. As Carter's in again, and Marie Kelly pushes that into the leg side for 1 run.
100%, and they seem to be really sort of treating the bowling with respect and just, rotating the strike, getting off the mark, just nudges here and there in the gaps, and not really swinging for Carter's deliveries.
Carter to Bryce, and that's been edged into the offside. There'll be no run.
Even though Threlkeld's up to the stumps, both batters are just using their feet a little bit to try and meet the pitch of Carter's bowling. Could be an opportunity there for a stumping.
Carter to Bryce, who takes hold of that, lofts that in the air, but it'll drop short of the fielder out there in the deep. And that's Fee Morris there. And they'll only get one run. It was an expansive shot, but once again...
Yeah, or opportunity for a catch.
Yeah,
hey,
precisely. It could have been a wicket.
Really good bowling by Darcy Carter. I've been so impressed with her this morning. Creating chances for Thunder, and that's just what they've got to keep doing with these two on strike. A formidable partnership, potentially, of Marie Kelly and Catherine Bryce as they chat in the middle.
89 for 2 at the end of the over.
Kelly calls Bryce back for just a few more instructions.
Hannah Jones will be bowling once again. Her figures so far.
As Jones is in to Bryce, who was shadow batting a bit and then just checks that one back to Hannah Jones.
She's bowled the 2 overs, got about 1 wicket, of course, of Michaela Kirk, who she bowled and only conceded 9 runs.
Jones into Bryce, who uses her feet to come forward, hits that straight down the ground. There is a fielder covering behind, so they'll get through just for the 1 run.
Again, good bowling by Hannah Jones, keeping it tight, consistent line and length, and is
Marie Kelly on strike. Hannah Jones in. She uses her feet again and shuffles towards to meet the pitch of the ball. That struck leg side for 1 run.
Jones doesn't put much pace on the ball, so the batters have to work really hard to get it anywhere, which I think coming down the track a bit is just aiming to put a bit of force in there, but Jones's bowling's working so far.
Absolutely, yes. Jones is into Bryce. She uses her feet a little bit and strikes that straight. So a straight drive there for no run. Fielders at long on and long off, prepared to retrieve those straight drives. Jones in again. Now she uses her feet and hits that aerially. That's over the head. There was an outstretched hand from the fielder there at long on, but it's gone over her and over the boundary for 4 runs. So starting to get a little bit of success from being brave and using her feet. I mean, Catherine Bryce is such a quality batter. She'll be willing to take that on against the off spinner, and even with the wicket keeper up to the stumps. I think is starting to get a measure of the surface. She's been in for 26 deliveries now. Hannah Jones into Bryce, and this time she just hits that into the offside. Fielded extra cover for no run, but it's a good little battle between those two. We love to see it. Quality bowling against really quality batters. That's the kind of contest that makes this competition so exciting to watch. The Rachael Heyhoe Trophy. Polly Starkey alongside me. How do you think it's going for the Blaze at this stage?
Yeah, I think they're ticking along nicely, and I guess this partnership is quite crucial to the rest of their innings. If Marie Kelly and Catherine Bryce stick out there, then I imagine they'll put on a big total, but a couple of wickets can all make the difference, and that first wicket taker was Darcy Carter, who is coming back in, and that's been lofted in the air, and it goes over the head of Phoebe Graham. It drops short of the boundary, and it kind of plugs in the field, and they'll take the 2 runs from it. But I thought for a second, with the height it got, that could have been a catch. And
same, yeah. She looked. I mean, she was backtracking on her feet. Maybe she didn't quite get.
And that would have
the
been
pace of it.
Yeah, but identical to Carter's first wicket, as that's been pushed into the leg side down the ground, and that'll be another dot ball for Carter. So yeah, there's kind of everyone held their breath for a second. So that went
she
up.
looked in the business there, but yeah, it was a bit fast over her head.
There's Carter to Kelly. It's just slashed into the leg side. They'll take the single. It was quite a full delivery, and it was almost a full toss. And Kelly just took hold of that, but didn't quite get the rewards.
Still creating chances in her 7th over, Carter. Bowling so well.
Carter to Bryce, and that's nudged into the leg side. There'll be the 1 run, just gently jogging between the wickets. Plenty of encouragement in the field from the Lancashire Thunder players, as we've seen throughout the game today. Needing to keep the energy up in this crucial game, as Carter's into Kelly, who comes down the track and in the end is just hit down the ground straight to Grace Johnson. Carter, the off spinner, into the attack, and Kelly takes a few steps and once again plays that down the ground. It bounces up actually at Grace Johnson.
Yeah, a little bit of a misfield there. Maybe there might have been a chance to have a shy at the stumps and take it close for that 1 run. But anyway, as it was, they've got through for the run. So still those little misfields creeping into Thunder's game there in the field. Okay, maybe she would have been safe, Marie Kelly getting back to her crease, but got to keep the pressure on with chances like that with 2 such good batters.
Exactly, it's about pressure, it's about intent, and I think a sign of a really good side is when their fielding's really sharp, when their fielding's intimidating. I love when you see within the ring the players, the way they walk in and try and intimidate the batters. That's kind of the sign of a really strong side. And even if it's not actual cricket technique, it's the things around it which can also make the difference on the field.
So as Blaze have brought up their century at 100 for 2, Grace Johnson continues bowling to Marie Kelly. And that's just been called a wide. I beg your pardon, Phoebe Graham.
Phoebe Graham coming back, number 17.
Bowling to Marie Kelly. So she started well, Phoebe Graham. So coming back into her spell, she'll be looking to keep up that good line in length that just contain the Blaze batters into Marie Kelly. And that's been caught behind. An edge off the bat of Marie Kelly into the safe hands, the safe gloves of Ellie Threlkeld, the captain.
It almost felt like there was a massive sense of relief there with that celebration. And Marie Kelly has to go. That's the 3rd wicket down for the Blaze. And a big moment for the Lancashire Thunder. Just the slightest top edge. And that is a moment the Lancashire Thunder have been waiting for.
Really good delivery from Phoebe Graham that just seemed to move away off the surface and catch the outside edge of Marie Kelly's bat. Ellie Threlkeld standing back and straight into her gloves for a perfect catch for the brilliant wicket keeping we know her to always produce, and that is just the breaking of the partnership that the Thunder needed, would have wanted, and that brings Orla Prendergast to the strike, to the crease.
I'm excited to see Prendergast bat. I was at the Blaze game on Saturday and she didn't quite get the opportunity she'd have wanted and didn't bat quite in the way she usually does. She's a fantastic batter for Ireland, only 22 years old, but has had a huge impact there. 80 Ireland caps and scored a debut ODI century, 122 not out from 107 balls.
She's facing Phoebe Graham now, and she just checks that behind square, behind point, I beg your pardon, and she'll get through from 1 run off the mark to put Catherine Bryce back on the crease, facing the bowling of Phoebe Graham. As we were saying, she started really well and returning to her spell for her 4th over. Started with a wide and then the wicket of Marie Kelly. So she's picked up where she left earlier, and she's into Catherine Bryce now. Oh, now that was almost a repeat of the one that got Marie Kelly out just a few deliveries before, past the bat of Catherine Bryce and into the gloves of Ellie Threlkel, but this time no edge. No run. So the score stays at 102 for 3.
I've plenty of praises to sing about Prendergast, so once she takes strike, I'm sure we will see what she can do.
Graham into Bryce. That's just defended to mid-wicket, and they'll go through for no run. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing it. It's so exciting to have Orla Prendergast, even for this short period of time, for the final few games of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint, and Irish batter, formidable batter. We've seen her playing in England before, and it's great to have her back in the competition, batting for the Blazers. Graham is in to Catherine Bryce, and again that's just tapped leg side. There'll be no run. Looking very relaxed as always, Catherine Bryce, even if she doesn't quite get it bat on ball. She's never one to panic, just sets herself, gets ready for the next delivery. Always looking to score, but then always sort of looking carefully at what the ball is doing. Just seen her teammate dismissed by Phoebe Graham, as Phoebe Graham's in again. This time that's cut to point. There'll be no run. So Phoebe Graham really bowling well in that spell, bowling to her field in that over. Has prized the wicket of Marie Kelly. She's got a tap on the back from her teammate for her efforts there. A high five. As the Thunder fielders are looking up and about again, looking busy, looking to get more wickets. So tell us, Polly Starkey, as the score is 102 for 3, about Orla Prendergast and the impact she's going to have here and that she's had in her career so far.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with Prendergast. I mean, the fact she's so young and has already accumulated so many caps for Ireland, the 80 caps that she's got, and I said it was hard for her to get a place over here because, of course, she is an overseas player with Ireland as a test play nation, but she's just been picked up in the WBBL for the Adelaide Strikers. And I mean, I'll be impressed if there are any Australian listeners out there. I mean, I know it's probably about 9-10 p.m. In parts of Australia at the moment as Carter's in to Prendergast, and that's just nudged behind it, and they'll take the one run from it. And she's been picked up by the Adelaide Strikers in the draft, which of course is an incredibly competitive draft. You've got the likes of Smriti Mandana, Sophie Eccleston, the world's best players from England, India, Australia, and she's managed to be picked up as an overseas player there as Carter's in, and that's been driven by Bryce. There'll be only the one run available, but she's managed to get picked up in franchise cricket, which, I mean, previously it's only been Gabby Lewis really who's made those steps, and so it's fantastic to see her be recognised. And yeah, Australia, what a gig, as Carter's in again, and that's nicely defended by Prendergast.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that about that signing for the Strikers, so yeah, that's amazing. Congratulations to her, and any Strikers fans watching, if you want to see what your new signing's about, I hope you were tuned in to Lancs TV.
Carter in to Prendergast, who nudges that back, and the fielding's done. They're at third, or short third. I think it was only yesterday that it happened, so it's very recent news, but it's a fantastic opportunity, but also just to play alongside some of the world's best as well, and to be a part of that playing group will be fantastic for Prendergast, as that one is also nudged to kind of a short third position. And I think it will be great for Prendergast's development. A couple of regional players, I think Georgia Adams, Eve Jones have headed over there. Mai Boucher, just as she was on the fringe of England, headed there with the Melbourne Stars, as that's been played again to kind of a point area, as Tara Norris
single,
working
that one.
hard there. Yeah, the score 104 for 3. But we've seen kind of the impact of the 100 here and the WBBL over in Australia and the WPL in India even. They're just really good opportunities for development and to kind of put your name out there, especially for someone like Orla Prendergast, who won't get the opportunity to play against the top sides in the world very often. But she impressed against Sri Lanka, and she'll be heading back to Ireland very shortly to play against England, or I mean, it's not an England A side, it's a real England senior side, but it is kind of made up of A players, as the main squad heads to the UAE to prepare for the World Cup as drinks are taken here in Sale. But yeah, it's fantastic for Prendergast, and I think with bat and ball, she is the ultimate all-rounder, and that's what teams want in franchise cricket. They want someone who can come in and bat top middle order and also bowl a couple of overs, and that's precisely what Prendergast brings. So I'm very happy for her, and it's good to see her being recognised so internationally. The score here, 105 for 3, but we'll keep you updated elsewhere. So in Moseley, the South East Stars are 93 for 3, with Kira Chatley and ADR at the crease. Then we've got Western Storm against the Sunrisers. Western Storm are 82 for 5, so having a little bit of a collapse there against the Sunrisers. Of course, the Storm are completely out of the competition now. They cannot qualify. And then the Southern Vipers against the Northern Diamonds are 107 for 2, with Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwis at the crease. So a variety of results across the table.
Yeah, I love it those days when all the teams are playing, and you know, everyone's playing at the same time. It's always interesting to see how, where, you know, the different regions, where different locations where they're playing, and all the different conditions, and how quickly people are scoring, and yeah, what collapses are happening at the same time, and people fielding in the nettles and all sorts of things. So and it was really interesting to hear all that information about Orla Prendergast, and she has the opportunity to do something spectacular here, doesn't she? Really start to really just announce all these amazing the kind of player she is, with these opportunities that she's getting now. And if she can go big here for the Blaze, and really take them to a big score that they would need, and if they can defend, and if things go their way and they do end up in that final stay, and you know, get into position with, of course, what the other sides need to do to allow the Blaze in, then yeah, she could really start to build her reputation even more. So a huge moment for her here with the Blaze today.
Yeah, and in fact she came over for the Western Storm last season and on debut scored a century, and you just think that's the start you want. So she's made a real impact on regional cricket over here, but as we mentioned, she can't qualify as a local player because Ireland are a test play nation, so that's a slight hindrance to her. But I mean, she's proven that she can come in as a big overseas, and the Blaze have had a plethora of players, with Nadine de Klerk previously coming over, but Orla Prendergast is doing a good job here, and it'll be nice to see her score some runs today. Obviously, from a Lancashire Thunder perspective, they will be keen to stop her as soon as possible. But that opening partnership, I think it was 66 runs between Sarah Bryce and Michaela Kirk, and that is something the Lancashire Thunder will want to stop. The partnership is very much in its infancy between Prendergast and Catherine Bryce, but it can very easily sail away.
So as drinks come to a close, that's Polly Starkey giving me lots of information, and all you listeners out there on Lancs TV. Really interesting about Orla Prendergast and the different players that the Blaze has signed over the years. I'm Faith Florence with Polly Starkey today on Lancs TV, bringing you this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game. The home side is Thunder. We're here at Sale Sports Club, competing against the Blaze. Both sides, as Polly's reminded us, there's a 1% chance for the Thunder, and a bigger chance for the Blaze to do something here to get them into finals. Phoebe Graham bowling to Orla Prendergast, and she's hit that one behind to fine behind for 1 run. She'll get through. Phoebe Graham had taken the wicket, the previous wicket, and has been bowling really well this morning. So as she continues after the drinks break, into Catherine Bryce, the wicket of Marie Kelly that Phoebe Graham had prized before. So she'll be looking to keep that pressure going. Often after the drinks break, there's usually something happens, right? Often, like batters look really steady, might just get themselves out after that little distraction.
Yeah, I mean, it disrupts play. So if you're the fielding side and you're not doing well, it gives you a chance to regroup. And if your batter's sailing along, then it gives you a chance to kind of have that broken, which isn't great.
Graham into Prendergast. And that's into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. She does swing at it to cut, but doesn't quite get any bat on it. 107 for 3. Graham with ball in hand, Orla Prendergast facing. Catherine Bryce is at the non-striker's end. Graham into Prendergast. Now that's taken an edge and it's going to race towards the boundary, but there is a fielder there at third who's gone to retrieve the ball just as it got towards the wicket, so just 1 run off that.
Yeah, there was a big yelp from Phoebe Graham, and Darcy Carter doing the fielding there, making good ground to prevent the ball getting to the boundary.
So Darcy Carter at third and Hannah Jones at fine leg, as Phoebe Graham comes into Catherine Bryce, who attempts to drive that through the covers but doesn't quite get much bat on it. So there'll be no run off that delivery. Catherine Bryce sort of, looking around, looking still relaxed, but looking like she wants to make a few more connections there and get that ball away. Just really feel that, you feel more in control when you can get bat on ball and score runs as you're used to. So Phoebe Graham doing really well to keep it contained. Drives that straight back to the bowler. At the end of that over, good over for Phoebe Graham, and the score remains 108 for 3.
Yeah, Bryce certainly will be keen to push on a little bit. She's been around for quite a few deliveries, and I imagine she'll want to up that, but at the same time she's a very experienced player and she'll realise that she doesn't need to go too hard too soon. She can take it relatively steady. They've past that 100 mark, of course, with around the halfway mark we usually do this thing where you double it and add 20, as Carter's in again, and that's been pushed into the offside. And so halfway point you kind of double the score and add 20. Carter to Prendergast. Carter to Prendergast, who pushes that behind to the fielder. So, with the theory of doubling and adding 20, it would be around the 230 mark, would be a kind of good score, as Carter's in again to Prendergast, who pushes that down the track. It'll be a dot ball. And, so if the Blaze can get to that, that's a good score. If they get higher than that, that's even better. If they get below that, then they that's the, suggestion of what's below par, as Carter's in, and that's been pushed to a short fine leg. So I guess that potentially will be the aim for the Blaze. And I imagine they'll want a couple more runs than that, it's defendable, but the Thunder could get higher than that. So that's been lofted in the air. It goes over the head of Eve Jones. It's racing to the boundary, but Danny Collins runs round and will prevent the boundary. So they'll take the 2 runs. That's a good bit of running between the pair, and a decent shot.
Yeah, Carter keeping things interesting there for the Blaze batters. So that's 9 overs she's bowled. She's had a really good long spell and bowled really, really well. The batters haven't been able to get her away. 35 runs she's conceded and taken 1 wicket, Carter, after 9 overs. So looks like she'll continue and they'll bowl her out. But she's done everything she can to really keep that scoring rate as low as possible from some very good batters at the top of the Blaze order. Phoebe Graham bowling to Catherine Bryce now, who hits that backward of square. She'll go through for 1 run. Fielded by Hannah Jones. That fine leg. Phoebe Graham makes her way back to her mark. Orla Prendergast will be on strike now. We've got two sweepers square of the wicket on the boundary. Got mid on and mid off. As Graham is in and drives out through the gap, through the covers. That's racing towards the boundary. There is a chase on. It's dried out perhaps a little bit on the outfield out there as the ball does go over the boundary for 4 runs. So a very welcome boundary from the Blaze there. She just dissected the fielders perfectly there in the covers. And Orla Prendergast looks like she's starting to get a move on herself. So far was on 7 from her 15 deliveries. At that boundary as Phoebe Graham comes into Orla Prendergast, who hits that to mid-wicket. Fielded by the fielder for no run there. Phoebe Graham won't have liked getting a boundary off that last delivery. She's been keeping it really disciplined and bowling really good line and length. So Prendergast did well to get her away there through the covers. Dot ball the next delivery as Phoebe Graham comes in to Prendergast again. And she hits that straight. She'll run through for a tight single, but a comfortable single. Getting off strike there. As Catherine Bryce is back into face. So Prendergast and Bryce, I mean, we talked about it when they came together after Marie Kelly got out to the bowling of Phoebe Graham, that these two could be potentially another really dangerous partnership that can take this game away from the Thunder. Phoebe Graham to Bryce, and that goes back into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. No run. And of course a chance for Prendergast to make a big statement here. That new information from Polly Starkey, that I hadn't been aware of yet, of the Adelaide Strikers signing Orla Prendergast for WBBL. Graham in to Bryce. Oh, now that's gone behind to the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld, just popped out of the gloves, but there was no bat on it, so very close to the edge there again. Graham bowling beautifully in her spell, in the 6th over of her spell of bowling. And the score is up to 116 for 3 after 28 overs. So ticking along nicely. There have been some good wickets by the Thunder, but yes, we mentioned this could be a dangerous partnership, and we're getting to the stage where the Blaze can really start to accelerate now once you get towards the 30th over. And that score that you mentioned, potentially, a good score of 250-ish that the Blaze could get up to, would be very, very difficult for the Thunder to defend.
So they've opted to put Darcy Carter back in, as that's been lofted in the air and that's been driven down and that's gone away for 4. That's a really nice shot from Orla Prendergast, showing what she can do.
Absolutely, one bounce
classy
4.
Shot. And
almost looked like the Thunder were applauding that shot. It was so good.
Held the pose. It was beautiful. Just one bounce 4, as you say.
So good for everyone.
It was really nice. And Carter continuing here, looking to bounce back, as that's just been pushed into the leg side. More tentative shot this time. And utilising what bowlers Thunder have left. So of course Hannah Jones has only bowled 3 overs. Grace Johnson and Tara Norris have had 5 each, and then Phoebe Graham's had 6. So they've really utilised Carter here, just bowling her out, doing a whole 10 overs, as Carter plays that to Bryce, who pushes that into the leg side. So I wonder if they'll continue with the spin, perhaps even bringing Fee Morris into the bowling attack at some point.
That's a point. We haven't had Fee Morris at all yet.
As Carter's in again, and that's defended nicely. Because I guess usually when Darcy Carter hasn't been playing, Fee Morris has been utilised a little bit more. But there also is a lot of batting depth there with Ella Claridge and Lucy Hyam to come in. Josie Groves can bowl a bit, as that's been whacked into the air. It's going to race away for 4, miles away from the fielders. That is a fantastic shot by Orla Prendergast. So confident, And she played it a similar shot on the offside. She goes to play it on the leg side. She really is a 360 player.
Spectacular four and looking very comfortable, Willa Prendergast at the crease.
126 for 3, as that one's just been nurdled into the leg side, and they'll take the single.
She kind of has this sort of open stance with her feet spread apart and this kind of bouncy, you know, preparation before as she waits for the ball to come in. And I've been watching her as she's using her feet, just sort of dancing a little bit backwards or forwards, you know, as she reads the pitch of the ball, and for me has looked the most comfortable batter out there in the Blaze so far.
Yeah, she didn't have the quickest start either, but she's really made up for that, and she does look really confident at the crease now, and looks pretty settled. So I think some of those shots are just a taste of what Willa Prendergast can do.
Absolutely, as Graham has the ball in hand, bowling to Prendergast, who drives that through the leg side. It'll get through for 1 run. So they're rotating the strike well. The Blaze batters looking increasingly confident and comfortable, and as you mentioned, at this stage starting to just pick up that strike rate a little bit where they can. So important for Thunder to put their pressure back on if they can. As Phoebe Graham to Catherine Bryce hits it straight. Got to keep that bowling line in length really disciplined, and the fielders to just really keep at their mark, keep that energy that they've had for the whole innings, keep it up. Yes, we've seen a few misfields, but by and large the fielding's been pretty good when they've been able to back their bowlers. Phoebe Graham into Catherine Bryce, and she just strikes that square, shuffles through for 1 run. Rotating the strike nicely, and you know, getting a sense of the run rate ticking up. It's at 4.3. It's been around 4ish for most of the game. With these two looking in, it's definitely good time to pick up that rate. Phoebe Graham to Prendergast, and that's a good ball that Prendergast is just only able to defend down at her feet. Score on 129 for 3 in the 30th over here at Sale Sports Club. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Thunder versus the Blaze. I'm Faith Florence with Polly Starkey for Lancs TV as Phoebe Graham into Prendergast. And she gets some bat on it, just an edge of a bat, and that will just trickle through down to the fielder at third man. It's Hannah Jones. That's another run in the over. So rotating the strike nicely, not quite able to get Phoebe Graham away. They won't mind too much at this stage if they can just keep getting those singles, and I think they'll be confident that any slight straying from the bowlers, they'll be able. These are the batters who can get that ball over the rope. Catherine Bryce facing. She cuts that square to point, and they'll get through for another run. So just a real rotation at the moment. Batters increasingly comfortable, and these two can really launch when they decide it's time. Hey, so Thunder really have got to keep the pressure on and look for that wicket. It looks like maybe a bowling change coming on to try and do just that. Polly Starkey.
Yeah, Fee Morris is going to come on, I think, here. So in terms of the bowling figures so far, of course, we've just had Darcy Carter exhaust her overs. So from her 10 overs, she was 1 for 48, which is a very good debut. Then Phoebe Graham's bowled 7, 1 for 27. Hannah Jones 1 for 15 from only 3 overs. And then Tara Norris is 23 for no wickets. And as I say, Fee Morris coming on here, who is a handy all-rounder and can bowl a bit of off-spin. So they've opted for more spin here. There's Fee Morris to Catherine Bryce, who's driven that down the ground. They'll take the single, but it was a good ball to start with.
I've loved the signing of Fee Morris ever since she's come to the Thunder. She's been one of the best performers for the team, such a great all-rounder, and always delivers.
Morris in again, and that's been sliced into the offside. It's going to race away to the boundary, but Danny Collins just about stops it. A really nice slide there, very smooth, a pick-up, throw-in. And that is a lovely bit of fielding.
I thought it had beaten her actually, but yeah, no, she was completely in control there at the end. Yeah, a little knee slide, stop that boundary happening. That's what we need from the Thunder fielders.
Morris in again to Prendergast, who pushes that into the leg side. They'll scamper through for the single, rotating that strike nicely. And yeah, Fee Morris, who's taken 10 wickets so far in this tournament, and has also been up there with the run scorers. As Morris is in again to Bryce, who snaps that one, and it's been taken. Fee Morris has got the wicket. She's come on and she's done exactly what Thunder would have wanted her to do. That's the end of Catherine Bryce's innings, and she has to head back after scoring 31 runs. The score 135 for 4. The 4th wicket for the Blaze, and a fantastic
brilliant
fielding
catch.
And bowling.
Tara Norris there at that crucial backward square point, just there to get those sorts of catches. And in the safe hands of Tara Norris, sends Bryce back to the pavilion. Really good wicket, crucial wicket for Thunder, because we saw Catherine Bryce in the last game carry her bat for 80-something runs. I mean, she was getting close to a century, if I recall. So to get her out at this stage when she could really go on and take the game away from the Thunder, as you know, we've seen her do just in her last match, would have been really riding high and feeling confident for that. So that's an excellent wicket for Thunder. And really good time, and restricts them from a Thunder perspective. Hopefully not getting that score of 250 plus that you mentioned. That would be very difficult to defend. So that's one in the column for the Thunder. Really good pressure paying off there.
Yeah, that was a partnership of 34 between Catherine Bryce and Orla Prendergast. So kind of nip that in the bud at the right time. And the Blaze 135 for 4. Fee Morris ready to continue her over as Claridge faces her first ball, which is defended back for 1, for a dot ball even. Apologies. Fee Morris, a very good start to her bowling today. Morris to Claridge, who pushes that into the offside. There'll be no run. Yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I was saying, I think she's been a brilliant signing. She's one of those middle order all-rounders who can build a partnership. You know, if you lose a few up top, you feel quite happy if Fee Morris is coming out to bat, you know, that you can still get those runs and get the partnership, whether you're chasing or trying to build a score. And of course, she can get you some big wickets with her spin bowling as well. So she's been a great signing for the Thunder, and I really look forward to seeing what she can do with the team in future seasons, and being there in the squad when Thunder get to the finals again, and you know, God willing, lift a trophy at some point in the future. It would be great to see her investment paid off with that success. Graham into Prendergast, who hits that into the offside for no run.
Yeah, on the note of Fee Morris, when her contract wasn't renewed at Western Storm, I think it might have been agent Alex Hartley that got her up here. But she's been absolutely fantastic with bat and ball last season in particular, and on pre-season tour as well when they headed to Bangalore and the UAE. That was a big success.
Graham to Prendergast, who cuts that behind. She'll get through for 1 run. Be stopped at third man, so no attempt at a second run there. But that brings the new batter on strike. That's Ella Claridge, who'll be looking to take over from where Catherine Bryce left off, just keep the scoring steady and try to get that run rate up. It's down at 4.3, about where it's been for the whole match so far, as Graham is into Claridge. And she hits that backward square and rotates the strike. She'll get off strike and bring Ola Prendergast back on, who's the one probably most likely to get the strike rate accelerating now to a point where the Blaze need it to be. And Thunder need to do everything they can in the field to keep Claridge on strike as much as possible. Put the pressure on and get the new batter out. Graham to Prendergast, and that's going to be called a wide by the umpire. Just slightly straying her line there, Phoebe Graham, but she's bowled fantastically so far. In her 8th over now, 1 for 28 are her figures so far, and if she can get Claridge back on strike, she could be the one to prize her out while she's fresh to the strike. But it's Prendergast first facing Graham. Graham fields that. That's just hit straight back to the bowler. Thunder fielders up and about. Just got a wicket, sensing that this is a big opportunity to break open a new partnership again. The bowlers have all bowled really, really well. Deserve the reward so far, as Graham into Prendergast again, and that's just check leg side for a very quick 1 run. Excellent bowling from Phoebe Graham so far throughout her spell. Claridge will have to face Graham for another delivery now. As Graham runs in. And that's hit leg side, and they scamper through for 1 run. Conditions overhead have kind of steadied to a sort of a grey with the odd bit of blue poking through, but that slight rain or slight drizzle that was about in the air before has evaporated. So it's quite dry now.
I said there was going to be no rain. I don't even think we can call it drizzling. It was like, it wasn't even quite spitting. It was just...
No, you're right, 100%. It was
just a bit of moisture in the air.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully the rain holds off. It'll be nice to see some more blue skies. It's looking a little bit cloudy to our left, but...
this gentle breeze has been blowing all morning, but it hasn't been windy per se. Just a chilly breeze blowing across the ground here at Sale.
I think we could have careers as weatherwomen, because it's an excellent weather report as Fee Morris is continuing. Claridge playing that out wide onto the leg side. They'll take the single, rotating that strike nicely. 140 for 4.
I'm obsessed with the weather, Polly, and its impact on cricket in particular.
It's
grew up on the equator.
Yeah, people who have any interest in cricket are very weather obsessed. Of course, cricket's very sensitive to the weather, unlike other sports, as Morris continues again, and that's defended.
Yeah, a good scattering of spectators, all got their hoodies on, a lot of hats on, but also shorts, and some umbrellas to keep out the chill as well. So
it's a decent crowd.
It is a good crowd all around the boundary, just enjoying this contest.
Morris to Prendergast. There's a big appeal and it's given out. Prendergast has gone. That's 2 wickets for Fee Morris, and Prendergast looks a little bit frustrated by that one. We'll see the replay, but she's 29 from 33.
We see that umpire's finger finally go up.
Yeah,
There's been quite a lot of shouts for LBW, but that's the first one to go Thunder's way.
A stubborn umpire who's finally given it. Let's have a look at that replay. It
looked good to me. But,
yeah,
I'm no umpire, out. But that looked quite crashing into middle stump.
Prendergast outing to the end. She's contributed a nice 29 from 33 though, but it seems like it's not gonna be what the Blaze would have wanted. The Thunder having that desired impact. Fee Morris, absolutely fantastic. Her second wicket and into a second over. It's a good move by Ellie Threlkeld to bring Morris into the attack. And
absolutely, and you know, taking over that off-spin bowling from Darcy Carter, who bowled so well, so disciplined, put a lot of pressure on, kept that scoring rate low, bowled out without, you know, getting lots of tap from the batters, and really just allowed Fee Morris to come in and continue to put the pressure. And you know, she didn't have to sort of rescue a situation or anything like that. She could just keep do her thing, as we've seen her do, take so many wickets, and really well deserved for Fee Morris and the Thunder bowlers there.
Morris again, after taking that big wicket of Orla Prendergast. That's a play and a miss by Lucy Heyhoe.
Nicely, hey,
she's bowling really well. Really good stuff from Fee Morris. Morris, the number 31 on her shirt, to Heyhoe, who leaves that one again. It's really tidy bowling from Fee.
Two new batters at the crease, so once again Blaze find themselves in a more vulnerable position that Thunder can look to capitalise on.
Morris to Heyhoe, who finally gets a bit of bat on it. There'll be no run as she nudges that one down to short fine leg, and that's the end of the over. 141 for 5. A big over for the Lancashire Thunder. Fee Morris with the key wicket of Orla Prendergast. A big moment in the game, could prove quite pivotal.
Absolutely, and that, you know, that strong score that you calculated earlier of 250 plus, that looked like it really could be on when Catherine Bryce and Marie Kelly were looking very comfortable at the crease, and then Orla Prendergast, and all of a sudden 141 for 5, 250 looks miles away. And so Thunder have done what they needed to do to just kind of change the look of, they're still more or less in the same position where they were, but the likelihood has gone down a lot more of them getting up to that big score, which they really need if they are going to win big enough to have a chance of being in the finals. Claridge on strike, and that's just fielded in the covers. Grace Johnson back with ball in hand. Another Thunder bowler who's just bowled brilliantly, been really disciplined, created chances. And she'll be bowling to Lucy Heyhoe. Into Lucy Heyhoe, who just defends that forward.
I'm really intrigued to know this, and I'm sure this is a discussion we can have over a couple of overs, but I'd love to know how you got into cricket and how your love for cricket all started.
It's Johnson, and that's cut square, just peering over the monitor, and that's been fielded there at point. They've got through for 1 run, but yeah, a lot of people ask me about that. And yeah, of course I'd love to answer your question and share that with you, because even some of my family ask me how I got into cricket quite often. Johnson into Claridge, who hits that through the covers. There is a fielder sweeping out there. They're going to come through for a second run. And Ellie Threlkeld does whip the bails off, but she's safely through. Claridge back on strike. Yeah, you know, I've been a huge cricket fan for a long time. I was born in Kenya, and that's where I first got into cricket as a little girl. In the 80s, my mum used to love watching the West Indies on TV. And so that would have been my first experience of cricket, was watching that great team from those days, as Johnson is in, and that's driven towards the cover fielder. no room for a run there. The score remains 140 for 3. And I went to a sort of a British school in primary school, and we were encouraged to play all sorts of sports, all the classic sports, rugby, cricket, football. Girls could get involved in sports as well, and so a combination of just the thrill of watching the West Indies with my mum, and then learning about cricket at school and getting to play in PE and have some competitive games. It's Johnson in to Claridge, who hits that square and goes through for 1 run. And ever since then, a love for the sport was ignited, and I'm just a huge sports fan. And living here in the northwest, I'm based in Merseyside in Liverpool. I get to go out and watch so much good sport. And I came across Thunder in when they were playing at Egbert Cricket Club, which was just up the road from my house. And this is years ago, and I had just moved to Liverpool at that time, and I mean, they couldn't win a game, but it was just so exciting to go along and see women playing cricket just up the road from my house. And I thought, yeah, this is going to be my team. And love watching England and just the growth of the women's game. So that's kind of a summary of it all. But I just think it's a fantastic sport and so exciting to watch and be a part of here alongside you.
As Fee Morris is in, and Claridge tries to play it down the ground. It hits Morris back on the hand as it goes back as they do manage to scamper through for the single. Morris looks in a bit of pain but smiles it off. Yeah, it's such a nice story, and I think especially the opportunity to play cricket and learn about it at school is just so rare. That never happened when I was younger. I was at a girls' school as well, and, cricket, football, rugby, what are they? You play hockey and netball as Morris is in, and that's driven down the ground. A really good piece of fielding there by Eve Jones in the covers, so it'll prevent the run. But yeah, the opportunities are growing massively, and that West Indies team, I can't say I was alive, but I've watched back the footage, and it's absolutely brilliant as Morris is in again, and I am trying to play that. Ellie Threlkeld appeals, and Fee Morris has got a hand on her head, so it looked like it could have been close. It signalled a leg by the umpire. The score 148 for 5. Fee Morris, who's taken 2 wickets so far into her 3rd over, and that's driven down the ground, but Phoebe Graham will do the fielding at mid-off. Another strong over from Fee Morris. Morris in again, and that's been hit up in the air by Lucy Hyam, Ella Claridge even, and that dropped short of Seren Smell out there in the deep. They'll take the single, but these aerial shots aren't going very far. They're just kind of plugging into the ground. You mentioned it's a slow outfield. I imagine even though it's later on in the day, there's still a bit of moisture in the ground. It's probably a little bit damp out there. Morris to Hyam. He slices that into the offside. There's a misfield, and so they'll be able to take the single.
Yeah, got to keep the pressure on new batters. The little misfields and things like that. I mean, nobody will be more irritated than the Thunder fielders themselves, but they've really got to keep on top of it. They've got real opportunity. They've worked so hard to get the success that they've had so far to get those 5 wickets and some amazing gun batters out. But got to keep the pressure up in the field there. As Grace Johnson continues her spell. She's got the ball back in hand now. Lucy Hyam, just the 1 run off 7 deliveries faced. I don't know if my scoreboard's quite up to date. 2 off 8, beg your pardon, and Claridge is on 9 off 12. 150 for 5. Johnson into Hyam. Oh, and she just definitely cuts that behind. There is a fielder out there at 3rd man, so they'll just be through for 1 run. Showing a bit of skill there, Lucy Hyam with the bat. I fell in love with cricket watching Brian Lara batting. That the first female cricketer that I just thought, wow, watching her was Catherine Brunt streaming in and bowling, you know, with that
Marvellous.
character that she has, as Johnson in to Ella Claridge. And that's just checked into the offside for no run. I just absolutely loved watching Catherine Brunt. And, you know, fast bowling. Bowling is my favourite aspect of cricket, because I just think you got to kind of be mad to do it. And I can't, you know. I was a kind of batter back in school that would just sort of thrash for the boundary, but a bit rubbish at bowling. As Johnson is in, and that's cut square. Going to be fielded on the offside. They will get through for one run, but I just sort of loved the spirit and attitude of Catherine Brunt and the way she'd steam in and just like turn that arm over and absolutely terrorise batters. Whenever I wanted to introduce someone to cricket back in the day, I'd say come and watch this player, you know, watch Catherine Brunt. It just draws you in. So as Johnson is into Heyhoe, it's been so good to see all these different competitions blossoming, and the standard of women's cricket and the availability. And, you know, you can go and watch games live. You can watch games on live stream on Lancs TV, where we are now, and all sorts of streams around the country. And, of course, 100 on BBC and, you know, free-to-air TV. Just there's so many opportunities to get into cricket as a fan, even if you don't play, you know. As Johnson into Heyhoe, who just checks that into the offside and runs through for one run. Score is on 152 for 5, 153 with that run. So just rotating the strike nicely. The two new batters at the crease, not taking any risks. Bowling is good from Johnson, so just a little bit of an arm wrestle here in the contest. Of course, the Blaze, as we mentioned, looking to up the rate, but the Thunder bowlers not allowing them to do that. It's Johnson in, and again, that's just hit to the covers for one run as they keep rotating the strike and look for ways to penetrate the fielding and get to that boundary and get that scoring up.
Yeah, it's so true about just the accessibility of women's cricket now. It's grown so fast, and I think back, of course, the regional system's ending now, but when it first started in 2020 after the KSL, you know, if someone had gone in a time machine and looked forward, they would be so shocked by the development that's happened. Of course, there's such a long way to go, but the fact that all these 8 regions and what will become the counties, they're all professional sides. Some players are on pay-to-play, but they all have 11s of professional cricketers, which is fantastic. It wasn't a possibility to beat a pro and a regional player at the same time before, as Morris is back in, and they take a quick single from that with Eve Jones doing the fielding. So, because I remember in the first year of the regional system, Eve Jones, for example, was one of the first pros. Each side had 5 professionals each, and everyone else was on pay-to-play contracts. And, you know, that void has gotten a lot smaller now, and there's a lot more parity within each of the sides as Morris is in again, and there's a big appeal, and the umpire's given it. The umpire's given it out. Lucy Heyhoe will have to head back. 6 down, the Blaze are, and that's a 3rd wicket for Fee Morris. What an impact she's had to date with the ball, and we expect to see her with the bat as well later on. That's a great delivery from Morris, and just traps her, and
finally getting those LBW decisions going Thunder's way.
After all those appeals at the start. And 155 for 6 for the Blaze.
LBW to Fee Morris for 4.
Yeah, I don't know if you describe it at this stage as a little bit of a mini collapse from the Blaze.
55 for 6.
Well, some little starts, but then getting out ever since Fee Morris has had the ball in hand. That pressure really starting to tell on the Blaze now.
Yeah, I would argue it is a little bit of collapse. This is the 3rd wicket in the last 5 overs or so.
Thunder will be absolutely delighted with this, and you know, I think they really deserve it. From the start, certainly with ball in hand, they've been really disciplined, really tight, built a lot of pressure, got key wickets at the right time, that has allowed Fee Morris to come in fresh and just start her spell taking wickets all over the place. The fielding hasn't been 100%, but when it's been good enough to really rattle the Blaze a little bit and cause this little collapse.
Fee Morris continuing here in Sale as Kirsty Gordon faced their first ball of the day, which is just nudged back in front of her, and there'll be no run. Morris once again, and that's been pushed into the leg side by Gordon. Another dot ball for Morris in this fantastic over. She's gone for 9 runs so far and taken 3 wickets, and she's only in her 4th over. Morris to Gordon, he just glides that back down. No run once again. 155 for 6 the score. A reminder, this is Lancs TV for Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze in the Rachael Flint Trophy, as Morris plays that to Gordon, who gets off the mark and will send that down to 3rd. We'll just take the single, and you're listening to myself, Polly Starkey, and alongside me, Faye Florence, who are taking you through today's game. And that's the end of the over. 156 for 6, with Kirsty Gordon getting that 1 run and Ella Claridge on 12 from 16 deliveries.
Kirsty Gordon, definitely no bug with the bat, and a really professional, mature and calm, level-headed cricketer who, will respond to the situation that the Blaze find themselves in, and will really try to rebuild now with Ella Claridge and keep pushing the Blaze up to a score which they feel not only can they defend, but could be a score that can make a difference if needed for them to be in the finals. Grace Johnson to Kirsty Gordon, just defends that. As you mentioned at the start, if it's not enough just for the Blaze to win, they've got to win big. They really have to either take a lot of wickets quickly off the Thunder or score very big here, and they've lost the batters that can really take games away from you, but they've still got enough good batting there to push the score up. As Johnson is into Kirsty Gordon, and she just checks that onto the offside, and Kirsty Gordon being that kind of player and that kind of captain who can really just respond to what the situation needs, and that's a little bit of a rebuild now and a bit of a settler for the Blaze, but at the same time keeping rotation going, keeping the scoring up. As Johnson is into Kirsty Gordon, who drives straight, but I think Thunder will feel right now that they're in the ascendancy, that they've been making the impact and getting the results in these last few overs that really put that pressure back on the Blaze, and if they can keep knocking them over now, really give them a chase that they can feel confident about. 156 for 6. Kirsty Gordon facing. Johnson in, and that's cut square. A little bit of hesitation about the run, but they will get through for 1 run, bringing Ella Claridge back on strike. And Kirsty Gordon off facing the strike, as she tries to get into this spell of Johnson's bowling and get a feel for the wicket, and a feel for the conditions out there, and take on the job of rebuilding things for the Blaze. Johnson into Claridge. Hits that straight back to the bowler. Claridge's now been up there for phase 17 deliveries for her 12 runs, so she's made the start. She doesn't quite have the luxury of being able to really take her time anymore, but she does have the measure of things and needs to be the one, I guess, to sort of lead this partnership and keeping the scoring going. And she cuts that back. and that's well fielded. Backward point. There'll be no run off that final delivery. Another very good over by Johnson, who's bowled her 8 overs now, and just conceded 27 runs. Perhaps I've just got a little delay on the score that I'm looking at, but she's bowled very well to keep that scoring rate of the Blaze right down, and time to keep that pressure up there for the Thunder and get another one of these batters out. Kirsty Gordon, being the newest to the crease, having just faced 8 deliveries, would be the obvious one for the bowlers to keep chipping away at.
Yeah, 157 for 6, only one from that over from Grace Johnson, which is a lovely bit of bowling. She's done very well so far, as we've mentioned, and it'll be Fee Morris who's taken 3 wickets who comes back into the attack, as that one's just defended nicely. It'll be a dot ball. Yeah, Fee Morris, whose figures so far, she's back in here, and that one is just a straight bat held, and they'll manage to scamper through for a single. Ellie Threlkeld whips the bails off, but it's not quite in time. But that's a good bit of fielding from Eve Jones there. Get it quickly into the gloves of Threlkeld. Fee Morris bowled 4 overs already and gone for 10 runs, but with 3 wickets. And she's now into her 5th over. We're getting a bit of an off-spin masterclass from Morris today. Just making some adjustments in the field. The score 158 for 6. Morris with Claridge at the other end preparing. So that one goes straight into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld. Once again, a tidy over from Morris. She's bowled very clinically today, reaping the rewards of those 3 wickets, but her economy has been crucial as well, as she's in again, and that's skied in the air. It's going to almost be taken. It's just put down by Phoebe Graham. She gets in her hands and it drops, hits her knee and bounces off, and that could have been the 7th wicket for the Lancashire Thunder. Fee Morris will be a little bit frustrated with that.
Yeah, it wasn't the most difficult catch, but it always actually, to me, it looked from this angle like she might not get it.
Morris in again, and that one's just been turned around the corner by Kirsty Gordon. And it's going to be a shy at the stumps. It gets slightly tangled up with Gordon running through.
She had to reach slightly to her left there, Phoebe Graham, to get the ball, which was travelling at some pace there to mid-off, and so it wasn't a regulation catch, but you'd fancy her to take them more often than not.
It's always a bit more difficult where you're having to move but also trap the ball, but I mean I would back Phoebe Graham to take a catch like that, as Morris is in, and that's been skied in the air. It looks like it's going to head to the boundary, and it does. It crosses the boundary to someone in a makeshift tent over there, and that's 4 for the Blaze.
Whenever a good batter is dropped, they tend to just, the next few deliveries, they're going to smash it out of the park. With that new life, the best batters will make the most of a new opportunity like that. So that's a real shame for the Thunder. But from the Blazers' point of view, that might be the spark that really triggers Kirsty Gordon to get into the game now.
At the Mornington Road end, coming back, number 7.
Phoebe Graham with her hands on her hips and, perhaps reflecting on that chance there that came quite sharply to her. Actually, she's even sort of doing a shadow catching motion there in front of her. So the next one that comes her way, I'm sure Fee Morris will be creating plenty of more chances, and she'll be hoping to pouch that one. Hannah Jones back with ball in hand. Bowling to Kirsty Gordon, who just cuts that one backward point. There'll be no run. Hannah Jones, last time she started her spell, began with a wicket. That's the wicket of Michaela Kirk, who was who was really getting into as she's in. And this time, that is caught by Eve Jones there at just an extra cover. Hannah Jones has this habit of starting with getting wickets, starting her spells. What an amazing bowler, and that's just what the Thunder needed, especially having shelled one in that last over. Kirsty Gordon has to walk.
Yeah, good bit of bowling. Classic Hannah Jones having that early impact. And a Jones wicket.
Kirsty Gordon caught by Eve
Absolutely,
Jones,
and
Hannah Jones for 4.
with beg your pardon, with Eve Jones. Wow, all these Joneses are going to be a bit of a mouthful, but you don't just get an amazing batter who can score your shed load of runs. You get a really good fielder, really smart cricketer, who's can really hold on to their catches. She had a little misfield much earlier on in the game, but is the sort of cricketer who won't let something like that happen again, and will be in that position. Just seems to be in the right place to take those chances. Send Kirsty Gordon back to the shed.
Yeah, we've got an Eve Jones, a Hannah Jones, a Tara Norris and a Fee Morris all
man.
for Thunder today. Lucky Sophie Morris isn't playing, because then there's two Morrises and a Norris.
Quite the law firm there for Thunder. Hannah Jones still with ball in hand. She's batting to the left-hand bat of Is that Grace Ballinger?
Grace Ballinger, yeah,
come up the order a little bit.
I think so.
Maybe to just try and inject a little bit of an extra faster scoring rate in
fact,
there.
I think it's Josie Groves. That'll make sense. I'll wait till I see the number.
Hannah Jones into Claridge.
Oh. No, it is.
There'll
Grace
be no
Ballinger.
run.
You're right.
Yeah,
no,
from
I'm
the number on her shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting Josie Groves to come in.
I'm surprised by that decision, because Josie Groves is a very capable batter. And at this stage, I think you'd want
Hannah
to put her
Jones into Claridge. No run. Yeah, it's an interesting change of the order there from the Blaze.
Yeah, I saw Josie Groves hit the winning runs for the Trent Rockets against the Birmingham Phoenix during the 100.
Jones into Claridge. That's just hit into the leg side. Scamper through for 1 run. So I wonder what the thinking is behind that for the Blaze. Bringing Ballinger in, I was suggesting perhaps she could score up the strike rate a little bit. I don't know whether she'd be more suited to that than Josie Groves. They've lost quite a few batters in quick succession. Perhaps thinking they need to come up with something here to try and, definitely up the strike rate. I mean, I think if they've lost 7 wickets now, just 3 wickets left in hand, perhaps thinking the priority now is to just get some runs as fast as possible. 10 overs remaining. Fee Morris bowling, and that's pulled to the leg side, and they'll get through for 1 run. Claridge has faced 24 deliveries now, so she's definitely made a start, scored 18 runs. But it's incumbent on both of these batters now for the Blaze to just really try and get a good score to defend.
Fee Morris here, who, as we've mentioned many a time, has done a lot to date with the ball, as is an appeal, and the umpire's not interested.
Yeah, a bit of a choked appeal there. Yeah. But Fee Morris still looking very threatening.
Yeah, her bowling has just been so consistent today, as we've seen throughout the season, to be fair. But she's looking quite unplayable, as Ballinger has just guided that. There's been a misfield by Darcy Carter out there at square leg, and it will cost them, as they managed to run through for 2.
Well, a bit casual there from the Thunder at just the wrong time. I mean, it's...
yeah, they've got to keep that pressure on.
It'll be frustrating for the team.
as that's been flicked by Ballinger. And that'll just be the one run.
There's an area that Thunder could really tidy up. It's the fielding, and not just today. I think I've seen the Thunder do amazing things with bat sometimes and with ball, but all three disciplines never at the same time at the same strength. You know what I mean?
Morris in, and that's driven down the ground. Claridge is sent back by Ballinger, and there's a miscommunication. There's an appeal, but the umpire isn't saying that that's been run out. It was
she
quick
seems
fielding,
to be safe,
but I think she was just about safe. Again, it wasn't too hurried by the Blaze to get back in the crease.
No, she was halfway down the track, wasn't she?
Yeah.
It was. Everyone just feels a bit casual at the moment, but
we need the high intensity back.
Indeed.
Morris is going to continue here. And I have thought of a reason why they might have brought Ballinger in, purely to create that left-hand, right-hand combination to exhaust the field. That's bowled up. That is a fantastic ball by Fee Morris. And she's just bowled her there. The bells have gone flying. And there's another wicket for the Lancashire Thunder. They're on a roll here. Fee Morris is on a roll. That's her 4th of the day. And she's only 6 overs in.
You cannot bamboozle Fee Morris today with any changing of the order or anything like that. She is absolutely on point. Got that ball on a string. It's going exactly where she wants it to go. Doesn't matter who's facing. Fee Morris is on it. And you know what? She said, I'm taking the fielding out of this. I'm just going to knock the bails off the stumps. And Ella Claridge, who made a start and looked to be the batter who could sort of stay the course, and if the Blaze were ever going to play all their overs and still have wickets in hand at the end, you sort of felt like Ella Claridge was the one to stay in to make that happen, and maybe other batters could score quickly around her, but Fee Morris has bowled her out, clean bowled. She's had to go back to the shed, and
Josie Groves has come in. It's her last day as a teenager.
Oh, right,
it's her 20th birthday tomorrow. And as usual, you can see her mum Anita Groves in the crowd with a big Blaze flag and a Blaze bucket hat. So there's always good support for the Blaze wherever they travel. With the very distinctive orange. It's like the Vipers. You can spot them from a mile away because they're in bright orange.
Really good to see travelling support. Hannah Jones back from her spell. Bowling to Grace Ballinger, who hits that behind. They'll get through for 1 run. Good time for Hannah Jones to be bowling with new batters at the crease. Thunder can really put the foot down and try and bowl out the Blaze for a total that they feel that they can defend. It's 171 for 8. Hannah Jones to Groves, who's out to the covers, no run. Really great opportunity here for Hannah Jones and the Thunder to get another wicket. Keep applying that pressure to the Blaze. Jones into Groves, hit straight back to the bowler. Excellent from Hannah Jones, one of the finest bowlers in the competition. Really been a great mainstay for Thunder over the years. Back into Groves. And Ellie Threlkeld really quick with the gloves, whipping off the bails there. But Groves safe in her crease. Just puts the stumps, arranges them back together there. Gets her distinctive black gloves on. As Jones back into Groves, and that's just delicately checked back to the bowler. So new to this to the crease and on strike. Groves not taking any chances with Hannah Jones. It's probably a wise move, but there are not that many wickets left to play with. Once again, Ellie Threlkeld with the lightning hands whips off the bails. Really keeping the pressure up on the batter on strike there. Hannah Jones into Groves. A half-hearted appeal as Groves is just trapped there in her crease, but there's no danger for the LBW or to the stumps there. Really, really good bowling from Hannah Jones. Keeping the pressure on the Blaze, who want and need to score, really. That's going to be a wide, just straying slightly down the leg side there. Hannah Jones trying to keep Groves from freeing her arms. Doing a really good job of it. Jones into Groves. That's checked straight back to the bowler again. Really excellent bowling from Hannah Jones. Really, really good from the Thunder, restricting the Blaze to 174 for 8 after 42 overs.
Yeah, the Thunder seems to be on a bit of a roll at the moment, and the Blaze have a bit of work to do, because we said that kind of the pass score will be about 230. They're on 173, so around 60 runs away from that. They have got 9 overs, but the crucial thing is the wickets column, and they're 8 wickets down. And you know, Josie Groves is a capable batter, and Grace Ballinger has had a couple of innings, but you know, ideally they would have want to be a bit more confident batters at the crease, as Morris bowls that one, and that's defended for no run. Fee Morris, who's she's bowled 6 overs already, taken 4 wickets for 21 runs, so has really been the pick of the bowlers today for the Thunder. Morris in again to the left-handed Ballinger, and that's been sent to the leg side. They'll scamper through for 1.
Thunder now are in a position where they can keep the Blaze down to a score of under 200 if they can get these next 2 wickets out.
Yeah, exactly. That, I mean, they'll really want to get this first innings wrapped up as soon as possible, because 174 is very chaseable, and with the depth of batting that Thunder have at their expense, particularly with the addition of Darcy Carter today, they'll definitely back themselves to chase that down, as Morris is in to Groves, who drives that down the ground, but it goes straight back at Morris in the end for no run. The run rate just sitting above 4. Fee Morris to Groves, who once again just plays a defensive shot. 175 for 8. Morris to Groves, who plays that down the ground. It misses Eve Jones there, and it races away for 4. That's going to be a much needed boundary for the Blaze, and a very good shot from Josie Groves. He gets off the mark with that. Eve Jones looks disappointed at herself with that fielding, but it was timed really well just to manipulate the field there and pierce the gaps.
100%. Very well placed by Groves to just swerve Eve Jones.
Morris to Groves, who nudges that into the offside, and there won't be a run available. It's the end of the over, and another decent one for Morris. She finishes 4 for 26 are her figures after 7 overs. The score 179 for 8 here in Sale. A reminder that this is Lancs TV. Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The final home game of the season for the Thunder. The penultimate round of the tournament before the semi-finals. And with me, Polly Starkey and Faye Florence alongside me. Bring you some of the other scores. South East Stars at 214 for 4 against the Central Sparks in Moseley. Western Storm are 140 for 9 against the Sunrisers. And the Southern Vipers are 211 for 6 against the Northern Diamonds across the Pennines at Headingley. So some interesting games happening around the country in this penultimate round of fixtures.
Phoebe Graham bowling to Grace Ballinger. Ballinger swings and drives that straight, but there'll be no run. Plenty of cover in the field. Phoebe Graham, who's bowled really well in her spell. She's now into her 9th over. Took 1 wicket earlier. That was a wicket of Marie Kelly, and also took a catch. So been playing really well, and could she be the one to end this innings for the Blaze, as that's hit leg side? They'll get through for 1 run. Be crucial for Thunder now to really keep up the pressure and just build on the brilliant bowling and the pressure they've been able to put on the Blaze to enforce that mini collapse, and to just really keep the batters coming in and going back to the shed before they can get anywhere with their starts. But they can't rest on their laurels now. Thunder, they've got to keep trying to keep the Blaze under 200, restrict them to that low total. Graham into Groves, driven straight, there'll be no run. And just, give them that extra sort of motivation and lift when they do go into the lunch break, to feel that they can come back out and chase a total that the Blaze thought that they would have far exceeded at one stage. Graham into Groves. Driven into the offside, there'll be no run. Really good bowling from Phoebe Graham, who hasn't always consistently got the opportunities to bowl, probably as much as she would like. A lot of competition in the Thunder side, and it's great to see when she does get the chance that as she comes in, and that's cut to the leg side. 1 run. When she does come in, she takes that opportunity and just keeps up the standard that everyone knows that she's capable of. The high standard she set for herself, and that she's shown for the Thunder over the years. And that's all you can do, really, when you get your opportunity. Keep showing that why you should have that place and be the bowler of choice, as she's in to Ballinger. They'll get through for 1 run. A low scoring over of Phoebe Graham so far. Can she get one of these wickets? It's 182 for 8. With the 7 overs remaining, ball in hand with Phoebe Graham. Josie Groves on strike, who's on 4 off 11. And hits that into the offside. A run through for 1 run, so rotating the strike, these two. I guess 1 over at a time, they'll want to keep that score going. The strike rate did drop down to 4.1 at a time when it probably should be going the other way, so Thunder will be pleased about that. But Blaze have 6 overs to really just make hay if they can. Even if they're bowled out, I'd think getting that score up is more important.
Yeah, I think at this stage it'll be something they'll be focusing on a little bit more. The Thunder kind of are on the squeeze and trying to strangle the Blaze a little bit, and it's great if these batters can stay in the middle, but they've got to be scoring runs. They've got to take some of those risks, as Morris is back in, and that's defended back down the ground. It'll be a dot ball, and Morris is only into her 8th over, so she's got, including this one, 3 more to bowl, as Morris is into Groves, who flicks that into the leg side, and they'll take get the 1 run. 183 for 8 the score. Morris to Groves, and that's signalled a wide by the umpire. Just a loose delivery from Morris. Morris to Groves, who drives that down the ground, and it'll find Tara Norris, who's poised there at mid-on. $184 for 8. Morris to Groves, who plays a nice straight bat there, and they'll scamper through for the single. There's a shot at the stumps to Ellie Threlkeld there. I think nothing comes of it, and the strike is rotated, so the left-handed Ballinger will be back. Fee Morris to Ballinger there. There's a big appeal and the umpire's given it. Grace Ballinger has to go. That's the 9th wicket, and that is the fifer for Fee Morris.
Wicket of the innings.
That's a fantastic spell by Morris, and she's had the breakthrough once again. The Blaze are 9 wickets down, and the Thunder just need one more wicket as Cassidy McCarthy will come to the crease. One more wicket to see this innings done, and what a show that Fee Morris has put on here today.
Oh, so richly deserved as well from Fee Morris. Ever since she got the ball in hand, came into the innings late to bowl her spell after a really good squeeze by Darcy Carter, who was the first off spinner to bowl those overs for Thunder from this end. And all her teammates giving her a huge hug, a lot of high fives. She's bowled absolutely fantastic. And yeah, thoroughly, of course, deserves to get that fifer. A lot of at the beginning of the innings, a lot of the LBW calls that weren't going the way of the Thunder, but seem to be going the Thunder's way because, they're now clear and obvious decisions that the umpire can see that there is no ambiguity there.
Yeah, Morris has completely changed the game, so she didn't actually bowl until after the 30th over, and then in the past just under 15 overs she's taken that fifer, which has really turned the game for the Lancashire Thunder.
Enormous smile on her face.
Morris to McCarthy, he flicks it up and over, and that's going to head down to third. There's a fielder out there, so they'll get the 2, but off the mark quickly from McCarthy.
Yeah, it's flown off the edge of the bat, so it looks now that like the Blaze are just going to swing and try to get as many runs as they can off these last 5 overs.
So the end of the over, 187 for 9. So Fee Morris, she still has 2 overs she can bowl. Is 5 for 20, 5 for 30 even are her figures after those 8 overs, and it will be Phoebe Graham again for her last over.
Phoebe Graham into Groves. It's that leg side. Hesitates at first, but then goes through for a run. A little bit of a misfield at point. Just the 1 run for it. Phoebe Graham bowling her last over in her spell. She's been brilliant for the Thunder today. It'd just be the icing on the cake if she can get one last wicket in her final over. She's into McCarthy, who's new to the strike. Cuts that to point and scampers through for 1 run. Score moves to 188. Straight back to the bowler. So really good bowling from Phoebe Graham. Important that the Thunder fielders, stay really alert now. Don't feel that the job is done until it's actually properly done. We've seen a few misfield and just a few wobbly moments in the field from the Thunder, and really this would be the worst time to continue any of that. Just got to keep it tight. It's bowling so well. That's just hit aerially into the leg side. Another run added to the total. They seem to be going for these runs one by one. First it looked like McCarthy might be ready to just swing the bat and connect with anything coming her way, but they're staying in and getting 1 run per ball for their trebles at the moment. The Blaze inching up to that total. Maybe they've identified that getting to that 200 would be at least something psychologically that will give them a lift as they go to lunch. Swung her back that, and that's gone behind towards third man. That'll be fielded just for the 1 run. So a couple of dots in the over and otherwise run a ball. Really good tight last over from Phoebe Graham, who's bowled beautifully in her spell in this innings, contributing to really good pressure by the Thunder bowlers on the Blaze.
Yeah, Phoebe Graham has had a good day out as well. So from her 10 overs, the 1 wicket, conceding 38 runs. So a very good economy, and perhaps I won't get the same plaudits as Fee Morris today, who obviously has got that fifer, but has played a significant part in lowering that run rate, and of course had all those appeals at the start. So worked hard for that wicket in the end. And Fee Morris will now bowl her penultimate over as she plays that to McCarthy, who chips that back at her. Morris to McCarthy, and that goes behind, and they'll run through for just the single in the end.
I think she just got a little top edge on that one. That the outfield is still quite slow, I guess, from the sort of damp conditions, and lucky that didn't race away on another day. That could have raced away for 4 behind, but just 1 run the damage. Miedema to Groves, who chips that in the air. There's a fielder out there, Danny Collins, to tidy it up, and they'll take the 1. Still a good over from Morris, who, despite that fifer, is still looking fierce with the ball. Morris to McCarthy, who strikes that aerially. It's going down the ground, and that's a fantastic shot for 4. That's a textbook strike of the ball, and it just sails away over the boundary. Feeling very confident against Morris, which not many batters have managed to do today. Yeah, I think that's the approach. I'm expecting more of these last 2 wickets that the Blaze have. Just try to get the boundaries. Morris to McCarthy, who nudges that into the leg side. Get over that 200 mark, but 197 for 9 at the moment. Morris to McCarthy, he chips that one up in the air, and it's caught. That's the 6th wicket for Fee Morris, and the Blaze are all bowled out for 197. A fantastic display by Fee Morris. She has put on a show, and she has completely changed the game for the Lancashire Thunder here at Sale. Josie Groves is out. Yeah, it wasn't a difficult catch there at point, but still had to be held and taken. We've seen some go down that are as easy as that, so really well done to Danny Collins, to Fee Morris. Phenomenal figures. Bowling out the Blaze and not letting them get to that 200 milestone. I'm really pleased to see that from a Thunder perspective. Yeah, a premature ending for the Blaze. I'll talk you through the scorecard. At the top of the order, Sarah Bryce scoring 34, with sister Catherine Bryce scoring 31. 29 for Michaela Kirk and Lorna Prendergast. But Fee Morris was the hero of the day. 6 for 35, finishing after 9 overs. And Hannah Jones 2 for 20. Darcy Carter 1 for 48. And Phoebe Graham 1 for 39. As there's a round of applause for Fee Morris
She walks off the pitch with her team behind her, holding the match ball. A fantastic display of bowling from the all-rounder, and we expect to see her with the bat in the second innings. That's all from us now with the Blaze 197 all out. There'll be an innings break, and then we will be back to see if Thunder can chase it down.
Just to run you through the Blaze scorecard in full. Sarah Bryce caught by
Welcome to Corner Dubai. Here's Yuki.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the Giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mistoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mistoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket are being dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording. So
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch, comes lead out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Rachael has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
Because ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. This will be the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the pitch won the match.
Good for you, Scott.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's disappointing, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachael, and in obviously 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother really. So brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him really. So opportunities wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford they give me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously like got picked up in the Lancashire setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, like coming through right through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Rachael, wicket-keeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Rachael, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicket-keeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Rachael. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020, and yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, this would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way, that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire is absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help. But there becomes a point where yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think it's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Exactly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed, couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training, I was miserable, I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do, and I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Right, girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings and we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore. I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and bowls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Datani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you'd played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. Now, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be.
We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Heyhoe Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Heywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then in England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come have a look at this girl. And I went there with, without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sale Cricket Club. It's the start of the second innings in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between the Lancashire Thunder and the Blaze. The Lancashire Thunder bowled the Blaze out for 197 runs, meaning the chase is 198 for victory. We have Eve Jones, the newest recruit of the Lancashire Thunder, and Alice Clark out in the middle. And the Blaze have taken to the field, and they'll be trying to defend that low total. An impressive bowling performance from Fee Morris, who ended with figures of 6 for 35.
Mornington Road end for the Blaze, number 1, Grace Ballinger.
It'll be Grace Ballinger who opens the bowling here for the Blaze. She had a brief appearance with the bat, but her forte, her left arm seam, will be out in full force today. I'm Polly Starkey, and alongside me is Faith Florence, and we'll be taking you through the second innings. And there's plenty of exciting cricket to come. The first of having Eve Jones in this Thunder side, the former Central Sparks captain, who came up here on a loan and now will be staying as it enters the new era.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. I think a really exciting chase on here for the Thunder, who should fancy this chase, having restricted Blaze to under 200 with some really good bowling. Blaze will, of course, feel that they can defend this total. They've got some really good bowlers of their own, and if they can keep their fielding tight and disciplined, which was an area we saw Thunder wobble a little bit at times, they would have wanted to score more, but definitely they'll feel that they can probably defend it. And if they can put the pressure on Thunder, we saw a big collapse in the last game Thunder played. They won't want to repeat that, but it's going to be a really good contest and could go either way.
So 2 left-handers to open, and Ballinger to Clark to start off with, and there'll be no run. So we've got left-handed bowler and both batters. Grace Ballinger starting with a dot ball. Of course, the target 198, as the Blaze were bowled out for 197. Ballinger charging in past the umpire to Clark, and that's nudged into the leg side by Clark. They'll scamper through for the single, so the Lancashire Thunder are off the mark, and that's the first run on the board. And there's a promising shot from Clark, who, to be fair, hasn't had that many opportunities this season, a product of Accrington Cricket Club. But she did score a century against the Netherlands earlier this summer in a friendly between Lancashire and the Netherlands, which is a significant feat, as Ballinger is in again. Her third ball of the over, and there's a swipe at it by Eve Jones, but it goes through to Sarah Bryce, the keeper. Sarah Bryce, who contributed 34 in the first innings for the Blaze. He didn't have the most fruitful innings.
Good opportunity for Alice Clark with not too much pressure, I think, that 1% chance, but to really make a statement here, just relax and enjoy opening the bat with Eve Jones, a new signing. Try and get some runs on the board.
Ballinger comes steaming in, and that's just defended by Jones very nicely. It's a slightly strange scenario, as back on Friday, so not even a week ago, I was commentating on Eve Jones playing for the Central Sparks at Worcester, and she scored a half century in that game and is just such an aesthetic batter. A lot of left-handers have this nice aesthetic about her, but every shot she plays is with such grace, as Grace Ballinger even is in, and that's defended nicely. She always has a really nice straight back and just bats even, and holds the pose, whether it's a kind of classic cover drive or if she's playing a straight shot.
Yeah, I agree. It's huge for Thunder, and it's just for any Thunder fan and for the team, such a pleasure to see a batter of the calibre of Eve Jones out there opening the batting for the team.
Ballinger once again, and that's pushed into the offside by Eve Jones. There won't be a run available though. It's a good start by Grace Ballinger, who score 1 without loss.
We saw the Blaze make quite a cautious start when they started their batting innings, trying to read the conditions, see what the surface was doing. Thunder have had plenty of chance to look at the way the Blaze went about their innings, and the way that their bowlers got what they could out of the surface. So for the Thunder, they'll fancy this chase, but first they've got to navigate some very good bowlers in the Blaze side, who of course will be looking to do the same, put the pressure on, but go on better by taking early wickets. And with Catherine Bryce bowling her medium pace, it will be Eve Jones to face her. Beg your pardon, not Eve Jones, Alice Clark is on strike. Catherine Bryce into left-hander Alice Clark. She just checks that to the offside. Catherine Bryce, a keen wicket taker for the Blaze. Can be a very dangerous bowler, and I'm sure both batters for Thunder will be treating her bowling with a lot of respect and just getting their eye in against her as she comes in, and that's driven straight, as Alice Clark just gets a feel for the line and the pace and how Catherine Bryce is bowling in this early stage of the Thunder batting chase. Bryce into Clark. That's just defended back to the bowler. A few dots to start off Catherine Bryce's spell. Just what you'd expect from such a good bowler.
Yeah, Bryce has taken 13 wickets in the competition so far, so she's the second highest wicket taker for the Blaze, behind captain Kirsty Gordon.
Bryce into Clark, and she defends that. The offside, as Catherine Bryce tucks the hair behind her ears, moves back to her bowling position. Clark, yeah, just watchful, defending. Not got Bryce away as yet. She hits into the leg side, and they will get through for 1 run, so she can get off the pressure of all those dot balls and have an idea of how she's going to handle the bowling of Catherine Bryce. Eve Jones, another left-hander. It's unusual to have 2 left-handers opening or batting. So whether this is something that the Thunder can use to their advantage, and it's not a right-hand, left-hand combo, but still not the easiest to bowl to. It's Catherine Bryce over the wicket, and that is left alone through to the batter, another dot ball. Really good opening over from Catherine Bryce. Thunder batters watchful, and the score remains on 2 for no loss.
Yeah, 2 very tidy overs from Ballinger and Bryce respectively. 2 conceded, and you're right to mention the anomaly of having 2 left-handers open. There's a bit of a, I guess, there aren't many left-handers in women's cricket, particularly in England. I think Australia do have a host, but to have 2 opening is pretty impressive. Of course, Central Sparks and Lancashire Thunder are the sides which probably have the most lefties. But as Ballinger is in, and that one's left alone by Alice Clark. But of course, one of Sparks' left-handers has now come to the Lancashire Thunder. But one of Lancashire Thunder's lefties, Naomi Dasani, is headed to the Vipers. So the left-handers are all over the place.
Indeed, and it's something people say over the years that England have maybe lacked more of left-handed batters.
As Ballinger is in, and Clark just pushes that one back to the bowler. Yeah, it's a really good point, because I remember about 2 years ago there was just this question of there aren't actually left-handers playing for England, and I know now Freya Kemp is in the mix, but of course she's not predominantly a batter. But that's where kind of the cries for Eve Jones to be called into the side happened, because she was in a bit of a purple patch of form, and she was a left-hander who could be there at the top of the order, and that could kind of match with the Aussies. As Ballinger is in, and Clark pushes this one back again, and there'll be a dot ball. And so I guess with Eve Jones, she kind of missed the boat just because of age, and that's, I've said this a million times, that's not really her fault. She can't do anything about that, and England just tend to look at younger players and build for the future, which is completely understandable. But yeah, the talent of left-handers is definitely increasing in the likes of Grace Scrivens and, as I said, Freya Kemp. There are lefties who are emerging, as Ballinger, a left-hander herself, comes in, and that's swiped at by Clark, but it goes through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. The score still 2 without loss.
And those top teams all have that left-hand, right-hand combo somewhere in the top order of batting, don't they, apart from England over the years. So it's definitely a big advantage. It makes a big difference in cricket, having that.
Ballinger with a distinctive run-up comes in, and Clark has nudged that one into the offside, and there won't be a run available. The score still 2 without loss. There's a fantastic over from Ballinger, a player who can sometimes let some loose deliveries out, but this is a really tidy, concise over. She's almost done a second over, and she's only conceded 1 run.
And the Blaze seem to have the same energy out in the field that Thunder started with as well, really making noise, keeping each other alert, encouraging each other.
Ballinger to Clark, he drives that down the ground. The batters will cross and will get the single. It's racing away to the boundary, but there's a fielder out there. I think it's Kirsty Gordon there who does the fielding.
Oh, Alice Clark tried to steal another run there and could have been caught napping there halfway down the crease, but she realised just in time and managed to turn round and get back safe. The ball had to be thrown quite a long way in, and wasn't the fastest, hardest throw, but yeah, a little bit of a tiny little scare for Thunder there with the running between the wickets.
So the end of the third over, 3 without loss, and Alice Clark on 3 from 13. Eve Jones yet to get off the mark, having faced 5 deliveries. The Blaze realise what they've got to do here, and that's put a bit of a squeeze on and get some wickets, because a big win would really help them with their finals day hopes. A 34% chance of qualification, but with the manner in which they were bowled out for 197, they'll be wanting a bonus point win.
Bryce into Clark, and she hits that hard to the leg side, but for no run. There's a fielder there. Yeah, absolutely. Like as we've mentioned several times, perhaps the Blaze have a little bit more riding on this game because they've got that stronger chance to get into finals day. But still plenty of motivation for the Thunder as well. Bryce into Clark. She steps back and hits that behind. It's going down to third man. They'll run through for 1. They'll get another run as the ball gets all the way to the boundary and beats the chasing fielders. 2 fielders after it. The outfield, well, it's no warmer. She just adjusts the strapping on her pads. They did set off for a brisk run, but they didn't need to run too hard in the end, as the ball did the work. Catherine Bryce into Clark again, and she defends that one this time. There'll be no run. But really nice boundary guiding that ball backwards. Beating all the fielders. Fine leg. Bryce back in to the left-handed Clark. With the sound of the ball hitting the pad, they will scamper through for 1 run. So a little bit of excitement from the fielders, but no danger there for the batter.
The sound of the ball hitting the pads very familiar, as with the start of the Blazers innings, a lot of rapping on the pads.
Yeah, it seemed to happen sort of almost every over as Bryce now to Jones. He steps forward to defend that, beats the bat into the keeper's gloves. Sarah Bryce behind the wicket. Yeah, a lot of potential LBWs in that first innings, and the Blaze will be looking for those same opportunities. Bryce into Jones, who drives that. Stopped by the fielder, no run. Score on 8. A good over from Catherine Bryce. Good bowling. 1 boundary from the over. A really beautiful shot from Alice Clark. So far, just getting the measure of each other. The pitch and the conditions, a similar start to the Blazers start during their innings. That the chase is on here for Thunder. And with the experience of Eve Jones at the top of the order, talent of Alice Clark, they'll be looking to take this partnership deep and leave lighter work for the other batters.
We're obviously very much in the early stages, but interestingly, the Blaze at this point were 22 without loss. They just had a very big previous over, as Ballinger is in to Clark here, who pushes that into the leg side, and they'll run through for the single. So a slightly different kind of style with the start, but I don't think you can read into it that much, because the Blaze did end up going along quite steadily until around that 15 over mark where they lost their first wicket. But I think the Thunder are right here. They are below the required run rate, but they also have a bit of time, as Ballinger plays this to Jones, who nudges it back. the one thing they don't want to rack up is dot balls, and I know that from within the Blaze camp what they always say is get 4 dot balls in a row, and they've done that on a couple of occasions already. So the Lancashire Thunder will want to prevent Blaze's target of those 4 dot balls. Ballinger is in, and that's been struck nicely by Eve Jones, but goes straight to the fielder at cover point, so there will be no run. This is not really like Eve Jones to be stuck at the strikers end on 0, having faced 8 deliveries, I think now.
It's really interesting little insight, the little target that you told us about, that Blaze set, those 4 dot balls. So every time they achieve that, that's a really big tick for them from over to over, no matter what the score is.
100% as Ballinger's in here, and that's been lofted by Jones, and that's an amazing catch. That's an absolute specky from Kirsty Gordon. She catches it and dives and rolls. Oh, that was spectacular. Eve Jones would have not expected that. It was almost enough, the tiniest bit more power on that shot, and it would have raced away for 4. But Kirsty Gordon, what a catch. That is absolutely outstanding.
The start for Eve Jones, and it was a little bit hesitant, and so she tried to get the ball over the bowler's head there. I mean,
that has to go into catches of the tournament, surely, because that was remarkable.
It was very good.
And just on the edge of the ring, and managed to get, and she's not the tallest player either, but she managed to get up to it, and what a catch.
Indeed, she had to move her feet fast. She had to run a few steps to get to the ball, and we saw some catches go down in the Thunder innings, which could have been equally spectacular had they been taken. And as you say, not an easy catch by any means, but she moved towards the ball, hands high, and pouched it cleanly, and got that crucial breakthrough of, one of the highest run scorers over the years in the competition. Thunder's new signing, Eve Jones. She'll be disappointed, and maybe she'll think about how she could have started the innings differently, but there's nothing she could do about that catch, which was brilliant.
Jones has had a fantastic run of form with 2 off-centuries and a century, so it's slightly different to that, as Smale will get off the mark and will hit a single down to deep backward square leg. So unlike Jones, but you can't always have a good game realistically, but it does bring Seren Smale. So you've got 2 quite youthful players out there in the middle, 2 products of the Lancashire Thunder Academy actually, which is very exciting. And Seren Smale, I knew this was going to be mentioned at some point, but she has been called up to England to play in their T20 series against Ireland, so could be making a senior debut, as Ballinger is in to Clark, who pushes that into the offside. So going with the left-hand, right-hand combination now, which will make the field work a little bit harder on the bowlers. Seren Smale, what a player. She's part of the inaugural Under-19 World Cup with England, and was noted as a very chirpy wicket-keeper, and rattled the Aussies. Amy Smith, one of the Australian batters, said it herself. She's a fantastic player who's developed really well over the last 2 years or so with the Lancashire Thunder, getting a professional contract, and her batting has come on really well.
Yeah, it's been so exciting to watch her develop and grow here with Thunder. She's got all the shots. She's a brilliant batter. She's a good wicket-keeper. We've got an excellent wicket-keeper, one of the best in Ellie Threlkeld, so she doesn't get to get the gloves very often, but she's really good in the field. And we've seen her take some spectacular catches as well out in the deep over the years, as Catherine Bryce is into Smale, who flashes hard at that and cuts that to point. And that beats the fielder. It's racing towards the boundary, but it's not going to quite make it. Slight sort of uphill slope there. But a really firm shot and a good strike from the bat of Seren Smale, who hits a hard ball, who picks the gaps. She's such a talented batter. And it's, yeah, like I was saying, it's been so exciting to see her grow and develop and now earn a place in the England squad. And it's no surprise if we do see her in the senior team soon, as Bryce is into Clark. Into Smale, apologies, who flashes at that. Doesn't quite get hold of it. So remains on strike. And having seen Eve Jones exit early, to see Sarah and Smale come out, Thunder will still feel confident that they can chase this total down. Bryce into Smale, she flashes hard at that. That's stopped by the fielder in the offside. She's a busy player at the crease, Sarah and Smale. Always practicing her shots. Getting her feet right, getting in position. She loves to score and will take every opportunity. The bowling will have to be tight as that one is fielded. The offside for no run. She taps the ground, a bit of gardening, Sarah and Smale, but looking assured and confident at the crease. Catherine Bryce over the wicket to Smale, and that's just checked square to point. I'm counting the dot balls ever since you said that now. Every time there is a dot ball.
Yeah, I'll say that piece of information is courtesy of Beth Harmer, who's in the wider squad for the Blaze today, but was on commentary with me on Friday.
So interesting as Bryce into Smale, just checks that to the leg side. Is that the fourth? Well, it's the end of the over, so gosh, so it's like a little tiny win for Blaze each time, you know, within their squad, and that's something that all the fielders can share, you know, not just the bowlers succeeding that. Every time there's a dot, the whole team can get a lift from that. And if you're a batting side, you know, if you know that, you've got to really try and not allow those little psychological wins of a team's target to get on top in that way. But at the same time, there's no need to take risks as yet for the Thunder. Score on 12 for 1.
Ballinger is in, and Clark strikes that beautifully, but it goes straight into the hands of Catherine Bryce. That's the second wicket down for the Lancashire Thunder. A shot which could have been avoided, could have kept it on the ground, but the flight that it was given just went straight into the hands for what was in the end a soft dismissal by Catherine Bryce, and that's a second wicket for Grace Ballinger. She's on a roll today, and it means that Alice Clark has to head back prematurely.
By Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Grace.
Almost a mirror image of what happened to Eve Jones. Trying to go aerial there in the offside, trying to get over the fielder and not quite pulling it off. And the Blaze have been successful in getting those two left-handers out. So
yeah, not an ideal scenario for the Lancashire Thunder, though, losing both of their openers with essentially two new batters at the crease, and with Grace Ballinger looking in fine form. But Fee Morris and Sarah Smale, they spent a long time batting together in previous innings, and if they can build a nice partnership here, they can perhaps resolve the damage that's been done. We've spoken before about Thunder have sometimes been in the pattern of choking when they've got a relatively low total to chase. They put the hard yards in with the ball and they have to back that up with the bat. As Ballinger is going to continue to hit Fee Morris to face her first ball of the game, and that's been struck into the ground behind her, and they'll manage to run through for the single to get off the mark. Morris looked sharp to try and get a second, but waited at the other end.
We saw in the Blaze innings that even though they started slowly and steadily, they were in for a very long time, the opening pair, just reading the conditions and responding to the bowling. Thunder have gone quite hard, maybe shots which they might have thought twice about if they had their time again, trying to attack the bowling aerially, and have lost their wickets for it.
Ballinger to Smale, who drives that down the ground, but there won't be a run available. The score remaining 13 for 2. At this stage, the Blaze are about 20 runs ahead of this and hadn't lost any wickets. The fear is here that Lancashire Thunder could be having a little bit of a collapse of that top order. But as mentioned, the talent and experience of both Morris and Smale stands the Lancashire Thunder in good stead despite those early blows. As Ballinger is in again, and that's just flicked off the pads by Smale into the leg side. There's a slight misfield, and so they'll manage to get the one.
Yeah, we talked about, Fee Morris's sort of middle order partnership building experience and ability, and Sarah Smale is someone who can stay in for a long time as well, and has made several big scores for the Thunder. So this is a partnership that Thunder will really want to bear fruit now, to just dig in, settle things, and start to get some runs on the board, and build as a partnership.
Ballinger at her left arm seam, and that's gone behind the wicket keeper Sarah Bryce. There are a couple of cries from Ella Claridge and Grace Ballinger, but nothing come of it. Claridge, who's kind of put a slip in play there. $14 for 2 here in Sale. The target 198 for the Lancashire Thunder to chase down. As Ballinger steams in again, already having collected 2 wickets to date, and that's been nudged by Fee Morris into the leg side for no run. That'll be the end of the over, and the score 14 for 2 after 7 overs. It's been a tentative start by the Lancashire Thunder, and of course those 2 wickets will not serve them well, but this partnership could rebuild the early damage.
Yeah, not many words exchanged in the middle there as the batters meet to touch gloves, but both looking down carefully at the surface and just sort of swiping at it a bit with their bats and sort of clearing any bits of debris or anything that could the bowlers could use. As Bryce is in, and that's flashed away by Sarah Smale straight to point for no run. But I think they know each other well enough, have batted together plenty, and are 2 very good experienced players that know what they need to do in this situation is just to get in. Bryce to Smale, hit straight back down the ground. They'll go through for 1 run. And just like that, where they can keep rotating the strike and look to put away those bad balls, try and really keep it simple and keep focused. They've got to stay in and build the partnership. These 2 for the Thunder may not be there at the end, coming in so early, but if they can stay there for as many wickets as as many overs as they can, and just get Thunder that platform to go on and effect this chase. Bryce in, and that's hit straight to point by Fee Morris. Bryce bowling well to her field, and plenty of encouragement from her teammates out in the field. Bryce in, and that's just defended, and that skewed square to point. Lots of applause and encouragement for Catherine Bryce. The Blaze will feel that they're really keeping a good squeeze on. The run rate down at 2. It's Bryce into Fee Morris that frees her hands and hits that over the bowler's head. That's going to not quite race to the boundary. There's a chase on, but it slows up before it reaches the boundary. And they're able to keep that down to 2 runs.
That was a really good shot, but yeah, it didn't get the effect it would have wanted. Just sprinting through.
Bryce into Fee Morris, and this time she hits that behind. There is a fielder out at fine leg, but she's hit it fine enough that it goes straight over the boundary for 4 runs.
Again, a really nice shot. Nothing the fielder could really do about that one. And just, I guess, gives the Thunder that little bit of encouragement. This pair can keep going, and it's 15 for 21 for 2 now even.
Absolutely, there's such a thing as being too cautious. So yeah, to definitely take the opportunities when they come to get those boundaries.
Yeah, as you say, put those bad balls away and capitalise off those. As Ballinger will be continuing from the far end. Seren Smale on strike, as that's guided nicely to point, but there won't be a run. It was a good stroke, just couldn't find the gap and pierce the field. Ballinger's just walking back to her mark. She runs in. Smell ready, and there's a clip on it. There's a big appeal. I think it might have clipped to pads, and that's what they were calling about, but the umpire's not interested.
Yeah, the
There's some
appeal
loud
seemed
shouts,
a
though.
little bit muted as well at the end there. Perhaps high.
Yeah, it did look a little bit high. I've just seen on the replay. It's one that might be looked over at a later time.
There's big open space behind mid-wicket.
Ballinger charging in, and that's just been defended down the track by Smale. He's eating up these deliveries slightly. Can afford to do it at this stage, as you know, they have got a significant amount of overs left, but again, this isn't the way Smale plays. She usually is a bit more of an aggressive open batter.
Yeah, I wonder if they're trying to tempt her to get caught out there at mid-wicket to try and, you know, slog that up to cow corner where there are no fielders.
Yeah, that mid-wicket seems to be the danger zone, as that's been glided along the ground back to the bowler for no run. So far, no runs conceded from this over from Grace Ballinger.
Those dots again. The run rate now is at 2.5. Smale 5 off for 13, and Morris a run a ball 7.
Ballinger's just a slight false start in her run up as she comes in again past the umpire, and that one's been pushed into the offside. There won't be much to gain from that other than a quick single.
Score on 21 for 2, and the Blaze, you can hear it up and about and really must feel like they're having some success with their plans. Thunder 2 wickets down and the scoring rate so slow.
Ballinger in, and that's one's been chipped up but finds the ground nicely, and Marie Kelly does the fielding for no run. So far, no runs conceded, and that's the end of the over. 21 for 2. A very good over from Grace Ballinger, who's been outstanding so far today. She's taken the 2 wickets, the wicket of Alice Clark and Eve Jones. And 2 for 6, including that maiden that's just happened, are her figures from her 5 overs so far.
And with Catherine Bryce had been sort of squeezing and just keeping it tight on the other end, and so it looks now that Blaze are going in for a slightly different kind of killer strike. It's Kirsty Gordon, very much their off-spin strike bowler, who's going to come in now and see if she can break open this partnership that somewhat slowly just trying to settle in and rebuild. Kirsty Gordon in. That's hit to the leg side by Fee Morris. And so the Blaze not allowing the batters to settle in with that That was a very good opening bowling partnership of Bryce and Ballinger. Kirsty Gordon now into, just give the batters something new to think about and have to navigate this as they build their partnership. Now she's hit that high and lofted that over towards cow corner. It won't go for a boundary. They'll get through for 2 runs. Fee Morris prepared to go high, to go aerial, to get those runs where she sees the space. We said she's a bold batter, she's a talented batter, and will back herself against the bowling of Kirsty Gordon, the left arm spin, and that's flashed wide. Straight to point, there'll be no run there. Kirsty Gordon in position, gets through her overs quite quickly. She uses her feet, Fee Morris, to just check that back towards the bowler. Sarah Bryce behind the stumps is up to the stumps. But as we saw also in the first innings, on the merits of the ball, the batters aren't afraid to use their feet if they're confident they can get bat on ball. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon. 2 runs off the over so far. Fee Morris tries to get a measure of the new bowler. Kirsty Gordon in. She uses her feet and shuffles towards the ball. Hits that to square leg. And they will be through for a run. So ending that run of dot balls.
I mentioned with Kirsty Gordon, she was the leading wicket taker for the Blaze this season in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. She's got 17 so far with best figures of 4 for 40. And she's been a fantastic captain for the Blaze, of course, taking them to the finals of the Lottie Cup and the RHF last season. Sadly didn't lift any silverware, and then of course in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, that famous win at Derby to lift silverware. And it was quite an emotional day, and that was really interesting to see, because I don't think people realise how much regional cricket means to these players, especially a player like Kirsty Gordon, who's, she's not in the England side anymore. She gave up playing for Scotland to come and play for England. There was also a really Scottish feel of it, and I think that's because you've got the Bryces, you've got Kirsty Gordon down at the Blaze, but there are a couple of people playing Fat Flower of Scotland as the winning runs were hit, so I did feel like I was at some sort of Scotland qualifier for the World Cup. But yeah, Kirsty Gordon, who has led this side really, really well. But it'll be Grace Ballinger. He's taken 2 wickets today. He's back into the attack with Fee Morris on strike. And that's Boulder. That's absolutely clean Boulder. Fee Morris, who was the hero with the ball, has had to take the treatment herself. And Grace Ballinger gets her 3rd. That's an incredible delivery and just dislodged both bails, which went flying. And we'll see the replay here. It's lovely. It was just missed a straight one. And Fee Morris has to head back. The Thunder now 3 wickets down, with Danny Collins coming in to try and make amends, because it's not looking good for the Lancashire Thunder. They had a seemingly simple chase on, and it's all turned a little bit disastrous.
Yes, trouble for the Thunder. 3 wickets down in quite quick order within, just past the 10 over mark. But Fee Morris, who was watchful, batting well but quite cautiously at the same time, had hit a few boundaries and was using her feet, was trying to take a confident attacking approach. But yeah, the talent of Grace Ballinger just outwitted her on that occasion. As you say, knocked off the bails, and as Fee Morris was trudging back to the shed, was just kind of shadow batting a bit, perhaps thinking how she could have played that one differently. But she's out. 24 for 3 is the score.
So Danny Collins is now at the non-striker's end. Another left-hand, right-hand combination for the Lancashire Thunder, as Ballinger is in, and Collins leaves that one alone, goes through to Sarah Bryce, who's got the wicket-keeping gloves on, and plenty of shouts from the Blaze fielders there, a bit of encouragement for the in-form Ballinger.
Yeah, I'd mentioned how Fee Morris is the one who Thunder can often rely on to rebuild, in a tricky position. It'd be quite a blow to lose her, but Danny Collins, also a very good batter, now at the crease.
Ballinger to Collins, and she's gone! There's a bit of commentator's curse there as Ballinger bowls a very similar ball to the one she did before to dismiss Morris, and her stumps are dislodged and bails have gone flying, and that's another quick wicket for the Lancashire Thunder. They're now 4 down. It's not looking good for the northwest side.
At all. And that was all Ballinger, nothing to do with me. That was another really good delivery. Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Thunder, and that's going to be hard for Danny Collins. Spend so little time at the crease, and not get a chance to settle in there with Seren Smale and support her to rebuild there for the Thunder. So Thunder in a huge amount of pressure, no doubt about it, as the skipper Ellie Threlkeld now takes a strike. She's going to have to partner with Seren Smale to do this rebuild for the Thunder if they're going to have any chance of chasing down this total, which looked, well, I wouldn't say a low total, but certainly a total that they could chase if they really dug in there and applied themselves and built some partnerships. All things that they haven't quite managed to do as yet, but still plenty of time.
Ellie Threlkeld ready to face her first ball of the game. Lots of work to do, and that's just defended tentatively. A good decision by the captain, given how Grace has bowled these last couple of balls, her last few overs even. She's having a very, very good day with the ball. We saw the excellence of the spin of Fee Morris in the first innings, and now we're getting a masterclass in left arm seam bowling from Grace Ballinger.
Absolutely, and we talked about how maybe Thunder were a bit unlucky at the start of their bowling innings. A few LBW calls that could have gone either way, but went the way of the Blaze. We see the Blaze seam is now really using the surface to affect these wickets.
Ballinger to Threlkeld, who leaves that one outside the off stump, and that just goes through to Sarah Bryce wearing the wicket keeper's gloves. I do always find it interesting when a wicket keeper batter is batting, because a lot of the time I've noticed that they will come out of their crease to bat, and I'm like, surely as a wicket keeper you know how risky that is, especially when you've got the likes of Sarah Bryce. If she comes up and stands up to the stumps, you know her hands are absolutely rapid, and I would love to know a statistic about wicket keepers that get out to being stumped, kind of out by their own sort of craft, as Ballinger is in, and that one is just edged by Threlkeld down to third, and they'll take the single to put Seren Smale back on strike. But it's the end of the over. 25 for 4 as the scoreboard just ticks over here at Sale. We've got a nice scoreboard in the distance with some nicely arranged flowers on the outside of the shed. I don't know if it's mean to call it a shed. It's a fantastic building in the distance.
Yeah, I think you call it a shed. It's a smart shed, a smart green one with a Union Jack flag flying just above it.
It is a very nice facility here with a smattering of spectators to our right. A Blaze flag also in the distance.
As Ellie Threlkeld marks her guard to face the bowling of Kirsty Gordon. Sarah Bryce, the keeper, up to the stumps. The left arm of Kirsty Gordon in, and that's just pushed back. There'll be no run. Good start to the over for Kirsty Gordon with a dot there. Previous over, remember, 2 wickets for Grace Ballinger. Kirsty Gordon into Rachael. That'll be a wide. We'll have to bowl that one again, but we'll be feeling, well, coursing with confidence, I'm sure, at this fantastic start for the Blaze to really curtail that Thunder chase into Rachael, who defends. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon. I'm sure, as you can hear, the Blaze really encouraging each other, encouraging their bowler. They're up and about. Well, she swings her back towards that one, Ellie Rachael, but there'll be no run. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon. Saren Smale, who's got a hand on her hip. She hasn't faced a ball for a while, probably itching to bat. That just hits the pads on the leg side of Ellie Rachael. Another dot ball. Saren Smale just going through the motion, practicing her batting a bit, wanting to get scoring and on strike. And that's just tapped into the leg side, and they'll get through for one run, but the Blaze doing very well to keep Saren Smale off the strike and to really frustrate and slow down the Thunder batters, going at a very glacial paced run rate of 2.2 as Kirsty Gordon in. Saren Smale hits back to the batter. Very tight over from Kirsty Gordon. The Blaze really keeping the pressure up. They've kept Saren Smale off strike. They've taken the first 4 wickets off the Thunder in very quick time. The score now on 27 for 4 after 12 overs.
Yeah, so after 12 overs in the first innings, it was 51 without loss there. And of course, 27 for 4 here. A very decent over for the Blaze. Only 2 runs conceded. The previous over, 2 wickets and only 1 run conceded. So it's a good time to be a Blaze player or a Blaze fan. Less so a Lancashire Thunder fan or player.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, maybe a little bit more riding on this game for the Blaze and knowing exactly what they need to do, even if they'd hoped to get a higher total than the 198. Well, they know that they've just got to make up for it with the bowling if they didn't get up to that higher score and take enough wickets that they can still cause enough of a rate, difference in the run rate in case it comes down to something like that to get a place in the finals. And when you've got clear plans like that, I suppose, and so much riding on it, sometimes makes it just that little bit easier to execute.
This Ballinger will play here to Rachael, who nudges that into the leg side. They'll take nothing from it. There was just a slight discussion between Kirsty Gordon, Grace Ballinger and the umpire. I'm not quite sure the nature of the conversation, but all is settled. And play is underway again.
I love the way Saren Smale at the non-strikers leans on a bat, hand on her hip.
She looks very relaxed.
She wants to bat. Someone give her the strike.
As Ballinger to Rachael, who pushes that into the offside. Yeah, she's desperate to get back on strike and have a go. She's 5 from 18 at the moment, so she has had those opportunities, but you can even see her there shadow batting. She's at the non-strikers end, stood in front of the stumps, just having a little go. She's keen. Just signalling to Rachael, come on, rotate the strike please. As Ballinger is coming in again, and Rachael finds the gap, and that's racing away. It is a slow outfield, but there are 2 fielders in pursuit. It might fall slightly shy of the boundary. It does in the end, but they're running through, and they've managed to get a couple of runs there. And
yeah, I think they ran for 3
I was about to say, I think they've done 3.
Gorgeous drive from Ellie Rachael, and we know she can bat, so yeah, more of that please.
Yeah, it was lovely. It pierced the gap beautifully. The problem was just that slow outfield. Yeah, it was 3 runs in the end, so a good bit of running. And as I said at the start of the stream, a sign of a good game and a good pitch is, can you get 3 runs in? As Ballinger to Smale, who does almost the same. It's slightly finer, and that's chasing to the boundary. Marie Kelly manages to get hold of it, so they just end up getting the 2 runs in the end. But a lovely bit of cricket from Seren Smelt and Ellie Threlkeld the previous ball. They seem to be finding a little bit more confidence here.
Absolutely, that's the kind of impetus we need. That's just the kind of, let's get going that Thunder will want to keep up and maintain now.
Yeah, to have the confidence to take Ballinger on as well after her 4 wickets so far today, as that's been pushed into the leg side by Smale for no run. 4 for 10 are Ballinger's figures, which are not too bad at all.
Yeah, that's really decent, to be fair, really decent. And, it would be easy for the Thunder to sort of go in their shell, these 2 batters, but it's really good to see them this overdoing the opposite of that and taking on a very, as you say, very informed bowler.
Ballinger coming in again to Smale, and she edges that nicely out into the offside. Potentially was an overthrow there, but in the end they don't capitalise, and that's the end of the over. The score 32 for 4.
Yeah, and good over for Thunder there, I thought. I thought they were lively and alert. They, really attacked the balls when the delivery was there to be hit, and they got their rewards for that. And if they can keep this going, then we can start to see some sort of a rebuild there for the Thunder and for this partnership to settle. There's still plenty of time. We've only had 13 overs gone. Still plenty of time to chase down the total. The target, remember, 198. 33 for 4, the current score. So a long way to go. Plenty of overs to achieve that. 2 really excellent batters. Experienced and smart cricketers who definitely have the shots in Seren Smale, someone who can score really big, asking Ellie Threlkeld. And she now will be facing, Seren Smale will be facing Kirsty Gordon again. She hits that to the leg side. There'll be no run. Smartly fielded. Shy at the stumps. Ellie Threlkeld was just creeping out of her crease there, but managed to get back in time. But yeah, good to see her alert to the run. Just got to make sure you're protecting your wicket at the same time.
She quite literally protected her wicket there.
Gordon into Smale. Smale uses her feet and moves down the track, but doesn't quite get hold of that. It'll be another dot ball. Kirsty Gordon bowling really well. She, of course, understands the pressure and understands the assignment of the moment. Into Smale, uses her feet again and beats the fielder. There's going to be a chase to the boundary, and that's going to go all the way for 4. That's off the back of Seren Smale. A beautiful boundary driven. Bring the score to 33 for 4.
That's a really good shot. It's nice when it beats the diving fielder and just glides away. And Cassidy McCarthy was in pursuit, but it wasn't really going to happen.
Gordon into Smale. She opens up to really drive that again, but doesn't get a hold of it. That's another dot ball. But a real confidence boosting boundary there from the bat of Seren Smale. Kirsty Gordon in. Again, she uses her feet and hits it hard, and it's half stopped by the fielder there at mid-off, but they do get through for 1 run. But yeah, that's the spirit. That's what the Thunder want to see from the batters. That's what you get when you can get Seren Smale back on strike and keep rotating the strike. Threlkeld to face Gordon now, and that's defended.
Now, I think Grace Ballinger has come off the field, so there will probably be a substitute fielder on somewhere, which potentially means there's going to be a change in bowling. In fact, there will be. It will be Orla Prendergast, I think, to take the ball, which is an exciting prospect. She did well, actually, against the Sunrisers, particularly in terms of her economy even. She only conceded 27 runs, but yeah, she had a decent day out, with hopefully some wickets to come from a Blaze perspective. And Orla Prendergast just setting her field alongside Kirsty Gordon here.
Yeah, just as the Thunder are starting to get going with this partnership. Smart change of bowling from the Blaze. See if they can unsettle them again.
Prendergast to Smale, and that's hit into the ground. This is a battle actually we'll probably see in that England-Ireland series, which is very exciting. So both players can get a sense of each other's game ahead of that. A lot of England debuts expected, with it mainly being uncapped players, a couple of England fringe players who are contracted but haven't made the main squad, as Prendergast plays that to Smale and has gone straight through to Sarah Bryce.
The two batters constantly communicating what they're reading on the surface back to each other. Really good to see, because this is the partnership. I mean, I've said it a few times, but this has got to be the partnership to rebuild, and if they're going to have a chance of chasing.
Prendergast again, and that's left outside, signalled a wide, and it heads towards the boundary, but Cassidy McCarthy stops it, and the batters run through for the single. So
yeah, nice extra single there. Rare misfield from Sarah Bryce, who is standing back. You know, she's given her helmet back and she's just got her cap on, but just allowed the ball through there for that extra single. So good for Thunder to capitalise on that. But yeah, a rare miss by Sarah Bryce.
Prendergast arms pumping as she runs past the umpire, and that's pushed into the offside. Michaela Kirk doing the fielding. The score 40 for 4 here at Sale. A reminder that this is Lancs TV for Lancashire Thunder against the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, with myself, Polly Starkey, and Faye Florence alongside me, bringing you all the action. As gasps as that also goes past Sarah Bryce. Cassidy McCarthy is working overtime there, and eventually it's Josie Groves who work as in tandem to do the fielding there. Sarah Bryce just having a bit of a wobble, looks to the sky in frustration.
Yeah, shaking her head a little bit there. So that for the Thunders, they can count that as a little mini win. It's the last couple of deliveries, beating the keeper.
Prendergast to Smale, who is limping in pain. Looks like it just about got it, perhaps on the thigh.
Yeah, maybe just on the sort of fleshy part there, just missed the protection of her pads. So she's just kind of walking it off, pacing a little bit up and down.
She's the sort of player that strikes me as quite tough, and a little bruise
For sure.
won't hurt. As Prendergast is in again, and that one's been slapped out, but it's been taken. Michaela Kirk with the catch, and Seren Smale has to go. It was a strong shot, but it was flat, and it fell right into the hands of Michaela Kirk fielding at point. And that's another wicket. It's the 5 down for the Lancashire Thunder in what should have been a relatively straightforward chase. And it means Smale has to go back, and Grace Johnson will come to the crease to try and save Lancashire Thunder in this sticky situation. 41 for 5, and well below that run rate, with Ellie Thelkeld only 5 from 14, and a lot of work to be done.
For sure, that'll be tough for the Thunder to see. Seren Smale walking back to the shed, a really sharp catch, as you said, by Michaela Kirk there. I mean, it was an easy catch, but you still have to take them. It came to her really quickly. It came straight to her. But she held on to it, and Seren Smale, the delivery before, just sort of struck just behind the protective part of the pad, and I don't think that would have played any part in the shot necessarily, but maybe she wasn't completely settled when she made that shot. And the Blaze have capitalised very well. They're really executing their plans. And just as Rachael and Seren Smale were rebuilding, more pressure on Thunder now.
And as a slight appeal there, but nothing to come of it as the batters will cross and a run will be taken.
So at the end of that over, the score is on 42 for 5. 5 wickets down now, the Thunder. And not halfway down there along their chase, but certainly halfway down in the wicket column. The Blaze, from their perspective, are doing everything that they need to do to give themselves the best possible chance. What Thunder need to do, as we've said many times, is try to rebuild the partnership, as Kirsty Gordon is into Danny Collins. That's straight down. Back to the bowler, a dot ball to start this next over of Kirsty Gordon's spell. Grace Johnson, beg your pardon, on strike. It's another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon, who's been bowling excellently. Not allowing the Thunder players to free their arms and get the balls away. Gordon into Johnson. Huge appeal, but nothing going for the umpire there. Struck the pads. They will get through for 1 run.
Yeah, umpire shakes his head. I think it's just a bit of excitement in the Blaze camp at the moment. They know that they have to get a big win. So if they are going to win today, they'll want to bowl the Thunder out very quickly.
Rachael on strike. She moves back. Hits that straight back to Kirsty Gordon. Yes, so Grace Johnson safe for now. Rachael on strike to Gordon. She comes in. She cuts that straight to point. The fielder gathers well. The fielders all applaud with each and every delivery and each and every fielding move they make, whether excellent or just routine, but every time they stop that ball going anywhere, those dots that they build each over. Kirsty Gordon into Rachael, and she does manage to scamper through for 1 run. A tightly run single, a little bit of appeal because the fielding was good and Sarah Bryce behind the stumps managed to whip the bails off, but Johnson was very safe across the crease.
There's been a lot of appealing today for absolutely everything. It's good though, it brings the energy and the excitement of the game, and you never know when the umpire's going to say out, so got to appeal for anything if you think there's a slight chance. That's absolutely my policy with it anyway.
Absolutely. Field as a unit, back your bowler, and everybody's got a job when the bowler's bowling, you know, even if the ball isn't in play or isn't moving, you've got to keep your energy up the whole time, and just indicate and show that you feel that you're on top, and you know that confidence will go into bowling as well.
Well, 2 teams in very different positions. At this stage the Blaze were 70 for 1, and here Lancashire Thunder are 44 for 5 as Prendergast delivers that neatly, and that's driven straight back to her. So a difference of 4 wickets and a difference of 26 runs, if my maths is right. So 2 different stories really, but Thunder have the opportunity now to rebuild. Johnson yet to get off the mark, and Rachael only having scored 6 runs. That goes straight to the gloves of Sarah Bryce. There are kind of gasps and sighs all around from the Blaze players.
Yes, that one
could have
just
been a
beats
close
the bat. Grace Johnson at the non-striker's end will be keen to get off the mark herself if she gets the strike back.
Prendergast charging in, and that's delivered right back to the bowler again. Ali Rachael needs to expand a plethora of shots. The Blaze looking comfortably on top at the moment. The Blaze didn't actually go 5 wickets down until around the 33 over mark, and the same cannot be said for the Lancashire Thunder, who are 5 wickets down 44 for 5 into the 17th over, and that's defended by Rachael. Just adjusting her gloves now, and perhaps having a little look at where can she find the gaps in the field, doing a bit of gardening.
And yeah, tried to keep rotating that strike. Yeah, we've talked about the huge job, of course, that the Thunder have got to do now to rebuild if they're going to have any chance of this chase, but going right back into your shell is probably not the best approach either.
Prendergast, the Irish international, coming in, and that's just nudged back to the bowler. We're seeing a pattern, and those, I think those 4-dot balls have happened for the Blaze. I think they want to build up. There were cheers from the Blaze camp.
Keep Grace Johnson, keep the nerves high there, because she's still at the non-striker zone, having not gone off the mark.
And Prendergast here, and that's a gorgeous shot by Ellie Rachael. It beat the fielder and just races away to the deep extra cover boundary, and that will be 4, a much needed 4 for the Thunder, who has been a bit of a drought of boundaries, and that's an exceptional shot from Rachael. Just really nice timing and got the face of the bat to it, and despite the kind of slow outfield we've seen here today at Sale, that just sprinted away.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous shot, and I mean, it wasn't a bad ball by any means, just an ordinary ball, but she really leant into it and attacked and got the rewards for that. So if you're going to be on strike a lot, then at least try to get some boundaries, as Kirsty Gordon bowls to Grace Johnson, who's still not quite off the mark, but she's got her chance now to bat. She's on strike at the end of that last over. Kirsty Gordon's been very successful with her dots so far. Grace Johnson faces, she cuts that to point. It's another dot ball, and the pressure is really on for Johnson here. No fielders on the boundary in the offside, so you can see why she's trying to cut to that area and beat the fielders, but this time she goes over the head of mid-wicket, and the ball is going to race away over the slow outfield, and she makes it for 4 runs. 3 fielders from the Blaze give chase. It's a very, very long way to that boundary up over at Cow Corner, and it looked for a moment like one of the fielders might catch up with the ball. That's an excellent shot to get off the mark, Grace Johnson. That should give her a bit of confidence to go again and start to get the score up for the Thunder. And beats the bat into the hands of the wicket-keeper. That was a beautiful shot from Grace Johnson. Can she repeat? Gordon in. That struck to the leg side. Fielded at square leg. They will get through for 1 run. Bringing Ellie Rachael back on strike, but really nice way for Grace Johnson to get off the mark and just feel that bat on ball. Start to have an idea about how they're going to rescue this innings for the Thunder. Gordon into Rachael. Just defends that to point. There'll be no run. Still really lively out in the field, the Blaze, as the score moves to 53 for 5. So a little bit more success in that over in that. She had some time facing on strike, facing the bowling, Grace Johnson, and hit a really beautiful lofted shot to get the boundary over the head of mid-wicket to the Cow Corner boundary. So she's off the mark, she's scoring. Ellie Rachael is holding steady there. 10 off 23. So the rebuild that the Thunder needed to happen is just starting to bear fruit with these 2 batters at the strike.
Yeah, a tad more productive for the Lancashire Thunder, who will very much need that after their poor start, as Prendergast is into the attack again, and that goes through to Sarah Bryce. Prendergast having a decent time with the ball. Obviously took the wicket of Sarah Smale. a big wicket really for the Thunder, a big loss as Prendergast is back in again, and that's played a bit short and hit in the air but falls safe away from the fielders, and so they'll just get the 1 run from it.
Absolutely, if the square leg umpire was part of the blaze, he'd have caught that with one hand, but luckily no fielders around him.
I do enjoy when they have a packed ring and it does look like the umpire is part of the fielding group.
He's got an orange shirt, you know, tucked into his trousers, and an orange stripe on his back.
He's ready to be a sub-fielder as Ola Prendergast runs in to Rachael facing, who drives that nicely down the ground. There won't be a run, but it's a nice regulation shot.
I think so, yeah.
54 for 5 for the Lancashire Thunder here at Sale. Prendergast, and that's been lofted into the air by Threlkeld, and it will be caught by Lucy Heyhoe out there at the deep square leg boundary, and Ellie Threlkeld has to go. That's the 6th wicket down, and it's not looking good for the Lancashire Thunder. Their captain has to depart for just 10 runs, and Ola Prendergast has got her 2nd wicket of the day.
Yeah, caught by the fielder on the square leg boundary, Lucy Heyhoe. And it wasn't a difficult catch, but she had to move towards the ball, and she had to take it out from high in the air. It was in the air for a long time. It was good to see Ali Threlkeld trying to take the bowling on and keep the scoring moving. However, she has perished to very excellent bowling and a really good catch at the square leg boundary by Lucy Heyhoe.
Now, I am very excited about the prospect of Darcy Carter coming to the crease. She is a fantastic young batter, and of course we saw her feature with the ball, bowling her 10 overs earlier. But it's her debut today, and she scored a half-century in Utrecht in the Netherlands in her 2nd ever game for Scotland last summer. And she also has scored 2 half-centuries against the Netherlands this August. So she's in a bit of good form, and she's already scored over 500 runs for Scotland, and she's only played for them for a year. So it's a very good record behind her. As Prendergast comes in, Carter facing her first ball, and that's edged up in the air, but it will land safely, and she'll get off the mark immediately.
Yeah, we've been looking forward to seeing her batting. It's a shame that she's not walking into maybe a more comfortable platform, a better situation to really tee off, but still a huge opportunity to show what she can do and respond to this tricky situation that Thunder find themselves in.
Prendergast coming again to Grace Johnson, and that's just been nudged into the offside. So 2 very young Thunder players at the crease who haven't got many games under their belt together, but they do say that about kind of the exuberance of youth and the fear. I think the next generation of batters, I remember that people kind of first said this with Alice Capsey, that there's just this fearlessness when batting, and I wonder if these 2 batters possess that, because if so, it could be a decent little partnership for the Lancashire Thunder.
Ball back in the hands of Kirsty Gordon, and it'll be Darcy Carter facing Kirsty Gordon. She defends that one to the leg side. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon, who's the dot ball champion at this point of proceedings. Gordon into Carter, defended again. Bowling a really good length, Kirsty Gordon, such a gun bowler, such an experienced bowler, and knows exactly what the situation demands and can execute her plans. She's into Carter, who swings her arms but can't get that away. Such is the precision of Kirsty Gordon's bowling. Gordon in. And that just goes back to the keeper. Another dot ball for Kirsty Gordon. Carter is off the mark, but somewhat curtailed by this good bowling, and another dot ball. Kirsty Gordon just so in control. As she bowls to Carter again, defends again. Hands briefly on the head of Kirsty Gordon, maybe saw a chance of a wicket there, but a really beautiful over. Really keeping up the pressure, Kirsty Gordon, for her team. Score now on to 55 for 6. After 20 overs. Target 198. We've got Darcy Carter and Grace Johnson in a position where they do need to do somewhat of a rebuild, as we keep saying, like Groundhog Day of rebuilds for the Thunder. But if they're going to have any chance of getting near that required chase of 198.
Yeah, Prendergast here, and that's sliced into the offside by Willa Prendergast there. And it's a neat one from her. No run. I'll bring some of the scores elsewhere, because the Central Sparks are chasing 271 after bowling the South East Stars out. They're currently 62 for 3 after 12 overs, as Prendergast runs in here, and that's nudged into the leg side by Grace Johnson for the single. Then Western Storm were bowled out for 180, and in response, the Sunrisers are currently 73 for 3. And then Vipers versus Diamonds. Southern Vipers finished 240 for 8, and in response, the Diamonds are now 96 for 1, almost at the halfway stage there. So plenty of action around the country, and it makes the table very interesting. Mathematically, I'm not quite sure the percentages now, as Prendergast is in, and that's pushed off the hit by Darcy Carter, and they'll get the one run. Because I don't have the ins and outs of what every single team needs in every single possibility, but
yeah, that's fair enough. And I mean, the Blaze will just know all they need to do is take these wickets as quickly as possible. They don't have any numbers in their head, just get the wickets.
Exactly, as Prendergast is in, and that's driven down the ground by Johnson. It's missed the fielder, and that's raced away for 4. That's a really lovely shot from Johnson there. Really well timed, super straight, and just beat the diving fielder. So an important boundary for the Lancashire Thunder as part of this rebuild.
Absolutely, that's a beautiful strike, and that's what the Thunder need. One step at a time, one run at a time, and boundaries where you can get them. The way to approach this chase now.
Prendergast again to Johnson. He guides that down to extra cover for no run. Prendergast running in again. Already 2 wickets to her name today. To Johnson. He pushes that into the offside. There's a dive out there by Michaela Kirk. They'll take the single. It's a decent over for the Lancashire Thunder, just progressing on a little bit, and the score 62 for 6.
Absolutely, at every stage, even in this position of 62 for 6, you can still make life very difficult for the Blaze, and not allow them to get their own way at any stage of the chase. You can hear the Blaze, you can see the sort of smiles on their faces. They're feeling good about the way that they've gone about this innings, which has been brilliant so far. But there's still plenty that the Thunder can do to spoil their plans, and to not give up, not roll over at this stage of the innings. Kirsty Gordon is in, and that's just defended by Darcy Carter. Sorry, Grace Johnson, who's on strike. Gordon in again. Time swing of the arms to the square leg boundary, not right up to the boundary. They'll run through for 2 runs. A good shot from Grace Johnson. Keep rotating, keep running, anything that allows the batters to just keep moving, not just the score, but moving their bats, keep moving their bodies and just building up 1 run at a time. Defended. Straight back to the bowler. Kirsty Gordon into Grace Johnson. Hit straight back down, but fielded for another dot ball. Gordon into Johnson once again. And again, hit straight to the fielder for another dot ball. Bowling with really good control, Kirsty Gordon, and not allowing the Thunder batters any room. Tries to sweep, and she's down on 1 knee, Grace Johnson, but that's a wide. Kirsty Gordon will have to bowl that one again. So Gordon into Johnson, just pushes that back to the bowler, but there is time to scamper through for a really quick single. They do get another run, and yeah, that's an option that is available to try and get those really risky quick singles. They'll keep things moving and test the mettle of the Blaze fielders. Are they really completely on it? And they managed to steal a run there. Not allow Kirsty Gordon to keep building those dot balls, so 65 for 6.
Change of bowling at the Mornington Road end. Coming on number 6, Cassidy McCarthy.
So we're going to see Cassidy McCarthy for the first time today. She played a part in the match on Saturday. She only bowled 3 overs, went for 18 runs.
I'm going to trip over Cassidy McCarthy, Darcy Carter, so just apologies in advance when that happens.
Just having discussion with Kirsty Gordon that. As Grace Johnson is going to face her first delivery. McCarthy in, and that's been defended, slightly heading into the offside. Good start by McCarthy.
Grace Johnson's faced 23 deliveries. She's on 15 for 23. Carter on 2 off 8.
McCarthy in again, and that's flicked by Johnson into the leg side, straight to Ella Claridge. She's fielding there at mid-wickets. There will be no run. 66 for 6. It's not a mouthful to say at all. As McCarthy runs past the umpire and Johnson is poised, sends that one to point. No runs from this over so far. McCarthy to Johnson. He plays that down the ground to mid-on, and they scamper through for the single, which rotates the strike, allowing Darcy Carter to face some balls.
Yeah, if they can dig in here, the Thunder batters. Carter on strike now, and just frustrate the Blaze, force them into making mistakes, just kind of push them off their game a little bit.
McCarthy with a shorter ball to Carter, and Josie Groves does the fielding just in front of us here at kind of a deep backward square between there and fine leg, and there'll be the 1 run. McCarthy to Johnson, who drives that into the offside. Straight to Marie Kelly, who's doing the fielding there, and that's the end of the over. And the score, 68 for 6. Now, they do say comparison is the thief of joy, but I think in this case it's slightly necessary because the Blaze had reached 100 by this point. They were 100 for 2 after 23 overs, and the Blaze are 68 for 6, so a well way off that. And of course that was before Blaze's slight collapse, so we will give the Thunder that. But Josie Groves is going to be brought on here, and I suggest that won't make things any easier at all for the Lancashire Thunder.
100% agree with that. And just as a new partnership starts to dig in a little bit and start rotating the strike and get a little bit more confident and comfortable, the change-up of the bowlers comes in, and Josie Groves starting her spell here with the score on 68 for 6. Just practicing, turning her arm round, a bit of a misfield as she practices her bowling with her fielding partners. Just keep the batters waiting a little bit. Never allowing them to really settle and be comfortable. Josie Groves into Carter, who pulls that. Nearly, that goes through the hands. I don't know if she got a touch to it, but that goes over the boundary for another 4. A backward square leg. There's almost a catch, but, well, almost isn't a catch. It's a boundary. So a really nice shot from Darcy Carter there.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Just a kind of an inkling of what Carter can do. We'll see the replay here. We're able to tell how it goes through the hands. And
she must have got enough on it for it to be just powerful enough not to be caught. Groves in again to Carter. She swings a bat. This time she cuts behind, but well fielded. It'll be a dot ball, but I like the way she attacked the new bowler straight away, and not letting her get into a rhythm of dots as we've seen from the Blaze spinners. Into Carter. That'll be another dot ball. And if she can find Darcy Carter the opportunity to lay into Josie Groves and not let her get comfortable in her spell, then that will be a little mini win within the game for Carter and the Thunder. Groves in. She steps back. Just glances that back. Behind point. It's another dot ball. Over that started well with a boundary. That was almost a catch, but good 4 runs, attacking the new bowler. Groves in to Carter, swings her arms again. She cuts that straight to the fielder at point. So Josie just establishing a little bit of, just getting the control and the dominance now in this over, having been taken for 4 in her first delivery. She's into Carter, who defends that, and that's another dot ball to finish the over. So resting back control there, Josie Groves, but really good attacking from Darcy Carter to begin the over. The score moves on to 72 for 6. Johnson and Carter at the crease for the Thunder, just meet in the middle. Have a chat about how things are going. These two are the partnership now that are in. They've placed quite a few deliveries and scoring up to 3, which is a bit higher than we've seen it in a while. Hey?
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility for these 2 young players, but it's also a great opportunity to show what they can do. Of course, Darcy Carter on debut as well, as McCarthy is in, and that one goes through to Sarah Bryce.
Is that the sun bursting through the clouds?
I know,
Polly?
I'm having to squint. The sun? I haven't seen the
Warm.
sun in a couple of hours. It's remarkable. It is actually very strong now. But I'm not complaining at all. I'll take it over the overcast weather they had this morning as McCarthy is in, and that's driven right back to her by Grace Johnson.
Hopefully this little burst of sunshine is something that Johnson and Carter can enjoy and have some fun batting under the sun.
Yeah, blue skies are opening up, peeking through the clouds. As McCarthy comes, and that's a little edge down. Josie Groves has made some good ground down right in front of us. Kind of going from a fine leg to right behind the wicket. As it was a nice little edge by Carter.
Yeah, they're digging in, these two. Digging in.
McCarthy to Carter, who misses that one. Into the safe hands of Bryce behind the stumps. 73 for 6.
Blaze still very chipper and lively in the field, but haven't taken a wicket in a while.
Yeah, they want to get those remaining 4 wickets. McCarthy to Carter as that one's hit strongly down the ground, but will only find the fielder at mid-on.
And we don't know the exact equation, but we know they need the biggest win that they can get. They need to restrict Thunder to the lowest possible total while bowling them out as quickly as they can if they're to stand any chance for calculations later on to allow them to be in that finals.
McCarthy to Carter, who signalled a wide by the umpire, so Carter was prepared to play a cut shot, but pulled out in the end.
So the longer that the Thunder can dig in here and really start to frustrate those ambitions of the Blaze will be really good for the Thunder.
McCarthy to Carter, and there was a hit on the pad, but no appeal or anything like that. It's a bit of a slower over, and only the one taken so far. McCarthy bowling well. The key here, though, for the Blaze, those 4 wickets that remain. That's a stunning shot. That's probably the best straight drive we've seen all game. So much power, and just went under Cassidy McCarthy, the bowler, and straight all the way to the sight screen at the far end. And that was an exceptional shot for 4. A great way to finish before drinks.
That was a divine strike from Grace Johnson, and even put the bowler on the seat of her pants on the ground. That was beautiful cricket to witness under the sun as the sun comes out here, and it's really quite, I can feel the warmth on my knees and in my eyes and everywhere, and you can see it reflecting off the covers that normally go over the wicket that are around the boundary and the white tent, and I'm sure the spectators who are dotted all around will really be enjoying this burst of sunshine that's now come out.
I'll appreciate the weather, certainly. So the score here now is 79 for 6. At the same stage, the Blaze were 105 for 3. Scores elsewhere, though. The Central Sparks are 84 for 4, chasing 271 even. Davina Perrin and Chloe Brewer batting there. Then at Radler, we've got Western Storm against the Sunrisers. The Sunrisers 91 for 4, chasing 180. So they're not a million miles away. And then Southern Vipers against the Diamonds. The Diamonds 107 for 3, chasing 241, just after the halfway stage. And they've got Emma Marlowe close to a half century over there. Rebecca Duckworth having already got a half century, former Thunder player in fact. And so we'll keep an eye on those games, as well as they will have implications in the table for who qualifies for the semi-finals, which are taking place later this month. And then, of course, the final at Leicestershire County Cricket Club on the 21st of September. That should be a really good event. And, of course, we do not know the teams that will make it there, with the semi-finals played, I think it's midweek of that week. But yeah, this is the penultimate round. One round left after this, and it's been one of the best years of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. I think there've been so many games. Of course, they expanded the tournament since that first year, and it's been ever more competitive with so many more professionals. And there've been a lot of debuts, a lot of young players coming up, a lot of surprises. So I think it's been a really, really good season.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I've really enjoyed watching the competition in all the years, but in this year, probably more than ever before. And it's got an extra layer of poignancy, I suppose, in that this is the last time we see this sort of regional structure. Hey, so whoever wins this will have always won the sort of last regional Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in this sort of iteration, as it is before the sides move to the county setup.
Yeah, there's a bit of legacy with that, really. And of course, yes, these counties, the counties will, completely change from the regions. But for example, I think about the KSL and the fact that, so Western Storm won the last edition of that, and Western Storm have continued as a region. The same with the Southern Vipers as well, and kind of that legacy and that identity continues. So I think whoever wins this final, I imagine the competition will continue with the counties. I think it's the Charlotte Edwards Cup one where there's potentially a name change because of sponsorship reasons, especially if they bring it in line with the men's T20 competition. But hopefully the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy continues, because it's been a very good tournament, and of course honouring a fantastic pioneer of women's cricket in England.
Josie Groves in to Johnson. Flashes at it, but gets no bat on it. That's a dot ball to start this over of Groves' spell. Batting in the bright sunshine now. Grace Johnson defends. Another dot ball for Josie Groves. The total is 79. The score rather 79 for 6. Just after drinks, Josie in. Slashes her bat at it, but doesn't get anything on it that's in the gloves of the keeper. Another dot ball for Josie Groves, who's batting beautifully since the drinks break. Apologies, bowling. Grace Johnson facing the spin of Josie Groves, and can just dink that to the leg side. 4 dot balls. Little mini triumph for the Blaze. Groves is in, and she pulls that, and it beats the first fielder in the ring, but goes towards the square leg boundary. Though we'll get 1 run. Broken the run of dot balls. Carter to face Groves. Doesn't get bat on that, but that goes behind. Now, she's tried to get a run. There is a possibility of a run out, but she gets back in time. Grace Johnson was about 3/4 up the crease, and Carter's feet were not moving anywhere. So she had to scamper back, Johnson, and makes it back in time. Weren't able to affect the run out there, but there was a chance there. That sort of post-drinks break loss of focus can come to either side. Blaze bowled very well. Thunder nearly put this partnership in jeopardy, but they're fine. As the batters just consult in the middle, steady themselves, tap gloves, and prepare to continue to just disrupt the focus of the Blaze. Make sure that the Blaze aren't thinking they're going to celebrate early in any way. They've stopped them from getting a wicket for a while now.
As Cassidy McCarthy is coming in here to Johnson, he pushes that into the leg side. He'll run through gently for the single. just taking it steadily, ticking that score over.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't need to think in terms of chasing down 198. Just set those mini targets within the chase and enjoy batting at home here at Sale.
McCarthy coming in again, and it's Carter to face it this time, and it's just hit into the ground. There won't be a run available. The score 81 for 6. The sun is very bright. I should have bought a little visor. One of those, are they the golf visors? The ones that people wear with no top on them, yeah.
With different colours.
Yeah. As McCarthy's running in, and that's Boulder. Carter has to go. Cassidy McCarthy with a much needed wicket for the Blaze, and that sends the Thunder 7 wickets down. This pair have done well to hold out for so long. They were building a nice little partnership there, but it had to come to an end. In fact, this partnership, I will find out how many runs it was. 27 between the pair of them, and they look like they could potentially take Thunder and save them a little bit. Maybe not take them over the line, but build a solid partnership and give them a little bit of hope. But
yeah, and certainly take them a bit deeper into this game, and they batted reasonably well. We saw some really good shots, some beautiful straight drives and across the boundary, and Blaze, they frustrated Blaze's plans, I think, a little bit. They would have wanted to take those wickets more quickly, so they did well from, a difficult position, but you can't keep the Blaze out for too long. Really quality bowling, and they said, well, we'll just have to go the direct route and get those stumps out of the ground, and Carter's had to trudge back for 11 runs off her 20.
And that's Tara Norris, who has come to the middle. He is a very capable batter, and in her time at Southern Vipers actually helped them win, I think it was the Lottie Cup, with good innings there, as McCarthy's into Norris, who leaves that alone.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Tara Norris being there in the lower order, and being really rescuing Vipers at times, and so another sort of lower middle order batter that's a great signing for Thunder, that can bowl well and also hold up her end.
McCarthy to Norris, who nudges that behind. It's racing away to the boundary, but Josie Groves is there to provide cover, and they'll only manage to run through for 1 in the end, putting Grace Johnson back on strike. The sort of batter, Tara Norris, that can be there with another set batter to make a lower order partnership, but with Thunder having lost 7 wickets, a really big ask for these two now at the crease, Johnson and Norris, to form the sort of partnership that could get Thunder over the line. McCarthy running in from the far end to Johnson, who pushes that out to cover. I think I might get sunburnt here. The sun is very bright.
It's really taken a turn, hasn't it?
It really has. It was absolutely freezing. We were cold in the innings break. We were shivering. And now I'm getting a tan, and I feel like I did say before, we looked at the weather, and it was 17 degrees and sunny. And I was like, that's basically Spain. I got here and I was like, Sale and Spain aren't the same place. But I do feel like I could be in Seville right now watching the cricket.
Yeah, we've just got to enjoy it, because, there are not going to be many days left like this in
appreciate
2024.
every ounce of sun. All that.
The ball back in the hands of Josie Groves, and it will be the new batter, Tara Norris, to face. Left-handed batter. Takes her guard as keeping Josie Groves waiting there for a minute, as long as possible. She spins the ball round and round in her hands. Norris knocks the bat on the ground, ready to face Groves in. Swings her bat. Goes through for 1 run. Norris getting off the mark nicely. Managed to rotate the strike. Johnson, who is the set batter now, facing. She just glances that behind and they'll get through for another run. So nice rotating of the strike here from Thunder. Want to keep, wherever they can, spoiling those plans of the dot balls. Don't allow Blaze to get into that rhythm where they feel they can build the pressure and bowl out the Thunder as quickly as possible. Groves into Norris. Defended into the leg side, no run. Still up and about, the Blaze fielders chirping and chorusing together as Groves in to Norris. Forward defence. And the dot ball for Josie Groves. Celebrating every dot ball like it's a wicket. Groves back into Norris. He swings her bat. The fielder drives over it. That goes past the fielder in the ring. There's a chase on towards the boundary as they come back for 2. Seems to be timing it nicely, Tara Norris, having newly arrived at the crease, but she's a very good batter and it's no surprise to see her quickly get into her work. As she prepares to face Josie Groves. She's in, that's defended forwards. Norris just a little bit of gardening, tapping the crease. But a good settling first over for her. Coming in after Carter was clean bowled.
Yeah,
the score now 86 for 7.
It's on the same wavelength, 86 for 7. And I think McCarthy will be bowling again from the far end. Just some shoelaces being tied up in the middle. Evan Norris and Johnson out there. Johnson on 20 from.
Yeah, she's been out there a long time now, Johnson. Yeah. She is the set batter. She's seen battered in every weather. And
oh, you said weather and it got cold again. I felt a breeze. McCarthy is in, Johnson facing, and that's pushed into the leg side. The deep square leg fielder coming in.
And if she can keep her concentration here, Grace Johnson, there is not many better in support than Tara Norris to put some runs on at this lower end for the Thunder. Continue to frustrate the Blaze where they can.
McCarthy running in and Tara Norris leaves that one alone. 87 for 7.
And yeah, it is slow going in terms of run rate for the Thunder, but quicker than it has been.
Once again, McCarthy to Norris, who just pushes that slightly into the leg side.
And yeah, still plenty to play for the Thunder every time you're out there representing your team. There's plenty to play for. Pride at stake. And
Cassidy McCarthy, and I signalled a wide, and Sarah Bryce takes the ball. And
always an opportunity to show what you can do in any situation of a game.
Norris, the left-hander, prepares as McCarthy's in, and that's pushed back down the track for no run. Those wides costing the Blaze, but other than that, tight bowling from McCarthy. $89 for 7. McCarthy to Norris, who swipes at that and leaves it alone in the end. And these dot balls are piling up, which is precisely what the Blaze want.
Indeed. Signs there that Tara Norris is willing to take on the bowling. But that won't put the Blaze off by any means.
Casty McCarthy coming in, and Norris takes hold of that and will send that into the leg side, down to the boundary. There's a fielder out there in the deep mid-wicket area, and they'll only end up getting the 2 from it.
Yeah, there was a big gap there that she went for, and the fielder did have to give chase. She didn't get hold of that. If she'd managed to strike that a little bit harder, that could have been another boundary, but so nice attacking play from Tara Norris.
McCarthy to Norris, who just puts her back down, and that goes over the head of Sarah Bryce. But Josie Groves is out here in the deep to field there. And that's the end of the over. The score 91 for 7. 92 for 7 now. Just got to wait for the scoreboard to do its thing. And the Thunder still with a significant task at hand, but looking slightly more comfortable than they did an over ago.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, they came into this game, the Thunder, with, of course, that very, very low percentage chance of having a chance to be in for a shot for the finals. And now find themselves in a position where it's very, it's not a strong likelihood that they would chase this target down, with 198 being 89 for 7. Yet still so many other little targets that they can make, as Josie Groves is into Tara Norris and she defends. And as the batters rebuild and form this new partnership down the lower order, it's important that they keep communicating about how they want to approach the bowling and what they want to achieve in each. As she's in to Tara Norris, they hesitate a moment and manage to, on the misfield, just run through for another run. Norris knocks her bat in appreciation of the quick stolen run there. So even little things like that, celebrating just all those little wins as long as and as deep as Thunder can take this game. Even the confidence it can give them, as she's in to Johnson, who's faced 41 deliveries now for her 21. And clearly, obviously, the set batter of the two. As Josie Groves is in to Johnson. And she just hits that leg side, tries to go through for a run, but fielder is very quick on top of it. As the Blaze need to remain focused, keep applying the pressure. The wickets could come from the bowling, from the fielding, from a mistake by the Thunder, and they've got to be alert to every opportunity. She bowls in, and that's lofted high over the head of the fielder. Cal Corner, who's going to chase for it. They're running through for 2. It won't quite make the boundary. Plugged a little bit in this lush outfield, but a nice bit of excitement every time the ball goes up in the air, whether it's going for the batter or the bowling side. Just a little indication of a little bit of extra something, a bit of extra spice in the match. She bowls in, and that's it. That passes the fielder. Point that's going to race all the way to the boundary. There's a big dive to try and stop it. That's another 4 runs to the total. As the batters touch gloves. A brilliant 4 runs through the covers. And Grace Johnson, the in batter now, gets a chance to free her arms, get that down to the boundary, bringing the score up to 99.
That was much needed, and as you say, celebrate anything, and And that boundary was something to celebrate. Just shy of that 100 milestone. And Tara Norris and Grace Johnson look like they can take this game a little bit deeper than perhaps first thought. Of course, 7 wickets down and the target of 198. So still have to double that total. And they've only got about 20 overs to do it. But stranger things have happened, and they want to prevent the Blaze from getting this bonus point and suffering a big defeat. But at the same time, the win isn't off the cards. As with that 1% chance of them reaching the semi-final, that's probably gone out the window, but there could be a 1% chance still of them winning this game. So they've got to stay in it as long as they can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All those little games within the game and the little wins that they can get towards that final target. That's just blocked by Tara Norris.
Lucy Heyhoe being the change of bowler there. As she comes on with her off spin. We've had a really good balance of seam and spin today, both delivering the goods. And there's a big shout. Lucy Heyhoe didn't really appeal herself. It was more of the fielders and the wicket keepers.
Indeed, I don't think any bat on that.
As Heyhoe's in again, and that's been lofted in the air by Norris. That looks like it could go for 6. I think it might be a 1 bounce 4, but no, it's a 6. The umpire signalled a 6. That's the first 6 of the day, and that's the energy that the Lancashire Thunder will want. A 6 from Tara Norris, and she's taken them over the 100 mark. 105 runs for the Lancashire Thunder.
Crowd really appreciated that one. Love to see it.
That's a significant milestone for the side. Heyhoe again, and that one doesn't produce any runs for the Lancashire Thunder, but what a shot from Tara Norris.
Beautiful shot, and I think Thunder have won the 6-hitting competition of the day. So
they certainly have. They certainly have. Heyhoe in again, and that's just defended by Tara Norris. There'll be no run available.
It was a perfect straight lofted drive, like a rainbow
really
arc from where the batter is
to
the screen.
It was really good and just did enough to get over the rope without bouncing. And that's another fantastic shot by Tara Norris. She's sent that all the way down. The same place she put the stick, she's just sent a 4. This is an expensive over from Lucy Heyhoe, but a fantastic display of batting from Tara Norris. 109 for 7.
What you were referring to earlier, having seen Tara Norris in sort of similar positions take the Southern Vipers, a previous team, to match-winning totals, batting like this in this sort of position. So really encouraging for Thunder to see that sort of form playing out now.
Yeah, positive display of cricket, and that over an expensive one from Lucy Heyhoe, conceding 10 runs from it. But a very productive one for the Lancashire Thunder, who really needed that over. And they're still below the required run rate.
Josie Groves, ball in hand. And that's hit aerially, but it won't quite carry to the fielder. Grace Johnson still going about her work under the rather warm sunshine, bright sunshine we've been enjoying now. Groves back into Johnson. Just defended to the offside. Long spell for Josie Groves. It's been a good disciplined spell. The one with the responsibility to find a wicket now as she's in, and that's hit high, miscued. Could be a catch, and it is a catch. Grace Johnson, who's batted wonderfully for her 27 of 44, is now out. It's caught at mid-wicket.
That's a blow for the Lancashire Thunder after that little cameo display from Tara Norris. Grace Johnson has to depart, and what was looking like a turning point has just had a spanner in the works, as it'll be Phoebe Graham that has to come to the middle now, and the Lancashire Thunder another wicket down.
Really warm, appreciative applause around the boundary here at Sale. A really good innings by Grace Johnson. 27 of 46 was her score. A time in the crease, she managed to push the run rate up to 3.48. And a very worthy innings, a very good performance by Grace Johnson with the bat, having bowled so well as well in the first innings. On to Phoebe Graham now to partner up with Tara Norris. And just continue that good work that Thunder have been doing in the last few overs of just putting the pressure back on the Blazers, just frustrating the bowlers, not letting them get too excited about taking all those wickets and getting them into a stronger position. Josie Groves, and she just chops that one down, on top of its head, the ball. Phoebe Graham is on strike facing Groves, looking to get off the mark. Groves in. Graham swings her arms but doesn't manage to penetrate the field. Stop ball for Groves. Blaze will want to try and want to get this wicket in a hurry, and will feel a new batter that they can get her out. Little bit of an appeal there, but nothing going with that. Phoebe Graham survives those deliveries from JC Groves, and the score now 109 for 8.
Yeah, the end of the over, and the Lancashire Thunder wanting to plod on here with yeah, I can't quite see who's going to bowl next. In fact, it will be Lucy Heyhoe. I think he was very expensive in her first over. That's where Tara Norris kind of took her apart a little bit, and yeah, she went for 10 runs from that first over, but she's going to come back and have another over. Once again, Norris on strike. The sun is absolutely blaring as Heyhoe is in, and Norris swipes that one out. It's a misfield, but there is support out there in the deep on the offside.
Yeah, those little mistakes that we haven't seen so much from Blaze, but just an indication perhaps of a little bit of frustration. Maybe thought they were in a more dominant position, I mean, which they are, but had the upper hand, but not getting it all their own way.
Heyhoe to Graham, and there's a slight appeal, but again, not from Heyhoe, more from Sarah Bryce, who's standing up to the stumps here. And there's quite a lot of encouragement from the Blaze fielders out there, realising I just need 2 wickets to get the job done. There's a discussion between, I think it's Marie Kelly, Kirsty Gordon and Lucy Heyhoe. Start there, just making adjustments in the field.
I know we keep going on about it, but it's a proper summer's day now.
Yeah, it's really beautiful out here.
A hot day in July right now. You think of what we started with this morning. The batter should enjoy this.
Heyhoe in again, and that's defended by Phoebe Graham. Graham to Heyhoe, and Graham lofts that in the air. It looks like it's going to race for 4, but Marie Kelly is down there at the far end. She picks up and she'll prevent that boundary. So in the end, it's just a single. A little bit more power on that though, Phoebe Graham, and that would have gone for 4.
Absolutely, and I think just a little bit of a fumble of the ball as well by the fielder. So good from Thunder. We've seen a few go straight for boundaries. They can keep that attacking approach. Could have a bit more joy with this chase.
Heyhoe to Norris, and there's a bit of a shout from within the field, but it'll go down as a dot ball. Lucy Heyhoe having a much better over so far. 111 for 8. Lucy Heyhoe to Norris, who guides that down the ground to mid-off. Now just be the single. And that's the end of the over. 111 for 8. A reminder that this is Lancs TV for Lancashire Thunder versus the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the penultimate round, and you're with myself, Polly Starkey, and Faith Florence alongside me. And we're talking you through today's game, where the Lancashire Thunder are trying to chase down a total of 198, but currently are 112 for 8 as it stands.
And when you think they were 54 for 6 at one stage, to be on 112 for 8, clearly something's worked for Thunder to slightly work their way back in, as Josie Groves with ball in hand. Tara Norris hits that to point. Another dot ball for Josie Groves, but the lower order of Thunder have done really well to just make sure they keep taking the game deep. It's never over till it's over. As Josie Groves in, Tara Norris uses her feet and lofts that high for 6 runs. Beautiful shot.
Another 6.
Another 6. They're absolutely smashing the 6th game. Blown Blaze away out the park if it comes to 6s. And I mean, how many 6s do you need to get to that 180, 198 now?
Tara Norris hitting 6s for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll
Fantastic.
do it.
She's really taking on the spinners hit, with Josie Groves with leg spin and Lucy Heyhoe with off spin.
Absolutely, Groves in again, and she steps back and gets the bat underneath that, but just a point that doesn't go straight down the ground as before. But she gets off strike and have a little time to mull over how she's going to get that next 6. It just really gives the batter and their partner at the non-strikers end and just the whole crowd just a lift and just a little boost for the Thunder as Groves in and out to Phoebe Graham, who defends that back to the bowler. But with every shot like that, it's just a chance closer to chasing down this massive target. Groves in, she frees her hands and she's hit that one through the covers for 4. Phoebe Graham.
The Thunder have found a little bit of rhythm here, and
absolutely.
Tara Norris and Phoebe Graham are sailing along nicely. Of course, there's still a big task at hand, but
indeed,
setting this up well.
As Grove is into Graham. Now that's hit her on the pad. She's out. The umpire raises his finger. Judged to be adjacent. That's an LBW just as she was starting to get going. That's, of course, a big shame for Phoebe Graham. Looked like she was ready to join Tara Norris in this late charge. Was batting nicely. It just scored a boundary. Josie Groves is a class bowler.
This is a bit of a pattern. A 6 is hit and then a wicket falls. It's happened twice, so I'm going to call it a pattern now. But yeah, the penultimate wicket for the Lancashire Thunder. Hannah Jones making her way out to try and keep this game alive with Phoebe Graham.
And Graham approached it in the right way, I would say. And you know, if the score was 123 for 3, for example, you know, that wouldn't be the end of the world. So I think she did the right thing to bat in the manner that she did, having bowled so beautifully in the first innings. And when you're facing a quality leg spin, leg spinners are always at some point going to take a wicket off a player, you know, whether up the order, opening the batting, or lower order. Leg spin can be so tricky and dangerous to face, and she did well, Phoebe Graham, but unfortunately on this occasion has had to walk. And Hannah Jones is in for the Thunder with the score on 123 for 9.
It's a difficult scenario for the Lancashire Thunder purely because of course Tara Norris is hitting those sixes and hitting those fours, and that's great. But how do these two work together to keep this game alive? Because there are still about 16 overs remaining, and that's a long time to keep batting. They want to go as deep into this game as possible, but it's where they take those risks and how they build this partnership and what approach they're going to take. I think we're going to see that as Lucy Heyhoe is in to Norris, who nudges that into the offside even.
Keep attacking, Tara Norris, keep going.
I imagine she'll want to keep that attacking approach, and she's taken on Lucy Heyhoe. That's who she got her first six from, so Heyhoe continues and Norris walks down the track to play that, but it just gets pushed into the offside. They'll take the single. Hannah Jones preparing to face her first ball.
Get Tara Norris on strike and let's have a blaze of glory. However this ends, whether Thunder chase it down or
blaze of glory.
I know, no pun intended whatsoever, but whichever way this goes, go with a six if you're Tara Norris.
That one is pushed to a point for no run.
Yes, got to try and get that single, Hannah Jones. Get Tara Norris on strike.
Heyhoe to Jones. If there's an appeal, the umpire is uninterested and Hannah Jones gets another life.
Yeah, when the umpire's hand twitches and you think, oh, but then it's just, I don't know, got a pen or something in his pocket and a big sigh of relief.
Heyhoe again, and Hannah Jones has hit that up in the air and the catch is almost taken, but it's put down right there at log on, and again Hannah Jones survives, playing with fire quite literally here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. If Hannah Jones wants to get the sixes, that's cool too. So either get Tara Norris on strike or get the sixes yourself, but attack.
Heyhoe again, and Jones plays that into the offside. There'll be no run. And the end of the over, 123 for 9. So that target is slightly more in sight. 74 to win from 92 balls, but importantly 1 wicket in hand, and that's the big problem here.
Yeah, I mean, watching the game from over here, and you feel it's like it's out of Thunder's hands, and really unlikely that. Yeah, you don't want to say no chance because that's literally not the truth, but the chance is very, very slim that they could chase this down. But they still have plenty of opportunity, plenty of time to spoil the party a bit for the Blaze, to entertain the crowd a little bit. Tara Norris has been doing that spectacularly, really taking her shots and taking on the bowling. And that's something I know that her teammates and her squad and the crowd would love to see. So then Tara Norris just deflects that to point. That's Grace Ballinger, who caused so much destruction at the beginning of the bowling innings of the Blaze. He's back with the ball in hand. Been tasked by a captain to just finish things off with the Blaze here. A longer run up comes bounding in to Tara Norris. Defended back to the bowler. And this will be a good battle to watch here at this stage of the innings, because Grace Ballinger will have one thing on her mind and will have been tasked with just one job: finish the innings, bowl them out. And Tara Norris won't want to let her do it, as she's into Norris, who drives that straight down the ground and rotates the strike. Get 1 run, 126 for 9. Hannah Jones taking her guard and preparing to face the seam of Grace Ballinger.
Ballinger opting to bowl from the other end this time.
Ballinger in. Lifts her bat high, Hannah Jones, but doesn't make any contact, leaves that ball to go through to the keeper. Dot ball for Grace Ballinger. Tara Norris at the non-striker's end, hand on hip, waiting for her chance to get back on strike. Ballinger back to the mark of her long run up, and she comes to Hannah Jones. Beats the bat, that's through to the keeper. Every delivery is another delivery with Tara Norris not on strike, and she just goes up to have a little whisper with Hannah Jones. It's important that as Ballinger comes in to Jones, no run there. It's important that Tara Norris gets as much of the remaining strike as possible.
Yeah, the end of the over, 127 for 9. They're doing well to keep this final wicket alive. But that task is just going to get harder and harder, I think, with the Blaze likely to probably get quite frustrated by it.
They're hanging in there, the Thunder, aren't they? And it's great to see, but there's, it's tinged with a little bit of sadness, because getting up to 127, you wonder what might have been if, with a few more runs contributed by some of the batters higher up the order, the chase was very much on.
It also doesn't do justice to how well they bowled. They put themselves in such a good position heading into the second innings. They just haven't backed it with the bat, as Heyhoe's in and Norris defends that.
Exactly.
And their bowling, I think about Fee Morris in particular, she was fantastic with the ball. And their batting just hasn't quite reflected how well they started this game and the position they put them. They've made they put themselves in the best position possible, and then have made it really difficult for themselves, as that was struck nicely by Norris to extra cover, which I think has been a little bit of a pattern of Lancashire Thunder over the last year, that they can put themselves in good positions and then they've made it look really difficult. As Heyhoe to Norris plays the similar shot, just defending that one cautiously.
Completely agree, and all the pieces are there, all the ingredients are there for, really great match-winning side.
Heyhoe to Norris, and that was fielded really well on the ring by Grace Ballinger, so only 1 run will be taken from it. That's a good piece of fielding, that.
I sometimes feel they haven't quite lived up to the sum of their parts, in previous seasons, and again this season.
Heyhoe to Jones. He plays that into the offside. There won't be a run.
When and if and when everything clicks.
Heyhoe to Jones. He strikes that down the ground, slightly aerial, but it will be stopped there on the long on boundary, and that's the end of the over. That was a quick over that Heyhoe got through, and the score 129 for 9 after 37 overs.
There'll be a point when we see, the Thunder, as they are on paper, who just look a formidable side to me always. I might be a little bit biased as a very long time Thunder fan, but yeah, really looking forward to when it all clicks and all the disciplines and all the talent aspects of the squad really just get firing. As Ballinger into Hannah Jones, hits that straight underground, straight to the fielder. Grace Ballinger on a mission to just kill this innings and bowl the Thunder out, who've been stubborn these last 10-15 overs or so. The wickets falling at a much slower rate than they did at the beginning, under the very bright, warm sunshine now, almost blinding sunshine here at Sale. Ballinger in to Jones. Just checks that offside. No run. Crucially, no wicket either. And Grace Ballinger and well, you can hear that the fielders do sound not too upset about things, but certainly it will frustrate them how difficult it's proved, and that's been really nice to see from the Thunder, not letting them get this game easy. Ballinger into Jones. Let's hit airily straight to the field, and there's a misfield, and they're going to be able to run through for one and get Tara Norris on strike. Really good running.
Yeah, Marie Kelly's frustrated with that one. She's a good fielder.
Indeed. The tenacity that we've seen from the Thunder, you know, these past few overs, that's what happens. Great fielders start to make mistakes, and the side gets so frustrated. Quite basic mistakes of misfielding like that. We see Tara Norris back on strike, facing Ballinger. She hits that into the leg side. 3 for 1 run. Her Blaze teammates really urging her on. Ballinger. There's been constant good chirpy noise coming from the Blaze as they try to counter towards the bowling out their opposition. Ballinger into Hannah Jones, who pulls that one behind square. Will earn just the 1 run. And put Tara Norris back on strike. Wonder if she can prize out another one of those astonishing sixes that we've enjoyed in her time at the crease. As Ballinger runs in to Tara Norris. Swings a bat and she hits that one high. Now there's a fielder under it, but it doesn't matter because that's hit the fence over the boundary. That would have been in the suburban gardens here at Sale if it wasn't for the high fence there. So thank you for that, Tara Norris. There's a warm applause around the ground, and that's exactly what Thunder has been wanting to see. That's what you get, getting Tara Norris back on strike.
Well, I said it wasn't going to rain today, but it's raining sixes here at Sale. That was like a dad joke, that.
One for your dad, Polly Starkey.
For real. He'll love that one. I mean, Thunder aren't too far away. 60 to win from 72 balls. That's 10 sixes. Come on, Tara Norris. 10
She's
sixes.
Easily
Piece
got
of
10
cake.
sixes.
Easy. Now that would be remarkable. I think automatically Thunder should be allowed in the semi-final for that.
100% agree.
That would be an incredible bit of cricket. But 138 for 9 here at Sale Cricket Club. A reminder that you're listening to Lancs TV with myself, Polly Starkey, and Faye Florence alongside me.
They're not in a hurry now, the Blaze, are they, to get through the next
They really aren't. Just a discussion happening, and Lucy Heim, I think, is ready to bowl again. As she comes in, and this one's sliced by Hannah Jones into the offside to point. I really should have bought my sunglasses. I didn't anticipate this bright sun. Heyhoe again, and that's turned around the corner by Hannah Jones, but they won't risk the run.
It's that stage in the year where you take your sunglasses out of your handbag. You know, normally they're automatically in there all summer, but you're like, oh well, I won't need them by default anymore, and then a day like this happens.
As that one is just played back down the track to Heyhoe. Hannah Jones looking a bit stuck there.
Yeah, get Tara Norris back on strike. That's the mission.
Once again, tries to play that defensively, but gets kind of caught in a pads, and there'll be a dot ball, which is what the Blaze will be happy with. As mentioned, that 4 dots in a row is always their target. But of course, the final wicket is their big target at the moment, as Heyhoe is in, and that's lofted into the air, but it falls short of the fielder and will land safely, the one taken from it. The score moving to 138 for 9.
Run a ball 37 for Tara Norris, 37 off 37. The highest score of the Thunder innings,
Wow.
of course. It's the way that she's done it and the position that she's done it from.
Precisely.
It's so impressive.
The manner of their innings has been exceptional, as Heyhoe is in, and that's defended into the pitch by Tara Norris. That's the end of the over, 138 for 9 after 39 overs. With 11 overs remaining, Thunder need 60 runs to win.
Well, they're hanging in there, and they're hanging in there in some style, and really rewarding this nice crowd that's come out. All the chairs and the benches around the boundary come to support their home side, and some travelling fans as well to support the Blaze. So they're taking this chase. It's still too early to say that they can take it all the way, but as long as you're in and you've got the overs to bat in cricket, yeah, absolutely. There's who's to say that it's impossible to chase any score down from any position is what they've got to believe, but they won't be thinking about that 198 target. They'll just be thinking of putting away the bad balls, rotating the strike to give Tara Norris a maximum opportunity to face, and making the Blaze have to come up with all sorts of different ideas. Catherine Bryce with ball in hand now to Hannah Jones. Flashes at that one, but beats the bat. Just slaps her thigh in frustration there, but she's still in to face a next delivery from Catherine Bryce, who, since the strike bowler Grace Ballinger failed to, as she's in again, and she leaves this one, Hannah Jones. Yeah, the plan of Grace Ballinger failed to dislodge the final wicket and break this final partnership. It's down to Catherine Bryce now to have a go. Jones facing, swings her bat and hits that aerially, doesn't carry to the fielder. Still on strike, Hannah Jones, no run there. Crucially, still in to face the next ball. And every delivery, a new opportunity. It's Bryce into Jones. Swings her bat hard, that goes straight through to the keeper. Bryce calling in the third man. 2 batters in the middle, just consulting about how they're going to get Tara Norris on strike. Bryce into Jones. Swings her bat and drives that straight, beats the first fielder, they get through for 1 run.
That was a good bit of teamwork. Good bit of teamwork there, fielding with Marie Kelly backing up Michaela Kirk just inside the ring there.
Indeed. And also allowed Thunder to succeed in getting Tara Norris on strike to face the last deliveries of Catherine Bryce's over. Cries of "Come on, Kathy." She bowls to Tara Norris. Hits that straight. Be no run. The end of that over, 140 for 9. 140 for 9, Polly Stucker.
Wow.
We didn't, what was it for 6? Was it 54 for 6?
Yeah, they were 55 for 6. And then, to recover to 140 for 9 in fact, they were 7 wickets down before the 100 milestone, so even that recovery is something positive.
It's fantastic. I love to see it. Love to see it in cricket. This type of resistance from impossible situations. You just got to dig in, keep resisting.
Change of bowling at the Mornington Road end. Coming back, number 24, Kirsty Gordon.
So Kirsty Gordon is going to be bowling, except this time from the far end. Gordon to Jones, and that's up in the air but falls safe of any fielders out there.
Jones batting really positively to keep rotating that strike, to get off strike and get Tara Norris on.
Kirsty Gordon having bowled 7 overs, gone for 20 runs including a maiden, as that's just chipped by Hannah Jones. There's a little bit of a lull in play between the Thunder batters.
Indeed, but not easy facing these bowlers. She's doing her part in this last stand, Hannah Jones, and playing it well.
Gordon to Jones, and that's just been nudged off the hip round the corner, and they've managed to scramble for a single.
Yes, Tara Norris on strike.
Tara Norris, the 6 hitter. There have been 3 sixes to date, and 2 of them have come from Tara Norris. The sun is incredibly bright right now, which again, not complaining. It does make the cricket hard to see.
We're both having to put our hands to shield the sun from our eyes as we.
Gordon tried to do something with that one, but Norris just pushed that into the leg side for no run. Thunder need to keep their composure as Gordon's in again, and that's just been pushed down the ground. There's plenty of encouragement from the Blades.
Absolutely,
they're keen to get this wrapped up. I think they'll be quite annoyed that it's taken them so long.
For sure, that's the brilliance of it, from a Thunder perspective.
Exactly, they probably expect to have it wrapped up about 5 overs ago, as Gordon's in, and that's just gone behind. Grace Ballinger fielding there.
I'm really intrigued with this last stand. It's quite fascinating. It
almost feels like watching a test match.
Right, exactly.
The way they're batting and the way the tension, that kind of feels.
It's so absorbing. A really quick run they're having to scamper now between the wickets. I forgot to hold the mic to my lips at one point. I was so engaged in the contest. But
the end of the over, 143 for 9. That was quite a reserved over from the Thunder batters.
Yeah, it was a bit quieter, wasn't it? Just the 3 runs, but they're still in, and they are closer. So in that sense, they're absolutely doing brilliantly. They've frustrated the Blaze to keep having to change up the bowling. They're changing ends. Kirsty Gordon bowling from the far Mornington end, and Catherine Bryce now from the Stane Road end nearest to us. From our comms position, Tara Norris now facing Catherine Bryce. She's hit that high, and it hasn't quite carried to the fielder. They've run through for another run, so still keeping the scoreboard ticking and rotating the strike. It's not a case of Tara Norris at this stage turning down runs or anything like that. Still taking each run when it's available, even if it's not a boundary, and trusting Hannah Jones to do her part. As Bryce into Jones. Hits that leg side, no run. Offside, excuse me. No run, but ready to face the next ball. And playing that crucial role often as you do when you've got a batter scoring quickly, scoring well, a set batter in. They can't bat alone. They need someone on the other end to hold up their end. As Bryce into Jones. No run. Crucially, still in to face the next ball. Score runs herself or rotate that strike and get Tara Norris to face. Bryce in. Flash of the bat. Hits the pads, but stumps are safe. No run from the bat of Hannah Jones there. Bryce will have to keep bowling. Keep trying, as the Blaze are doing, just to get that 1 wicket. Sometimes when you need 7 wickets, they come a bit more quickly. When you just need the 1 and it's not coming, as Jones swings that into the covers and takes a run. And you need just 1 wicket and it's not coming. There's nothing more frustrating for a bowling side than that. Nothing to put the kind of pressure on to cause mistakes, cause frustration, maybe let the concentration slip a little bit. And Thunder, that's what the Thunder have done so well at the back end of this innings. Well, since the middle of this innings, really. The top order fell quite quickly as Bryce is in. To Tara Norris, who swings a bat high. It's not going to be a boundary. She doesn't make a strong enough connection. But crucially, Thunder still in. The final stand. The final pair, 145 for 9. So again, a very quiet over. And 8 overs remaining in which to get the final runs or to get the final wicket.
So it's just around a run a ball for the Lancashire Thunder to see victory here. But yeah, they've been very stubborn in holding off, allowing the Blaze to take that final wicket, which I would say has been probably the biggest positive of their innings. I'm really struggling to see now. One of my eyes is watering. It is really bright.
No, I feel you on that one. We both have our hands as visors now. And
I promise I'm not crying. It's just the sun.
It's a very moving last stand,
It really is.
It's fine.
I'm just so inspired
Express
by
yourself.
Hannah Jones and Tara Norris out there in the middle. As a number 11 myself, is what I could aspire to be. As Gordon is in, and that's tapped back down the ground by Hannah Jones. This really is a remarkable stand because, especially the attitude of fielders and bowlers when the number 11 comes in, as Kirsty Gordon's in, and there's a slight shout there, but nothing of it. It's usually, oh, game's almost done, let's just wrap this up. But actually the Blaze haven't had that opportunity. They're having to work really hard and, you know, utilising one of their best bowlers, Kirsty Gordon, the leading wicket taker for the Blaze, as that one has been swiped round the corner by Jones, and she'll get off strike.
This is the grit of the Thunder team that Thunder fans know and love, you know. Okay, trophies haven't always come their way and haven't always had the biggest success in getting to the finals, but no matter the results that they have each season, it's not for lack of effort, for lack of trying, for applying themselves. There's an attempted sweep there from Tara Norris. And this is what Thunder fans love to see, and they have a really good, strong, loyal fan base that know it's a matter of time, and you know, we'll wait forever for the trophy and know that the journey.
Gordon again, and Norris just pushes that down to almost tries to get it to long on, but it just goes short of mid on, and that's a good bit of fielding. Could have been a direct hit But again, just trying to put that pressure on in the field. It's really important for the Blaze here.
Yeah, the journey will always be entertaining and will always be full of so many moments, always worth watching and keeping up with the team.
Gordon, and that just misses the stumps. Gordon's got a hand on her head because she knows how close that was. It went into the gloves of Sarah Bryce. That one is played down the ground and just pushed down to long on. Rotating that strike. The score 150 up for the Lancashire Thunder, 150 for 9. That target of 198. There's Gordon in again, and there's top edge on that. It will fall safely and it heads towards the boundary. In fact, it will go all the way. That's a 4 for Tara Norris. A boundary after a slight drought of them. We know, we've seen Tara Norris's capabilities with the bat today.
Amazing. Maybe not intentional, and where she meant it to go.
It's been signalled a no ball and a free hit by the umpire. So this will be a free hit with Tara Norris on strike. Possibly the last person you'd want on strike here. And I suspect she'll be going for the 6. Gordon to Norris, who strikes that down the ground. The catch is taken, but of course it's a free hit, so there will be no wicket. That's a safe shot for Norris to play. And that's the end of the over. With the one taken at the end there, the score moves over to 156 for 9. And
good over for the Thunder. I thought that was a bit high, and you know, with the sun, it is hard to see, but I thought it was just a high full toss, but it was a no ball. It was way above waist height, was it, in the end? So even that little bit of luck coming Thunder's way, and a little bit of wayward bowling creeping into usually very disciplined Kirsty Gordon. And this is the pressure starting to tell on the Blaze, with this final stand resistance from the Thunder. And it's just a really fascinating and interesting contest to watch. Catherine Bryce has got the ball back in hand. Score 156 for 9. Tara Norris on strike. Bryce in. And she just digs that one out from her feet. Tara Norris. It's a dot ball to start. Bryce is over. Blaze still very much in good voice. Bryce into Norris, who really swings a bat, hits that straight down the ground. Well fielded, and we'll get 1 run for her treble. Hannah Jones to face. Score 156 for 9. In the 44th over. As Bryce and Kirsty Gordon confer. Well, 100% convincingly, maybe a little bit of shrugging, and what do we do now as Bryce is in? And Jones puts that to the offside, no run. When all of your best ideas haven't quite worked with the final stand, what do you go to next is the question that the Blaze bowlers and the Blaze leadership team will be asking themselves. Bryce is into Jones, who swings her bat and hits that one high, and it's beaten the field and it's run for 4. Another boundary onto the total of the bat of Hannah Jones. And the Thunder are just continuing to do their thing, whatever the plans of the Blaze are.
I think we could be on for an absolute thriller here, because this is getting close. As 41 runs to win from 39 balls. That's, I don't know how many, 7 sixes.
Got that, Tara Norris? 7 sixes. Bryson to Jones. She hits that hard again down the ground. They'll get a run as the fielder gives chase, but just the 1 run. Good connection from Hannah Jones, who's still really playing attacking cricket. She's taking the bowling on, she's swinging her bat, defending when necessary, but no sort of cautious prodding here and there. There is a backswing to her striking right now, and she's getting runs for it, and she's rotating the striking and getting Tara Norris on strike as well, while still contributing to the runs. Bryce into Norris, who hits that high. Fielder, it's over the fielder's head. She sticks one arm out to try and get it. They're going to come back for 2 runs. Catherine Bryce does remove the bails, but the batters are well safe by that stage. Still going for it. They're not going to try and just eke these runs out, the Thunder. They're going to swing and try to get boundaries or get more than 1 run for their shots. 164 for 9. That's the score now. The end of the 44th over. 6 overs remain in this chase for the Thunder, which really looked quite unlikely and improbable for much of the game. And it's been a low order resistance. Grace Johnson first of all, and then Tara Norris taking over, and Hannah Jones hanging in there with and accompanying, I think more than hanging in there actually, playing a really active role in this final stand. Tara Norris, who we know is capable of batting from any position in the order, especially a precarious one like this at 164 for 9, and it's just the batter you want in this situation.
Yeah, Tara Norris on 47 runs, getting close to that milestone. There's a sprint through. There was an appeal.
I think she was safe. They did hesitate on the run.
Yeah,
but
they really did, to be fair. I think they were quite comfortably safe in the end, but at this stage I think the players are desperate to bowl them out.
So they are, and I think it's maybe making their reaction to the field a little bit slower than they were at the start of this innings. So that's what I love about cricket. It's just funny how things can affect you, you know, even when you're on top.
It's almost been 10 overs since that wicket fell. Heyhoe to Norris, who hits that high, and the catch is almost taken, but it's going to go for 4.
The catch is spilled and it's gone over the boundary. It would have been a very good catch, and it was a really good attempt there.
That is a really good attempt, and that's the 50 up for Tara Norris.
I think that's my favourite 50 of all I've ever seen Tara Norris bat.
That's an exceptional innings. To score 3 sixes within that innings. Marie Kelly looked defeated down there at the long off boundary. And what a shot from Tara Norris. It could have been the end of the game, but she actually brought up her 50 as Norris just anticlimactic shot there after her fantastic 6. The score 169 for 9.
What a fine 50 by Tara Norris. Just remember this for a long time, whatever happens.
As that is pushed down the ground, and we'll head towards Cassidy McCarthy out there at deep mid-wicket.
170 for 9 the score. Remember the target, 198. Jones facing.
And in again, and Jones has lofted that down. It almost went for 4. There were 2 fielders there in front of the sight screen protecting that boundary. But Jones clearly comfortable to take on.
Absolutely, such bold striking. I'm just loving this partnership.
Lucy Hyman, that's defended by Tara Norris, just blocked that one. And that's the end of the over, 170 for 9. And
5 overs remaining. 198 is the target.
Oh, it's getting close.
170 the score. Tara Norris on 51 reached that milestone of a 50, but I don't think that this is a time when 50s and that sort of milestone is on your mind. But it's an extraordinary achievement, actually, in the situation of the game when she came to the crease, in the situation of the game now, to score almost a run a ball, and form this partnership with Hannah Jones, who's played her part brilliantly, 16 for 38, and Kirsty Gordon and Catherine Bryce in conference once again. I think they're spending more time in conference trying to figure out what to do than the batters are spending batting. They're having to just try everything, think of ideas that they hadn't thought of before, and this is exactly how you put pressure back
a lot of big
on a dominant
changes.
side.
Yeah.
Bryce into Jones. I don't know if she gets some battle. It goes behind. There won't be a run, but the keeper doesn't manage to stop it. A backward point fielder does. So Hannah Jones will prepare to face Catherine Bryce again. In she comes. She swings her bat. It's that into the offside, and they'll get 3 for 1 run. Another run. Each run is just like gold for the Thunder, and it doesn't just keep the scoreboard moving, but it keeps that strike rotating and both batters still in the game, playing their part to just chip away and to continue to frustrate the Blaze, who score-wise are still in the dominant position, of course. But as Bryce is into Norris, they steal a really quick single there, and off a misfield from the Blaze, who, well, understandably rattled, as much as they are keeping their energy up, trying to keep encouraging. You've heard their voices throughout the innings, but more and more mistakes in the field as Bryce is into Jones, who swings her bat high. Now she's caught, she's out, and that brings to an end the most extraordinary last wicket stand I've seen in a very, very long time for the Thunder, as the batters get together and punch gloves wearily. But they should be proud of the work they've done. The Blaze have won the game, 173. They have bowled out the Thunder.
That was a very special finish. Although the Thunder didn't get the win, that was the epitome of grit and determination.
100%.
Between Hannah Jones and Tara Norris. Tara Norris's half century was one of the most remarkable I've seen, probably the best I've seen all season. Those 3 sixes and just keeping this game alive. Absolutely incredible. I'll run you through the scorecard again.
So much for the Thunder to be proud of in that innings, and it was an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you, Polly Starkey, and what a game for the last home game of the season.
Absolutely fantastic. So at the top of the order, Alice Clark and Eve Jones left early, but Seren Smell and Fee Morris got on about 23 between them. Grace Johnson with the 27 from 47, which helped keep the game alive. And then, of course, Tara Norris, 53 from 56, and a remarkable feat to finish the game. And from the bowling perspective, 4 for 23 for Grace Ballinger from her 9 overs, 2 for 27 for Josie Groves, 2 for 15 for Orla Prendergast from her 4 overs, and then the 1 wicket for Cassidy McCarthy. A remarkable game, the Blaze winning by 24 runs, but a gritty performance at the end between the 9 wicket partnership. That is us finished from Sale Cricket Club here in the penultimate round of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the final home game for the Lancashire Thunder. Thank you for supporting Lancashire Thunder on Lancs TV this season, and I'm sure Lancashire will be back next season even better.
I think that was my favourite game of the season. I loved that. It was incredible.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.